Whilst there's been one team that have already booked their tickets through to EWC, fortunately, we still have 3 more spots in this region, and it's evenly spread from here on out. The good part about that, though, the storyline for OS, yeah, we got one yesterday, but guess what? We don't get one today for Asia. We only get to continue that journey, continue that storyline, which is a pretty powerful storyline, all things considered. But look, we're back on the APL set. We're back ready for Asia, and we've got 2 of the greatest to ever do it in the APL region, in amongst maybe, I don't know, a talent pool of 5. I don't know. I think it's a pretty good strike rate. Nick, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm excited to be here again. We got a bit of a grind week in front of us, but yesterday was fun, even though it was a long day.
It was. It actually did tend to draw out toward the end of this, but
good,
Dev, obviously, you're back. Are you still feeling with that sexy voice? Where are we at?
Yeah, you tell me, man. How do I sound? Do I sound as good as ever?
You're starting to sound more like that.
I'm
back, baby.
I'm half-half, so yeah, still recovering a little bit, but hopefully a few more very long and late nights of Siege, and we'll be all sorted. I'm super keen, especially because we get to go through all of the different sub-regions. Obviously, we've already sent one team from OS. Now we move on to Asia, and then, of course, APAC North. Yeah, it only gets better from here.
It certainly does, but before we get there, EML did finish last night, and it was right on the back of it. I think we had an hour break before it kicked off. Look, I think that we looked at this going into the final play day. We looked at it going into what was considered the grand finals, and we had such high hopes for what the match could be, what it could unfold to be. But ultimately, Nick, how do you feel as though Falcons played out throughout their bracket? Do you think that they met expectations?
Yeah, I feel like Falcons honestly have been playing nowadays to the level that we expected from them going back to the beginning of the stage, but they had a very rough start to their season, right? There was minus Shaiko plus Doom, and on paper it looked pretty easy. Doom had a big clutch, he really stepped up individually, and they actually ended up going to the grand finals, right? With the Falcons versus Virtus Pro. That happened yesterday. It was a 3-mapper, it was overtime, it was exciting, it was super intense. We'll see the scorelines, and it started off being very one-sided in a fashion. And we're thinking, quick 2-0, right? Easy day. No, not the case at all. It drags out, it goes the distance. You see it here in the match replays.
Yeah, obviously there's a lot of hype around Falcons. They made that controversial change, getting rid of Shaiko after the 6th Invitational, and everyone in kickoff was saying, wow, it was not perhaps the best result, not perhaps the best decision after all. Shaiko looked to only embolden G2. Now G2 fails to qualify for EWC, and Falcons actually take the European Championship for what feels like the first time in a little while. You know, they've been showed up from a G2 that looked rejuvenated, and of course a VP that looked like a completely new face. But now Falcons, I guess it took them a little bit of time, but they're back onto it.
Leaky Fact may actually be my favorite player of all time. There's something about it's the passion. And you know what? If we're talking about passion, it's synonymous with the OS region. It may not be mechanical ability that we kind of always think about when it comes to OS, but one thing is a damn sure, it delivered on the story fronts. If you look down at the lower bracket, obviously we had Man LFO take on Rival Esports. The big conversation there was the fact that Rival Esports actually played with 2 individual subs at different points. They had
3 different players.
Correct. Throughout map 1 to map 2 to map 3, due to technical issues on their side, they actually had their best player proxy drop out, then they had their coach step in, and then they had their, not emergency sub, but they had their sub then finally come in for map 3. And they ended up winning 2-1, which, Nick, I mean, that should probably never happen given the circumstances.
It was actually the best of 3 of all time, just because of how ludicrous it was. Like you said, 3 different players on 3 different maps, and there was a patch between the 2nd and 3rd. So they went through something that almost no other teams or players in the history of this game has had to go through. And on top of that, they won. They actually got the better result, and they told us that they're just going in with high vibes and just kind of memeing a bit about it. Because what else can you do? Either you're going to knock yourself down and feel frustrated, or have a bit of fun with it.
And they did. They certainly did. They dug their heels in. They had a lot of fun. But, I mean, if we were speaking about fun, we definitely can't look past that upper bracket final. This was for a spot at EWC, booking it so early in the playoffs. Only 2 best of 3s need to be won. And this, for me, was a game that genuinely delivered on every front, Dev. I don't think I could have been happier with how things panned out.
Oh.
And the thing for me is just the team comps.
Yeah.
It's so clean.
Yeah, for sure. We're so lucky we got to hear quite a bit of team comms here, thanks to player tweeting some of it out as well. This moment from Lunchbox, this 1v3.
This hipfire.
This final kill. Jigsaw below. One little tap, hipfire through the floor, gets the injure. Insane.
Yeah.
And here you hear players ace comms as well.
So loud you break the mic. Why
Yeah.
not? We've seen it happen before.
Insane.
Haven't we, Dev?
Sound barrier broken.
This
It
was
is.
definitely the most anticipated game of the stage for OCE. Of course, we got to see them play against each other in a BO1. The BO3.
Oh my god! Let's go!
And that's a team qualifying for EWC for the first time.
God, bro, I'm gonna cry.
Again, we were talking about it yesterday, Nick. It's the story. I mean, for players the most vocal there, we can't really hear anyone else. But I think that it goes to solidify the storyline of what we were talking about yesterday, with players' start to where he is now, being dropped earlier from Enterprise just after SI, and now creating what is a team that genuinely is actually probably, I think we can say right now, the best in the region for stage 1.
Yeah, it was a great story, and I'm not sure you guys noticed it, but the highlight reel package there, I think 80% of the clips, it was player.
Yeah.
He as an individual had a disgusting game on his hands, and I love that story for him, because as you mentioned, a player who goes onto a big name team and gets benched and goes to make his own path and takes his experience to make younger players better or to have less experienced players better and actually being successful, it's so rare to see, especially in O's where we've had one top dog for a long time and then everybody else. Now we have more competition.
Yeah. It's the effect, isn't it?
It's funny because I feel like Chiefs are kind of doing the storyline that EP did a year or two ago.
Yeah,
where
yeah.
you come from absolutely nowhere.
Yep.
You make a new team with some veterans and some completely fresh players. And out of nowhere, within 3 to 6 months, you overtake the reigning champs. At the time, it was GG got overtaken, and suddenly, out of nowhere, we have a new best team in OCE. Of course, there's a chance in that grand final for EP to come back, but we'll see whether they're able to do that.
Speaking of out of nowhere,
What is this?
Santa Claus
that?
has come to give us a present. It's Christmas in July. Who could it possibly be joining us? It's Chef Jeff. What's going on, you dirty bastard? How are you?
I'm alright. I'm a bit tired, I'll be honest. You know, I don't think I've ever finished a series at midnight before.
Yeah, that
But, you
one,
know.
that went deep, didn't it?
Yeah, it was a long night. I got still no full understanding of what's happening. I've had to watch it back a few times to grasp every single round that happened in that series.
There was a lot that happened in that series, and we will talk about it, but obviously for the viewers at home, you might be thinking, why is Chef Jeff joining us here on an Asia Day? Well, we've got a new segment, and it's not Xenox Goes Pro. We've actually been Xenox for the day. We've given him a break because he is struggling. Have you been watching the Xenox Goes Pro bits or no?
Watched a few of them. He's doing his best.
Oh, you know, that is such
He's
such a
clearly not
political
there,
answer.
yes.
That is
He's
such a
clearly not there.
political
Yeah,
answer.
Be honest, how disappointed were you when we said, hey, we'd love to get you on for a segment, but it's not destroying Xenox in a 1v1?
I'll be honest, it's clear that he's just not up to the level to go against me in a 1v1 yet. So I think that's where we're at for this, and it's unfortunate, but it's the reality of the situation.
You know what? He is kind of taking the steps, if you think about it. You know, falls, turd, player, then we get I9, and then maybe a couple,
Maybe
then
one
Chef
day.
Jeff.
Maybe
then
one
maybe
day.
he's
Yeah.
good enough to go there. But the segment that we're going into is becoming called Behind the Siege. And basically what we're doing is we're getting pro players on to help you at home understand the game a little better. Chef, what have you been cooking up in the kitchen today?
Going back to one of my more full-time fun operators, it's Buck.
Oh.
I've always been a fan of this operator.
Nice.
I don't play it as much now, but there's a bit of nuance that I take to the operator that I think I approach it differently, in the sense that I use the skeleton key as more of a primary weapon rather than utility a lot of the time.
I think we were lucky
Um,
enough to even see that last night, if I'm not mistaken.
I think I did get 1 or 2, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
It was on Consulate, yeah, I had my 1 round.
Yeah. And do you want to know the best part about that before you go to dissect this? We watched it happen. We saw you get the skeleton key out, and Dev goes, he only gets 1 here. And unfortunately, you only got 1. But hey, you know what?
Yeah.
It was a good effort, mate.
I didn't see 2 come up the stairs, it was unfortunate.
I do
All
remember
right,
that
run
moment.
us through what you're going to show us today.
Yeah, well, first things first with my loadout, I always run the C8, and I run it with a muzzle brake, and there's a slight difference because a lot of people might say you run an AR with a flash hider. The gun itself doesn't actually have much recoil. It already is just a straight line, it goes up, you can hold it relatively easy. The difference is when you run it with a flash hider, the skeleton key actually moves up, whereas with a muzzle brake it doesn't. So you're able to actually hold the skeleton key at the same level the entire time consistently, and it doesn't really move.
Wow. I did not
yeah.
know
How did
that.
you
And
find that? If you don't mind me asking,
Buck's
how
like
did
my
you?
second most played operator, and I've got like 3,000+ hours in this game. I did not know that.
How'd
That's
you find
insane.
that out,
Yeah,
Jeff?
yeah. I spend a lot of time practicing a lot of the operators that I play in the shooting range, and there's the recoil pattern where you can test it. Same with this, where you just let it fly and you let it go up. And I think it was 2-3 years ago where every single operator I had a shotgun equipped with. I did test that as well. You get a good gauge for what range you need to be standing at to kill someone 100 to 0 with a shotgun. And it just happened that I noticed that with the skeleton key that it doesn't move. And when you do test that range, you can figure out the difference between making a rotate with a couple shots of a shotgun versus
It's just a casual, I promise. It's just a casual.
I didn't know there was someone in my lobby.
An observer's going to try and troll you as much as possible.
Versus making a rotate with just one skeleton key shot and opening the entire wall up.
Yeah.
So
Interesting.
you get to understand where the range is at to open up an entire wall versus getting close to a wall and then opening the setup.
What is it?
And
What is it
in-
about Buck, by the way? What is it about Buck that you enjoy so much? Is it the skeleton key?
Yeah, I think back in the day it definitely was the shotgun.
Yeah, sure.
A big aspect of it was being able to play very aggressively, where I'd be able to go straight through a wall, like with one shot, making a rotate like that, and then being able to swing someone right next to me with the shotgun at your close range. You closed a big gap between them. You're able to get those kills a lot easier, and there was a lot of fun to it. Plus, it's like an actual operator that was viable in the meta. It's a bit hard to say if he's as good right now. I think the situations where Buck is very good. In doing this, I'm also taking some time to kind of set up Clubhouse Basement how you kind of expect it to, like a rotate here to hold the kitchen drop from church, you rotate in blue, your head holes on the triple wall. The other really neat aspect that I take to Buck, especially for Clubhouse Basement, is, I guess, opening up the vert on back armory. And a lot of people kind of view the kitchen as a bit of a death zone when you're shooting the floor, sledging it.
Yeah.
This is a lot of it was pre-ram. You get C4'd, you die, you're too weak. A good way that I found to get vert is to simply go into bar and you shoot open this wall here. You open the vert from here, you get to still see all of back armory, and it's still the same objective accomplished. And you can't really die unless you've got an NBA level basketball player somehow playing in the long ball, hurling something up here. And you're not going to get that outside of maybe, I don't know, it was every single time I've ever died to Nico when he was playing.
Oh, yeah.
Classic.
Nico deaths really were a tilter. But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can apply the same logic to if you want to do the verticality in kitchen instead of this one, right? You can actually block from office the floor above kitchen. I know you're out of box shells right now, but you can stand the floor above the area that you want to do verticality on and technically make it work, just to avoid those C4s as well.
Yeah.
Seen
See,
that a few times.
I did used to do that. My biggest problem with doing this, and I did actually, I think in one of our games this stage, we played against someone who did make that vert. The problem with doing vert from here is that because you're looking down, you can't move. Like, I can't move further down on my aim here. So you have actually a lot of flexibility to move in back armory when you play that vert from logistics, and it's also a lot easier. If it's the C8 swinging down that vert, it's actually a lot easier to swing up it from the defender, whereas here it's a lot more of a thin angle, and it's a lot more threatening the way I've played it onto at least the church side.
Sure. Now, if you're starting if you want to restart the round, you can go for it. I don't like that guy. Yeah, cool. Thank you. Screw OBS 1, am I right?
That's OBS 3.
Yeah, okay. Well, then I definitely didn't see that. I'm blind from this angle. Like, could you run me through maybe the start of a round? Oh, you're on defense now. Great. I don't want to watch you on defense. Actually, what have you got? Do you have anything for us? Give us any little tips or tricks?
Any strats that we might not know?
Take a shotgun.
Yeah. I think that I think a personal favorite is always for a shotgun has always been mute.
Yeah.
The same logic applies, I guess. I think I was very agitating figure for a lot of the people on Bliss back in the day.
Yeah, I think
against me and I'm running at people.
There's a dramatic amount of context that needs to be given to you as a player, Chef Jeff, for people that are watching at home. Is you almost created your own meta. Well, you kind of did create your own meta as a shotgun player. How did that come about? You were like, I didn't know much about you when you first entered the scene. All I got told is watch out for the shotguns. So, like, what was it that really identified for you? What was it that identified that this was going to be a part of your game that you were going to excel at?
I think that a big part of how I've always played the game is there's a lot of aggression to it, but it seems stupid when watching it, but I find it very calculated. When you figure out where all the positions are and you just kind of count where everyone is around the map and you identify that someone's isolated. And when I take the time to understand how much damage like a shotgun from say this is going to do at a range, I'd be able to take a gunfight with someone from here and kill them like when they're 100 health on, for example.
It's up here. So give us do you have a tip for the defense side here?
Yeah, I think a lot of people do tend to execute on either blue, like someone goes for a wander down blue, or someone goes for a kitchen drop. This is a really strong power position for a shotgun to play in because you can play a C4 for the kitchen drop. If you walk forward while throwing the C4, it actually goes further. So it lands directly under the kitchen drop, you kill them. And then also if someone's trying to walk blue, you have a close range gunfight. They go dirt. The reason why I've found mute to be a strong operator for this spot a lot of the time. Not again, been nerfed a bit, not as effective against Rim, but
big Rim.
You can definitely park a jammer up, and you're not going to get to KB calls, for example. You can't get day motion back, and you can just play a lot of short range gunfights around blue, or you can park up behind the box and play the SMG-11 behind. It's a good spot. I've always enjoyed this spot. And yeah, again, a lot of it comes down to the shotgun. Like I made this rotate with one shotgun shot.
Yeah, sure.
What would you recommend if players wanted to get more confident at taking fights with a shotgun and being able to judge like you can, okay, at this range with this shotgun, that's probably going to be a one-hit kill, or I'm probably going to need to aim down sights for this fight. What do you recommend if someone wanted to get better at that? What's the best way to train that?
I found the habit with shotguns always aim down sight. I think a lot of people treat the shotgun as a different, like it's different. It's not an AR. I don't need to aim down sight because there's going to be something that hits. Yeah, sure, something's going to hit, but they're going to shoot you in the head once and die. You're going to die, but you have to actually hit them center mass and you have to actually do damage. So you need to aim down sight. So, like, good luck.
Come here.
Because I guess a lot of people don't realize that siege shotguns work differently to a lot of other games, right? Like, if you hip fire, the spread is actually wider than if you aim down sights. Obviously, that's not realistic. The shotgun doesn't change where the pellets go depending on whether you put your eye up next to the barrel or not. But that's how the shotguns work. So you're saying for longer range fights, you've got to make sure to aim down sights, or for every fight?
I think that it's good to get into the habit. Okay, it's good to get into the habit of aiming down sight. So yeah, obviously to what you said, if I was to stand 4 meters or 5 meters from the wall, hip fire, it does that. If I was to stand 5 meters in ADS, it does a lot. It does like not a lot smaller, but it's a bit small. The spread's a lot tighter, so you're doing a lot more damage, probably, mate. So like if I'm to stand 7 meters from a gridlock, you can one shot them with a shotgun. from 7 meters by ADS. But you're not going to get that tighter spread to kill them. Like, this is a 125 health operator. This is a lot of damage needed to kill them in one pump. That 7 meters is no short distance with a shot. Just something to think about. All right, I'm back on attack now.
I like
Nice,
it.
on the right side. You said earlier that Bach isn't obviously as much in meta now as it was before. We got Ram in the mix now. That's changed the meta a lot for the verticality operators. What is one change you would like to see to Bach from a balancing perspective that would make him more playable without, breaking the bank? Are we talking, can openers, hard destruction again? Like, what is it going to be? Frag grenades like back in the day? What's the thing that he's missing?
I mean, I think Buck grenades would be awesome. Now, it's really kind of hard because I think a lot of operators, when it comes to balancing, you're really questioning whether is this going to make this a 1v9 operator, because I kind of felt that that's what Buck was back in the day when he had hard breach devices. Soft breach, you can do hard breach, you can do whatever you want in a round. You can, like, for Clubhouse especially, it was such a good operator because as Buck, I do all the vert in sight. I could, in the early round, play as a support operator. I drone, I get my team into the building, we clear the map. As soon as we get map control, I come in, I open motor hatch, I go through the wall, open stock hatch quickly, then I do my vert pattern where I go through vert, and it's all in a sequence. And by the time there's, say, 45 seconds left on the clock, and I've done everything I need to do, we've cleared out positions, we're ready to execute on the site. It was very strong. So I think hard breach would be very, very good for Buck. I think it's a good way to bring him back into meta, especially with how good Ram is. Yeah, I'd say probably hard breach.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay.
Do you have another question, Nick? I heard you breathe, and I know that when you breathe, you have a question.
Yeah, when I breathe, I have a question. No, I guess a follow-up to you saying that, like, a 1v9 operator. So the newest patch notes that came out last night during the match that you had, obviously, we saw Wamai get deployable shield and get one more magnet and faster recharge. What is your philosophy on an operator that can do both jobs? Because, like, if Buck could do hard destruction and soft destruction, that's 1v9. Now Wamai can put down deployable shield and protect it. Does that follow the same methodology in your mind that that's not okay, so to speak?
I think Wamai is going to be very strong. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we had that in our game. Like, ACOG got a 3K in a round and then got blown up by a C4 from a Wamai, and we're just sitting there. He's just like, what the hell have I been blown up? It's just like, it's ridiculous where we get this additional utility, and Wamai with a shield. It's the same back in the util clear meta. It's like Wamai with a shield, he throws out 1 million discs. I played one round of Wamai and walking around site throwing around discs, and they just keep coming. I'm just like, why do I have so many so early in the round? I was so confused, and I just got passionate. Like, okay, fascinating.
So
should have probably read them before.
Yeah, you probably should have read them, considering there was a patch dropping in the middle of it. Like, if we were to talk about that, Jeff, and move away, can I call you Mr. Jeff?
Yes, you can.
What's your real name again?
My name's Josh.
That's right. All right, there we go. I'm using your government from now on, Josh.
Yep.
So if we move forward with this discussion, because obviously you might be one of the first ever teams and players to have a game that has a patch drop in the middle of it, and then you kind of almost switch meta, not extremely so. How did you find that going into map 3? Did you take any different precautions? Did you change any of your gameplay?
I don't think we did too much. I'd say I don't think we did too much differently, but I think that it was definitely a first. You know, I tweeted it yesterday. It was 7 players, 2 patches in 1 series in 1 night. It was a hectic series, but
it was across 2 days, was it not?
Yeah, we finished it.
You guys are gunning for some
2 days as well.
gunning for some records.
So,
that's intense.
Yeah, I think it was different. We had our philosophy completely change on Bank, and I think we just kind of applied it going into Lair, because at that point, there's no point saying, oh, we're gonna run this strat in our strat book out of our however many we have, because this one will probably work best. It's like these operators have been changed. Jaeger or Maya have just been buffed. Nation's a bit better. We got all these operators better. Let's just try this. Let's just do something different. Let's play our synergy and work together.
Yeah, I like the approach there, and I think that ultimately you were like the conditions that you guys played under with having multiple subs, you know, kind of coming across the course of a series is insane. The fact you won with a coach and then won with your sub afterwards, kind of mental.
Yeah,
now you go up against EP, but we are starting to slowly dwindle out of time here, Josh, if I can call you that. So on that note, mate, did you have anything you'd like to say before we let you go? We appreciate you taking the time to kind of show the noobs on the couch how to play Buck and you.
Yeah. Look, thank you for having me in here. It's a lot of fun just having a chat with people about whatever happens. Shout out to Rival for supporting us. Shout out to Kyle and Frame for subbing in last night.
Yep.
We weren't winning that game without them.
Yep.
And shout out to you guys. It's a hard effort to be on the desk until 12:30 in the morning. And still doing your work to the best of your abilities, especially when Dev is sick. So,
Thanks for acknowledging. Everyone else's job gets much harder when I'm sick because they have to pull their weight for once.
Yeah, correct. Oh, talk about it. Well, I only have one piece of advice for you, Chef. Pull your goddamn camera down so I can see more than just like a third of your face.
Otherwise, I'm going to keep blocking you. It's gonna be...
yeah, so we're not going to talk about the forehead cameras. Just saying.
Let's not talk about the forehead cameras. You start bringing that camera down and we'll be happy, man. Jeff, thank you for joining us, mate. We will see you.
Thank you.
Holy crap, we're going to see you in literally like 48 hours. So good luck preparing for your match.
Thank you. See you guys.
See you.
Ciao, mate.
See you, mate.
Again, like, I want to take a second before we move on to genuinely say thank you to Chef Jeff, but all the players that are buying into the APL segments at the moment. It doesn't, you know, like, you know how they say it takes a village to raise a kid?
Yeah.
Well, it does take a region to raise a broadcast, and right now all of the players are doing their bit. They're getting involved, and it means that everything is a lot more cohesive. I mean, we're even finding out new things about Buck, and I mean, I've been casting this game for 8 years.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I didn't even know. I had no idea.
Okay, there you go. The once great GOAT didn't even know.
Yeah, the one thing I had thought about
I played Buck back there.
is that back in the day when the laser sight affected how your hipfire was, I would not run that or run that on shotguns, depending on whether you wanted the tighter spray or not, because sometimes if you're making rotates, you actually don't want as tight of a spray.
Yeah, sure.
Back in the day, it depended on the gun. But yeah, I haven't thought about that before, specifically for the skeleton key, specifically with the muzzle. So yeah, really cool little insight.
Really interesting. Really interesting.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see Chef Jeff take on Enterprise. That one is going to be very special, but that's still for another day. Today, we've got Asia, and that means that we've got Weibo, which means that we've got Daystar, which means that we also have a lower bracket semi-final to get to as well. But ultimately, let's be completely candid here, Nick. It was one-sided last week. Weibo, Daystar, they both looked incredible against their opponents. So them going head-to-head today, it does really feel like a first versus second.
It does, and that was the story of the beginning of stage 1, right? Daystar probably gonna get second spot, Weibo probably gonna get first, and we saw in the very final play day, it was gonna be Weibo versus Daystar to see who can go undefeated, at least for groups and best of ones.
Yep.
But I have this slight feeling, right, that when you're in early group stages, Weibo are playing at 70%. When they go into the early best of threes, they're playing at 90%. When they get closer and closer to the qualification match, they're gonna be etching that 100%. Daystar, they're facing up the scariest version of Weibo thus far, and I think for that reason alone, it's so hard to back Daystar to win this one.
Well, one thing that we talked about last week, Dev, was how some teams decide to approach their best of threes, and especially when it gets to playoffs, especially when you're in the finals. Weibo, they have a really interesting take this time around. In finals, when there's only one spot to go to EWC, they are using this as a test for their Swiss stage. That's how confident they are in their abilities. They're giving themselves less than 24 hours to prepare for their opponents. And I think that is still like not nerfing enough for the team that we've got here.
Yeah, of course, it's not coming out of a place of being really cocky. It's coming from a place of really putting their focus where they to be aligned with their goals.
Yep,
and their
100%.
goals are not to be the champions of Asia for the 10 millionth time. Their goals are to not even just make it to top 8 in an international event. They want to go deeper than that. They want to do what no APAC team has ever done before and win a major. And for the last 2 to 3 years, they are the team that we have probably thought is most likely to get close to that. Despite other teams coming and going, you know, CAG, EP getting closer and closer, Weibo have been the most consistent team at the top of APAC for a very long time now.
Yeah.
And I think that their attitude of coming into the APL and saying, yeah, let's treat it like you say, like a Swiss stage, a major, or an SI,
Yep.
only preparing one day in advance, just like you would under game day conditions at one of those events. I think it's a great strategy, but of course you got to be careful because you can't afford to make too many mistakes. Of course,
Correct.
there's only one spot for Asia.
Well, that's the thing, they say 92% of all stats are made up, and 40% of, having success is having a plan.
And
Then-
100% of that is true.
Correct.
Today.
And then 60. No, we got a full cam of Gohan. Wait, is this
Love.
the first time we've had a full cam of Gohan?
Yeah, I
I
think
can't
it
remember.
is.
so.
I can't remember seeing. I'm
Usually
so,
it takes Reap spot.
Yeah, I'm so happy to see that. But the thing for me is, yes, they've got an actionable plan, but it takes someone. The
Nice.
fact that we're on Gohan right now is perfect because it takes someone like that to not only have the plan, implement the plan, action the plan, but it also means that you need someone like this that's going to keep you accountable, Pengu. And I think that this is one of
Yeah.
the main things that Gohan has brought to this team is accountability and a maturity that we just
Yeah.
haven't seen in Asia before.
Yeah, and forcing a bit of seriousness. When you think of players like Turtstay, you're thinking big goofball, a little bit toxic, lipping the server, doesn't care about his opponents, doesn't respect his enemy. I think now he's still going to be that ego kind of player, and that's actually a strength if you use it correctly, but he has more respect shown in the server. He puts in probably a better work ethic, and I think that's mostly thanks to Gohan. There's a lot of respect and maybe fear in the beginning when you look at this
Of
guy, right?
course.
Gohan is a big, scary dude.
Imposing.
You speak to him, very, very big heart, very, very kind person, but there's that slight intimidation factor, and I think this has been the most mature, hard-working iteration of this core roster of the current Weibo Gaming, back when they're also Bleed and whatever else, and it's also the best result with that. And then they make a roster change, the first one with his entire core, minus Abe plus Gotti, and once again we see they have a core system, they get a new player in, there are no flaws. They slot in a roster change and they get better from the very first playday, or at the very least, they get as good as they were before with Abe from the very first playday, and that is super hard to achieve.
It certainly is. I mean, if you're talking about rosters getting better, then you kind of can't go past Daystar. I feel like Daystar have come leaps and bounds this year. I feel like, with each international appearance, with each kind of shuffle that they've had, like Yao coming in, I think it's really started to highlight, Dev, the fact that this roster is actually at a point where we can comfortably say they are second best in this region.
Yeah, 100%. Of course, it's now been 2 back-to-back events for these guys, going from Six Invitational in Paris to the Salt Lake City Major, and of course hoping to go for another one here with EWC. But yeah, it's been a big ride for Daystar. I think for a lot of their campaign, though, in the last 6 months, people have looked at them and said, yeah, they're a great team, they're a good second best, but they can never really hold a candle to Weibo, and they're really only barely ahead of the competition like Orchid and Soul's Heart.
Sure.
I think Daystar, this stage, post Salt Lake City with Yao, big roster change, I think they have finally proven that they actually are quite a long way ahead of Orchid and Soul's Heart at the
Agreed.
moment. I think they are definitely the second best team. But are they able to take the fight to Weibo? That is a whole different ballgame, because it's starting to look like Asia has a king and then a right-hand man and then the serfs down below.
That's a pretty good way of putting it, actually. I will respect that. And, if we were highlighting Gohan, we can't not highlight Harambe, that's done incredible things, not
Harambe.
just for this team, but for the region as a whole. He's been a great implementation of just what it means to be a player from Asia. He's shown a lot of love. But speaking of love, it's time for us to give a bit of love to what this best of 3 could have to offer. Nighthaven Labs, Chalet, Consulate. Nick, you're raising your voice in there. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, a point that we made a long time ago in the end of best of 1 for group stage was how both of these 2 teams have not played a ton of maps, right? They've been playing the same maps as much as possible during the groups because they're so good they can beat their opponents on them. So for Weibo's side right now, they have not shown Labs or Consulate at all for this stage. They've been hiding that for this very moment. I'm just checking here for Daystar. Daystar,
We saw
they have not
Chalet.
played. So they played Labs 1, so no Consulate, but they've played Labs once and Chalet once. So both teams going completely dark on the deciding map, and one of the teams have not played the first one in Nighthaven.
Yeah, very much so. This is just such a low info match, and I think for Weibo in particular, we talked about how they have less prep going into this because of the way that they've decided to go about prepping for these games. It's going to be much more about the adaptability mid-game. We're playing on the new patch. We've got the changes to Amaya, to Jaeger, to Leora, and to everything else to Dokkaebi. So it's a great chance to see what the best teams in Asia can do.
Yeah, and I feel like if we were to obviously have a grand final, we'd love to see both of these teams in there. However, this is the beauty of talking about a region that continues to like slowly progress with a top-heavy one. It is really a top-heavy one, if we're being completely honest here, Nick. And I think James's point that he made throughout kind of like the introduction of Weibo is it's so spot on, which is like they're not doing this Swiss prep style out of arrogance. They're actually doing it out of preparation. They're doing it. Yes, they know they're going to be good. Yes, they know that they're going to be able to compete. But Weibo really are above the rest right now. How do you think this series will actually play out once we get into the server?
I mean, to be honest, I do expect some Weibo dominance one way or another. It can be mechanically, it can be strategically. One thing to note here for Daystar, when Daystar on the attacking side, they love to play heavily for executes. 5 attackers alive, 3, 2, 1, and go together. Weibo, they're a team that we know for their aggression, but they also have this kind of hidden playstyle that they only show on a rare occasion, and it's heavy utility. Tubrao, Kaid, Wamai, Jaeger, Clash, that sort of thing.
Yep.
With the buffs to both Wamai and Jaeger, there's a real chance here that if Daystar's aggression on the attack here to start things off is too much for them, they're gonna bunker down and be hiding by the bomb site walls and just locking Daystar out of the building.
One thing we know about Weibo over the last 12, 24 months, outside of their dominance, outside of how good they are, is their map pool is so deep. You are not going to beat them in the veto. You can only beat them in the server. And well, to be the best, you got to beat the best. And to be the best, you've got to be Michael Goscurry and Jake Xenox and Diddy. Enjoy, boys.
I'm really liking the enthusiasm from Nicholas for this matchup, I must say.
Nick is very excited for this.
Must have had his morning coffee.
Yeah, I mean, but he was still favouring Weibo, wasn't he?
I think ever so slightly.
Yeah, and you know Nick always likes, he's an honorary Aussie. He likes to root for the underdog.
He loves a hot take.
He does love a bit of a take.
And he called rival yesterday.
He did. Yeah. He did, but he didn't back in Daystar. And you know what, guys? I think coming into this series, upper bracket final, spot in the grand final, it goes without saying Weibo are the favourites. We know that. We get it. The real challenge is really going to be here on Ninehaven Labs for Daystar. This may be their map pick, but it is still a very strong map for Weibo as well. Now, Daystar may have risen up to the ranks to now be established as the second best team in this region, but it's a region that no longer has 2 slots. And so second is the first loser. Well, I guess in the way we do the format, it's not a race, so it's actually the last loser.
Yeah, I suppose, yeah. The bans for the first half, Mirror and Azami, typical for Daystar. Weibo going a little bit different here compared to usual. Double hard breach is typical for them, but they'll normally actually go the Ace and the Thermite duo. This time they wanted to take the Maverick off the board. So we'll see if freeing up the Thermite is going to change the dynamic much in this matchup. Of course, Weibo, though, do have the Kaid and the Tub combo available to counter that IT wall, which is so critical and plays a large role on the majority of the objectives here on Labs. First half gunfight from Pika down below had a narrow opportunity, but didn't quite take it.
Now, I wonder, is there room for Wamai in this lineup from Weibo with the changes that have obviously been made last night? When you want to bring a Nitrocell now, Wamai is certainly one that can be considered. But, I mean, you kind of look at this lineup and you think, well, who are you really replacing? You're probably not replacing the Warden. Your Kaid is there for a reason. Can it fill the void of a Tuber? I mean, there's auto canisters, more delay, so it's delay versus catch. But I kind of look at this side, especially top floor when it comes to Labs. Really, it's the kind of side where I think the weaker teams are going to win it more often on the attack via dump utility, rushes, etc. And the Wamai can help against that. The Wamai can also help with Rafters hold when the Azami's been banned away. That's definitely one thing to note. With that Azami banned out, Rafters is not going to be as easily held by Weibo.
Yeah, I will say I'm a little surprised we're not seeing it on this site. I think naturally Weibo, though, are going to lean more into comfort. Like, let's be real, where they're most comfortable is where they'll be looking to position themselves in this matchup. It's probably not going to be very small technical details like that in terms of compositions that are going to make a huge difference, at least not early. If Weibo, though, sense that maybe that is a problem going forward, I'm sure they'll adjust accordingly. 55 seconds on the board for this opening round, and some control gained on the IT side for Daystar.
Speaking of shotguns, we had the Chef Jeff Masterclass earlier on Clubhouse. Reaps is not going to get to use his. The Souffle gets the long angle headshot, the opening pick for Daystar, and suddenly the site now is vulnerable. 3 quickly dead. Nitrocell thrown out. It's not going to connect. Weibo have just been blindsided as Daystar crept up. They had the long angles. They find all of the kills. This may be flawless, and what a statement this could be early. It's only Halvin left, and that plant looks like it will be successful inside a server. The real question now is, will this be flawless or not? Well, the answer will be not. But Halvin certainly doesn't have this one in him for a 1v5 post-plant retake. What a start from Daystar.
Yeah, they did a really good job to crack open that side and isolate a couple of picks early. Reaps got caught server initially, and Speakeasy got caught on the follow-up con as he tried to sort of make a counterplay, I think, in reaction to that. But Daystar were well prepared. Bit of a two-pronged approach. They got control warehouse side, IT side, etc., but then also had presence on the other side of the map. And it was a pretty classic sort of crunch there from them in the end. And yeah, credit to Daystar, a solid start, and not having to really cheese an opening round or an attack on that site in particular, as you were kind of alluding to. Sometimes weaker teams may need to do that and execute upon that to try and snatch a round, but I really wouldn't classify that opening round as one of them.
It is another Weibo round 1 loss, though. Add that one to the pile of round 1 losses for this team. They just have this habit. They just clearly don't start well in games, even on, you know, defense top 4
What was
labs.
the number? It was like 20% or something, right? Win rate, opening round?
Yeah,
It was really low.
Really, really low.
But it's just part of the game plan at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I do wonder what... like, it gets to a point eventually where you kind of look at it in comparison to everyone else, and there's something up with it, you know.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
A good start for Daystar, though. I mean, I kind of looked at the numbers coming into this. When the boys on the couch were sort of discussing the game, I honestly thought, well, this might have 2-0 written all over it. Now, Nighthaven Labs is the map pick for Daystar, but they only have a 2-5 record on it. It's not as if it's like a statement map for them, whereas it's a 5-2 record for Weibo. Their last win, though, it did come 2 months ago against Los One. Last win for Daystar 20 days ago against HL Torre Esports 7-1. As we know, they're a team that has struggled immensely at this stage. Fantastic start for Daystar. Let's see how much more damage they can really do here on Labs, because if they can win Labs, Consulate for me is a given. I think Chalet is like a 90% chance it goes the way of Weibo. And then Consulate becomes interesting. Reaps does find the opening kill this round onto Steel, gets rid of the Solid Snake as Holfen creeps up through Garage. He's going to elect to not push all the way up to Rafters, and with that hold, he may catch a timing. Here's the footsteps. Knows full well that Souffle is in that position. But Hoven, I think, knows he's also not known to the attack in his current position, and wants to bide his time as Reaps makes a little bit of contact and noise and then falls away. Hoven indeed does get that kill. Souffle had no idea. Hoven's patience will pay off, and Weibo look like they will respond pretty quickly here in the second round.
I feel like I've watched this movie before, Jake. It's a sense of deja vu opening round against Weibo, and then they just immediately spring back into action. And Turd is active in the chat, which is...
it wasn't active in the chat against me. That was I tried to bait him out.
I think he was being quite kind.
He was quite kind. I mean, yeah, he's a kind individual outside of the server for the most part. Inside the server,
nice guy.
he's a menace. Daystar don't really get much from this, but I think I look at this second round as really Weibo just highlighting what they can do on a map like Labs, basement site, roaming around, playing these off-angle positions. They're very tricky to figure out. Hoven will put an end to this. Hoven, by the way, has been the best player in the region for Asia.
Turd, settle down. It's round 2. Well, Pika will try his best, but a late drop, but Weibo clean up. It's a great start to the round as well. I don't know if we quite captured it. I had to look back on our feed on the side. The opening kill there from Reaps, he was actually getting death marked at that point in time, and he, instead of falling back and playing a second floor position, he actually elected to push forward and give his team that opener. And that, again, that just highlights the depth of this team, right? And the confidence that they have in this. So it doesn't really matter what is thrown at Weibo, at least domestically. They're not going to shy away from the fight. They will back themselves in, even in a lower percentage environment, to win out those engagements. And yeah, it was certainly a strong start for them in round number 2. Over to the tertiary of storage for the third.
Yeah, and by the way, I don't know if you saw the stop talking comment, but like I'm pretty certain in the rule book that they're actually not really supposed to be talking at all, right? So that in this region, we love the trash talk. We give leeway.
There's a time and a place.
And yeah, exactly. You know, usually post round, you know, Ted was yapping a little too much in that round and rightfully got told to sit down. At 1-1, as you said before, deja vu. It's a movie we've seen plenty times over when it comes to Weibo. Drop the opening round and look absolutely amazing in the second. Now it feels like we can actually play a game of Siege. Storage and control for the third round. Once again, they go with the tuber route. This time it is Turd that will play it rather than Hoven. Hoven will jump onto the mute. Azuki with the fuse. And double drone setup as well from Yao and Seal with the Brava and Twitch respectively. Well, I brought up obviously the numbers for Hoven, number 1 rated play at this stage. Turd number 2, Reaps number 5, so 3 inside of the top 5 for Weibo. For Daystar at Souffle at 4, Pika at 6, and Seal at 7. They've got 3 in the top 7. No surprise, I guess, when these are the 2 best teams in the region that they have a large body of players within the top 10 rated. Interestingly, actually, to kind of round out the top 10, Speakeasy in 9th, but leaving poor old Gotti the only one not in the top 10 for Weibo. He's at 14. But after what we saw from Gotti, if you think back all the way to the ENC qualifiers, Guz, he, I think, dropped 0 and 8 after his announcement of joining Weibo. I thought, oh, might be a rough stage for him, but he's actually put on a pretty good show. Speakeasy gets the opening kill onto Yao. Daystar have been quite slow in their approach here on the tertiary site.
Yeah, Zuki using the cluster charge here to establish Vert through IT. And that will expose the storage position down below. Not that it is currently being vacated, though, by Weibo, who still have a pretty commanding presence up here on the second floor.
Yeah, 4 stack for the most part. I mean, they can push down blue stairs quickly.
Maybe not. If Pika is looking to maybe try and cut it. Pretty passive, though, from Pika outside, who did get called out for his passive play in the last round by Turd.
Yeah, funnily enough, Zuki does find an angle onto Reaps, and this is going to be intriguing because Gotti can get swung on, and he's dead. Yes, he will be dead. Shot in the back from Pika. Put too much trust in that Razor Bloom of Reaps. It didn't do enough. And Hoven by himself, ironically, the only one that's actually in sight. Weibo got cleared well and truly on that top floor by a wonderful set push from Daystar. 30 seconds, Hoven to see if he can play disruption. He cannot, and it's a 2-1 lead for Daystar.
Yeah, Daystar hit some really nice timings, splitting that hit on the top floor. I think that was ultimately a pretty wise decision. They didn't shy away from the fight and think, oh, there's 3-4 above, let's go down below, try and go for the plant win con. I think trying to exercise some control top floor was the right play. The execution was pretty good. They were patient. They didn't rush anything. And when they did make their move, it was as a team. Ultimately, they didn't need a high volume of trades, 3 versus 1. So the backup plan was really just that.
I mean, it was a 4v3, and the 3 of them basically got, what, 1 each pretty quickly. Makes it a 3v1. A tactical timeout rather early for Weibo Gaming. We saw Gohan's camera earlier before. And he calls an early one right now for Weibo. 3 rounds in, and Harambe is well, very close to that microphone. He's making sure that they hear him loud and clear.
That is some hard timeout.
I don't think Gohan is calling this timeout in a panic or in a worry or with overwhelming concerns. It's probably just a way to refresh things a little bit, keep them grounded, and look to finish strong in this half. Going into the bans as well, we get Kaid and Glaz as the respective bans. And the Glaz is an intriguing choice as it has not been played yet in the opening 3 rounds by Daystar. On the flip side, Kaid has been played in all 3 rounds. I mean, I kind of look at that as a win for Daystar. Even if the Glaz is a preemptive ban, it means that they've been winning rounds without it anyway. Yes, they don't have it as an option now. Whereas on the, Kaid has been used in 3 rounds. That's going to either force Weibo now to, pivot to Bandit if necessary on certain breach positions, or change it up completely, of which they will.
I mean, with both the Mirror and the Kaid banned out, and with Bandit being very volatile for IT, like, the ball's getting open. Good luck. You're not keeping that closed. And so we're going to actually see them pivot pretty significantly here, and we're going to see that key operator that we were anticipating previously, and that will be the Might in this round, who just in the last, 12 hours or however long it's been, has received a pretty significant buff. So for clarity,
a little longer than 12 hours.
However long it's been, not long. The charge update frequency has now been halved to 20 seconds. The total maximum charges is up from 6 to 7, and the reduced activation time of the magnet itself has been reduced 1 second, so from 1.5 down to 0.5. So you're getting them a lot more frequently. You can now deploy them and they activate a lot faster.
And he gets a Nitro Cell.
And then the Nitro Cell.
It's a lot at once.
It is.
When we saw it last night mid-series, I thought, geez, that's quite a lot. And interestingly, it was picked immediately. There was one of the players last night that had the proxy alarm on, and I
can't remember who, but yeah.
I was wondering if they hadn't updated the operator loadout.
They also get deployable shield as an alternate option as well.
Souffle realizing there was a mute jammer in the way, blocking his exothermic charge.
Yeah, just place it higher up. That's why keeping this wall closed is essentially impossible. Although I think he's still fiddling around with it. Okay. They start making that look a little bit more painful than it probably should have been. But either way, IT will now be opened up, courtesy of the Tin Can Open Up Nitro lineup. Oh, misses for Speakeasy.
No, Speakeasy, that was... Oh, no, back to back.
Come on, third try.
Nah. Give it up now. Well, that's not good. But it does mean he still has it for another go at another point.
He's going to go for it. Or maybe not. That player's too advanced now. That's Yao on the other side at the breach.
The one saving grace for Weibo here is probably the time. Interestingly, with no wall denial outside of the mute jump, it actually did take Daystar quite a while to really get that IT control. Pika does get the opening kill regardless onto Harvin. Jugger Payload's going to be called out onto Turd. Over towards Command. Grismont Mine thrown from Gotti. Into the final 60 seconds of the round. Another opening pick for Daystar. Just their second so far in this half. The Speakeasy still at least controls this electrical position. For the most part, it's pretty one-sided from Daystar. It's that IT and warehouse push. That's basically it for now.
Yeah, they'll be communicating an endpoint here and what they actually want to achieve. One Nitro up for Weibo, who don't really look like they're in the most comfortable of positions at the moment. The lack of the Azami here means that there's so little playable area.
Well, they do still have blue and electrical, so again, they should know full well where Daystar are pretty much coming from. Although it's a late little lurk here from Pika, pushing lobby late. 20 seconds of time now. It's going to be a bit of a rush, but Daystar have the extra player. They can just kind of barge their way into site. Red ping information as well over towards the site. Razor Bloom hits onto Seal. Red time we go. They are leaving it quite late, but a big pick onto Reed. Scotty falls too, but then there's Speakeasy in turn, and the time has completely expired. No kit in hand. In the end, the biggest demise for Daystar was that time control. Technical timeout call from Holven. We're tied at 2-2.
That was a pretty classic showcase, a pretty classic example of a team that hasn't quite got that extra couple of percentage points in a matchup like this where they get stalled out on attack. Like, it's a tale as old as time in this region where a team will set themselves up for success with a player advantage, mind you.
5v4, 50 seconds left. You've got IT opened up. Everything's there for you. There's no other utility you need to deal with. Go earlier.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the replay off screen. And
Me too. For 25
20
seconds, nothing has happened.
And they dumped that Zof utility, and they still had smokes up for Azuki, a couple of payloads. They had flashes. They had additional smokes they could have layered. None of it really happened. So there's a disconnect there. Somebody on the team has clearly made a call or not made a call either way, and the team is failing to react to that accordingly. It should be a pretty...
Oh, most people are, like, at this point here, most people are in a pretty much solid position as well. When you've got full warehouse, IT control, 4 are in the building.
And the lurk was successful on the other side.
Yeah, and then
so.
Yao was going to be pushing in anyway. He's just outside. I mean, I just don't know how they don't go a little bit sooner here.
To me, that is like as a set play that they would be seeing in scrims frequently, and it's just match day jitters, and they haven't been able to convert it on the day. That's, yeah, a rough one for Daystar.
I do wonder, though, immediate tech, is there anything that maybe a technical fault could have caused them to be a little slower? I mean,
it was called by
speculating.
Weibo. It's called by Weibo.
Oh, was it?
So, yeah, I think it was Holden.
My apologies then. Well, yeah, sorry, it was Weibo that did call it.
FPS bug. Which is a legitimate bug because I'm finding that I'm getting it. I haven't played the new patch yet, but...
Oh, so it's a legitimate bug because you're getting it, Michael. Wow. All right, well, let's go and have a look at a Hoven player spotlight during this technical timeout while we get him back into the server, funnily enough. So we'll go and have a look at some of his highlights, his stats. 72 kills so far this stage of APL, 150 EPS. I mentioned it before, guys. The best player in the region so far up to this point. And to be honest, so far tonight hasn't completely disappointed either. Still the 3 kills, matching the best for Weibo. They got a couple with 3. But he's had a fantastic stage so far to this point.
I mean, the remarkable thing about that stat line is that naturally Weibo have played... not significantly, but they have played less rounds than many teams, and yet he's still right up there as the top fragger in the region, and that's supported by a 1.16 KPR, which is genuinely insane.
There's only what, 3 players in Asia?
There's only 3 players above a 1.0. It's Hoven, Turd, and NICal, funnily enough, has been farming at this stage as well. Actually, NICal is slightly above, so he's at a 1.18, whereas Hoven 1.16, so splitting hairs, but... yeah, Hoven's been good. He got caught out in that last round on that Rafters hold, but fortunately for him, the rest of the team was able to stall out the remaining push there from Daystar.
Yeah, I mean, I think, but again, what makes this Weibo team so strong is it's not just Reaps and then Turd. Yeah, you got Holtman in the mix as well. I think Speakeasy is also someone that still can kind of have those wind the clock back 5 years moments where you're like, oh, that's the old Speakeasy where he pops off and gets a quad kill.
We don't talk about the Nitro cell in the last round.
We don't speak about that. It looks like everyone's back into the server. We get the ready ups and we can get underway. 2 more rounds required of this first half. But it speaks to the well-roundedness of the roster. I mean, everyone knows what Turd and Reaps are going to bring. Holven's stepped up to their level, clearly. Speakeasy is a very, very solid support player. And Gotti, I think, has just slotted in and he just plays his role, keeps his head down, gets to work. Gotti doesn't join this team with an expectation to make flashy highlight plays. Those positions are filled.
Yeah, it's going to take him naturally a little bit of time to sort of adjust to the systems of this team. And
it hasn't been bad.
He's been solid.
14th rated.
Yeah. 77% cost as well, so he's having meaningful and consistent impact inside of the server, which is what you want from his kind of role.
5 seconds left before insertion. Device placed. Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
So back in we go, 2-2 scoreline. We return to basement, successfully defended back in the second round by Weibo. Courtesy of an opening kill from Reaps on to Seal. They had 3 up at the remainder, at the conclusion rather, of that round. So it was pretty decisive, pretty dominant from them. They played trap heavy on that first attempt, and on the re-attempt, they alleviate some of that pressure. The Bandit comes in for the Kaid. They've introduced the Solace as well, so maybe looking to find a bit more info and cut down on the drone economy mid-round.
I mean, I don't know really what to make of Labs in this region. It's only been played 3 times. It is listed as attacker-sided in Asia for stage 1.
What are the results though?
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. I mean,
If you click it, it should expand. There could be some one-sided results skewing that.
yeah, I'm terrible with this thing. I'm like, oh, hang on. So, Daystar, yeah, so Daystar HL Torre very much ruined quite a lot of the statistics.
Yeah. Well, Souffle gets the opening kill though here in the 5th round. Reaps gets caught on that Solace.
In fact, all 3 of them were against HL Torre. Daystar, Psychic Company, and Fury. Oh, Reaps. Headshot, opening kill onto Pika. Daystar wanting to go with decent pace here in this 5th round on basement. Now, 1-for-1 trade, you lose the Solace, but you lose also now the Dockerby. Slightly nerfed a little bit last night, though.
A nerf, a rework, some calling it a buff. I think it's still to be untested. I think it was Jack maybe that called it a buff. I don't want to misquote, but I think that's what he said.
Called it a buff?
Well, because you can now multi-target.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't call it a buff.
You wouldn't?
No.
As a 1v1 aficionado.
Yeah, exactly. What does Jack know?
We love Jackie boy.
60 seconds remaining in this 5th round. Again, this is actually very eerily similar to the previous round for Daystar, where they just stalled themselves out. They wanted to go fast, they get met with a little bit of resistance, and then they just kind of fall back. Now the gas babes start to come out. They're struggling to get control of these stair positions. Reaps is going to pop his head up. And here, like, this is where you can cut him off on the cross back to Psychic
Get that
Cargo.
Nitro activated maybe for Weibo. But there's little incentive for Weibo to take big risk here. Still in a good position. Now 20 on the clock as Daystar fight for this cargo control.
Well, pushing down the stairs now is Yao. Not just solid in hand for Gotti. At this point, he can probably just hold it for any potential plant attempt if he does manage to stay alive. Another gas babe thrown out from Speakeasy. In fact, he still even had one with 10 seconds left. Gotti does fall, so that Nitrocell doesn't play into this round. Reaps fortunate to get that kill onto Seal with the first shot. No time for Souffle over to Storage. It's a 3-2 lead for Weibo. Again, Daystar struggling to manage the clock here on Labs. It's starting to cost them. 3 of the last 4 rounds go the way of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, I think to be fair, that one was probably less egregious than the top floor when they did have the advantage. They had a lot of util that they could have layered. That one there was certainly a much more challenging prospect. But again, I'm looking back at the replay. I'm seeing flashes up. I'm seeing frag grenades up. I'm seeing Zofia with almost a full belt of utility with 20 seconds on the clock. They're not exercising that utility effectively. They're not making plays. They're getting classic APL attack stalled out. I'm sure that would have been a focal point for them in the preparation for this matchup, is showing confidence and not being afraid and not shying away from a plan B, C, or even D on these attacks. And unfortunately, it seems to be plan A or bust. And I don't know if that's necessarily the case in that particular round, if Pika needs to play a critical role and he was down, and that kind of left them in an awkward position. But unfortunately for them, Weibo are the kind of team that are going to be super disciplined. We saw it in the last 30 seconds of that round where they held the Nitro, for instance. Their positioning against the Vert was spot on. Speakeasy was dispersing his gas babes really efficiently as well. They didn't put a foot wrong. And Daystar on these last couple of attacks are playing in a way where they need Weibo to make mistakes. And Weibo aren't going to make mistakes at a high enough frequency to get a match win.
Yeah, they might make 1 or 2.
You got to force the mistakes.
Yeah.
You got to build the pressure yourself and attack.
Yeah, onto the Monty. Interesting that this is the first time we will see shield play from Daystar in this half. Now, last time out on this side of Storage and Control, Weibo had the 4-1 split, and the 4 above just simply lost their gunfights to Daystar. Hoppen was the only one left alive in Storage.
Another stat as well to bring up for this head-to-head. I'm having a look at Weibo. They have an 88% round win rate after getting the opening kill. Daystar have just failed twice in a row to convert.
Perfect timing, because Hoppen just got the opening kill. It's been rare for them here on the first half of Labs. Just their third. They'll split at 3-3 with Daystar for this first half. And no Uzuki, so you lose the cluster charges of the fuse. Not ideal, but not the end of the world. And they do eventually get a trade back onto Gotzi after a small delay. Solid Snake Peak able to get rid of the Thorn. Back to 4 versus 4.
Reloading.
It's less investment though, top floor from Weibo. The structure's very different. They've got 2 on the first, turret below for Nitro.
They've given up on the top floor now altogether. And far more of an emphasis on this first floor, and as you mentioned, with turret down below inside a basement. Interestingly, though, on the Bandit, as Reeves just gets completely caught. Full warehouse control for Souffle. Even with Cam up and Speakeasy then falls to seal. Like, this is literally a repeat of exactly what happened last time in Storage Control. Identical. It's just 3 single isolated gunfights that Daystar win every single one of them. And then Weibo are left with a solo. That last round was in sight. This round now is basement. Turd does get at least 1 onto Yao. With that Nitrocell, kit will need to be reacquired. So that will be temporarily dropped.
Should be cut off pretty quickly here.
Souffle does grab that diffuser. 30 seconds. He'll go for the plant. Cut off Pika. As easiest kill of your life. Daystar will make it 3-3. Some little concerns for Weibo. They're losing far too many gunfights.
Yeah, I think just naturally that site and the way that Weibo are playing it. Oh, it is the halftime break. Let's go to the desk. I'll let them yap about it.
You can keep yapping, mate. You can keep yapping. Well done, everyone. Give him a nice clap. Well done, Michael. You really switched on there, mate.
Good.
Great stuff. We're so
So
proud of you.
eager to work today. I love that.
I have this theory that either he figured it out or Jake was like signing to him, shut up, give it back over. Yeah, correct. It's over. It's over. Look, I think that from all things that we've seen so far in this first half, it does feel as though Weibo have limped into this game a little bit, Nick. It doesn't feel like it's the same gusto we would have expected, but I don't think that that's going to change the end conversation.
I said that how they have 2 playstyles, right? Usually Weibo love to play the disruptive gameplay of getting open and kill and going for aggressive, confident plays. And I said they had that kind of secret playstyle where they bunker up and they play utility game. It feels like they started on that note of the util game, you know, banning out operators like the Maverick, playing Tubro, Kaid, forcing those operator bans later on. And it kind of worked and it kind of didn't. Daystar were quite good at getting to execute with 4 or 5 attackers alive. They got some rounds on the board. But then we saw a switch happen where Weibo, they stopped playing the game, literally hands off the mouse and keyboard, and Daystar were running out of time because they were trying to play perfect, not making mistakes anywhere. And that alone was a mistake because the timer became their biggest enemy, and it's how they lost 2 of their attacking rounds.
It's a bit disappointing, Dev, but alas, I'm kind of excited because it makes things even. It makes things kind of go back to a settled state.
Yeah. Sure, I mean, the way that you phrase it, they're like, oh, kind of disappointed Daystar did get caught off guard by Weibo letting the time run down. But yeah, like you said, it ends us in a 3-3, which is a very exciting prospect for Daystar. Of course, it is their map pick, so we would expect that they'd have a good look here. But coming into today, we all know that Weibo are by far the favored team. If Daystar take a map, that's like, oh, good for Daystar. If Daystar take the series, we're like, what?
Yeah.
That's crazy. We would expect this to be maybe one of the maps is close, but Weibo should win it. And Daystar have already put their best foot forward here. Like, they're up 2-1. They managed to close out from a 3-2 to an even half. Now they move on to defense. And the concern here is, what the hell do you ban if you're Daystar? Because you're going against Weibo. Pengu, they have so many potent attacking operators. You get rid of the Monty from Speakeasy, good, but you still are going to be met with so many other power ops that Weibo love to use.
I think the Monty ban is a non-negotiable. When you're up against Weibo, you gotta get Speakeasy off that operator. It's just way too powerful. And a lot of teams actually are opting for Glass as the second option. Turtle also love playing that particular operator. So they start trying to play around the executing again when the attackers get to the bomb site. That's where they want to make them weaker. Whereas if you ban operators like your Deimos and your Solid Snake, it's about fighting more for open and kill and slowing down the attackers earlier in the round, if you will. So very curious here for Daystar. They love playing the execute game themselves, and they know Weibo can also be good at that.
Whilst it seems like the first half has been somewhat of a game of forced errors, it's all about capitalizing on it. And right now, both teams are taking their opportunities when they're there. Heading into the second half with Weibo on attack. This one's going to be pretty important. Daystar need to set the pace here. And I think we all agree they must take Labs. Chalet up next, but the second half before that.
Yeah, thanks, gents, and apologies again for the interruption. I was just quite locked into what has been actually a pretty entertaining half of Siege thus far. Daystar putting up a good fight, and Weibo now on attack at an even kilter. If these two teams were more evenly matched, at least on paper, we'd maybe be a little concerned for Weibo, but we still have to temper expectations for now that Weibo will show good fight on attack. And as the guys on the desk were alluding to, they've got such a deep pool when it comes to attacking prowess that the ban phase, well, it isn't really going to phase them all too much. Speakeasy loses the Monty, the guys as well for Turd, but again, they have so much utility now that they can lean into. Zafira, of course, buff now. 6 pieces of util in total, and in combination with that Capital, we'll see how they look to shape up.
Yeah, 4 rounds as well to close the half that the opening kill wasn't converted. So a little bit of sloppiness from both teams when it's a 3-3 half. But I still feel like Daystar are now going on defense, especially if they show a really good start on command server and look pretty locked down defensively. I think they have a pretty good chance now actually here on Nighthaven Labs to win the first map. Not a guarantee, it never is against Weibo. Weibo's that kind of team. I know you say it all the time. What kind of Weibo, like, they control. They can absolutely have a night where they just...
Like, I'm so confident they could go 6-3 down here and still fight back to OT. Like, it's just Weibo.
And I'm confident they could go 6-3 up and also lose in OT, you know. Like, that's the problem. There's a bit of CAG about Weibo at times. Weibo do get the opening kill onto Pika.
Oh, good util. Great air jab. Should be a freebie.
Should be a freebie indeed, but Hoven just couldn't control that spray. Yao gets the headshot.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, indeed. And then Yao just crab walks into Turd.
Probably could have got the kill.
And then Turd stays a little too long fighting at the doorway. It's a bloodbath on the top floor of Labs, and it goes the way of Daystar.
This has been a very messy map so far, and it doesn't look like the second half and the roll swap is going to tell a different story just yet. Oh, another crab walk for Daystar. Gotti fails to capture that opportunity. Speakeasy will look to link up warehouse side and has util.
Does get a tag onto Souffle. Still time for Weibo. But right now for Daystar, it's just all about playing the site positions and forcing this duo to have to push in. Souffle's going to be careful of the flames. Taken down to 1 HP, forced back of command. That does give some space for Weibo to now make a move in clearing out some of these positions. Still an air jab as well for Gotti.
Speakeasy might be able to drone haul him, but I don't know if he has a read onto Souffle.
Goes for the flame instead, and Seal pushed out, gets the headshot. Gotti's air jab hasn't really done much at the moment, but he does get a headshot onto Souffle, or the kill, I should say.
Oh, he knows where they are. He's worked this out. It's about breaking the cross.
The cross, though, is not easy to break. One electrical, F.Mind blocking the doorway, pushing out of IT. Might force him to have to go the other way. Indeed, into command he goes. Razor Plume, though. One poison or the other. He still thinks he's behind the bomb chassis and he's got the right read, but Seal has got the right shot. Daystar take the lead. Back-to-back rounds. One to close the half and now one to start the half. Their sloppiness continues to creep into the game of Weibo. It's also 5 straight rounds. The opening kill has not mattered so far here on Labs.
Again, I still feel a little bit conflicted in categorizing this as worrisome for Weibo just yet, but certainly promising for Daystar, having some good moments in that round. Yao with a phenomenal pick there. The crab walk was certainly questionable, and he would have actually had the jump on Turd, funnily enough, but the rest of the team cleaned up. They had an advantage. Seal did a phenomenal job on that chassis and keeping Souffle alive for a little while longer, and it left Gotti in a very, very difficult to break cross at the end there. So good work on the top
not his
floor.
role either, really, on the team to be that sort of clincher, the clutch man, 1v2. That's where you want your Reaps or your Turd or even your Hoven. And credit to Daystar too, because it got to a point in that 5th round where Weibo had actually found a little bit of that momentum. 3 or 4 rounds is quite significant. And since then, they've just gone bang, bang. Now they've retaken the lead, up 4-3. Is their map pick, emphasis on them certainly to win Nighthaven Labs. I think Chalet's going to be a struggle, but I mean, who knows? To be honest, even statistically looking at Nighthaven Labs, it really is quite favorable for Weibo historically.
Gotti's only won a single 1vx.
This stage?
Yeah, over the last, over this year so far. point of comparison, the highest, Turd with 10.
Again, I think, yeah, it's different roles, different expectations. He's not going to be adding to that number in this round. Is he
I'm not quite worried just yet, Jake, but we're getting closer towards it.
Basement slide here in the 8th round and a perfect start for Daystar. While Basement on Labs is not the kind of site where you would fall back, play 5-stack, you will still contest, and with that, it does give an opening. Weibo find the next kill pack, at least through Speak Easy. A deal with Pika. And a drone out onto Souffle as they fight back now in this 8th round. They know full well Weibo's not the kind of team that's stupid. They know this is a bit of a tricky situation here on Labs. They need to be cautious, and Daystar are playing their A game. And Souffle gets caught on the vault over. The timing is impeccable if you're Souffle. That must be so frustrating.
And with that, Weibo have regained an advantage in the round. Still presence though on this first floor. Azuki and Yao will be eager to chip away at drones or maybe find a pick and peel. Very much easier said than done with both the Deimos and the Snake up. There's no shortage of information for Weibo, and they really shouldn't be getting caught out, especially with additional drones also available.
Oh, spotted 2 here as well over towards Cargo. 2 for 1 really could have been just the 1 spotted.
My location is clear.
Weibo's definitely been better with their time management in this series as well. Rapes actually gets the kill onto Seal.
Good catch.
Hang on a second. Double from Azuki and Yao. I do still have 2 gas babes with Azuki.
Oh, and Weibo have double committed to the drop here, Animus, which means that the smoke's going to be really effective. They might be able to wait it out, though.
Turd taken down very low. They avoid the Nitrocell.
Turd's trying to rotate. This is ambitious.
40 seconds.
I mean, it's the right call, but there's he's made it work.
Oh, they've got a big drone here. That's what they want to try and play off. Yellow ping information onto Yao. They've got 30 seconds, as you said, that there is enough time they can play off the ping intel. That drone inside of assembly has got Yao dead to rights. If Turd can get there quick enough, Azuki falls. Where's that yellow ping? Yao's the final one left, 15 seconds. But if Hoven does die, then Turd has to get back to site quickly. Hoven just ends up getting the kill anyway.
Fair play.
Fair play.
That was a really good drone. And Turd with the smart rotate. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a player trying to exit Animus in that fashion. Highly unusual, but just really good read on the situation.
But by the time he got there was 15 seconds left. If Hoven dies, that could have been a very intriguing end to the round.
I think I still would have backed him in. That drone position had really good live info there. So it would have been still tough for Daystar to win out. Ultimately, they don't. Weibo able to tie the scoreline and recover from another early round that was particularly unfavorable, but they're finding a way to win them out.
Well, this streak is getting ridiculous now for the opening kills. I mean, it's just red. From round 3 to 8, not a single opening pick has been converted. Usually it's the opposite. Last night was a good example. Yeah. We were sitting at like a 90% win rate across both of the matches that were played. For the league average, it's around 70%. Right now, we've gone from 2 out of 8. That is a very, very strange game that's developing. And 2 ways to kind of look at it. Both teams either have the capability, of course, of bringing back 4v5s on a rather consistent basis, or both teams are just struggling to really convert advantages. Maybe it's a bit of both. Probably is.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Storage control for the 9th round to see who can eke out to a 5th round first. Well, it's proving quite difficult to actually gain ascendancy. I mean, so Weibo win 2 in a row rounds 4-5. Daystar win 2 in a row rounds 6 and 7. And now Weibo win round 8.
So the mirror in play for the IT breach. Seal close by with the Nitro to maybe try and find value. Weibo will be clued in though and cautious on their approach. And with the mirror spotted close, Hoven will progress carefully. Oh, but he still gets caught. Got he. It was a great drone and a read from Weibo, but the play off the back of it was not ideal. despite the flash dump, Seal was still able to net the opening kill and find the only primary hard breach.
Yeah, I mean, that's rough again for Weibo if there is solos to be taken. Those opening picks have not been turning into round wins. Let's see what can happen.
Well, there is a solace to be taken, but...
Well, he's on that first floor. I don't think Weibo are going to find him just yet. In fact, it may go the other way. He may find them. From below inside a lounge, Souffle watches this, but to be fair, Turd seems like he's got the read. Turd's got an idea, draws out the shots from Souffle. Turd doesn't overcommit, and that keeps himself alive. And Speakeasy hits the headshot onto Seal. He had one of the 2 remaining Nitro cells. Good Blackbeard play from Speakeasy. Pika has to just play the blue stairs. He kept pushing. I don't think Pika was ready for that. Yao was fortunately there for the trade as they double stacked over towards blue. But what this means now is Weibo with a minute have got Sledge and Ram to do what they please on that top floor.
Yeah, Daystar are quite vulnerable to the vert. They'll have to try and escape sight and play the horizontal. That now leaves them vulnerable to maybe some of the preset info available here to Weibo. They've been able to, of course, access those defender cams. You can see Gotti flicking that currently.
Well, Zuki needs to stay alive. That Nitro cell's very important if they do go for a storage plan.
Yeah, he'll go below. Okay, he commits.
Yep, smart play. Interestingly, they could also double stack below if they want with the Solas. At the moment, Souffle will stay lounge. But if they were to double stack, it puts a lot of emphasis really on that Solas to get the intel as to where this kit's going. Because right now, Weibo to me look like they're shaping almost control side. In fact, yes, it will be a control side plant from Hoven. Azuki down below. Has he got the read? Has he got the right positioning? 10 seconds left into the round. Souffle does connect on the Reaps. Nitro Cell thrown up, and it doesn't even need to connect. All the shots land for Daystar.
Wow. That was one of the better rounds that we have seen from Daystar so far. Really deserving of the round win. They kicked it off with a nice Nitro over towards the IT breach, and then they've problem solved the end round there nicely. They had the threat of the Nitro down below. Weibo identified that and were trying their best to counteract it, but it meant that it allowed the others from Daystar to actually pounce on Weibo, found a good window of opportunity to net those kills, and ultimately the Nitro was not actually required to net the physical kills.
I think it was on though.
Oh, it would have been on.
Yeah.
And ultimately it was the pressure from down below that helped them get the kills. So.
And ultimately, we are now going back to the top floor, which is going to prove to be quite difficult for Weibo. Don't get it twisted. There's a real challenge in this Asia region. It's not just that Daystar are the second best team. They may be, yes, but they are challenging Weibo in this upper bracket final.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I think the gap continues to close. It keeps shrinking stage by stage between these two teams. Daystar just keep catching up. Now up 5-4 here on Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, the back and forth continues. Top floor successful last time out for Daystar, despite not winning the opening kill. Still getting a 3K on that initial attempt. Weibo will be looking to sharpen up here. Important to, of course, note that they have already used their tactical timeout.
It's a strange game.
Daystar still have theirs, right?
They do.
Okay, that could be quite notable. I imagine here, if Daystar are going to lose this round, it would probably be a case into the breakpoint of calling out.
Only one multi-kill round, only one plant, and only 3 opening kills converted. It's a barren match of Siege in terms of our
weird one, yeah.
tracker.
Reloading, cover me.
Looking at some of the changes in this round for Weibo specifically on their attack heading into command server. So they drop the IQ, they drop the Sophia, and they drop the Nomad. They bring Lion, Deimos, and Twitch instead, keeping the Ace and the Capital. So a pretty significant change up in this 10th round, attempting again to attack into this top floor. On the flip side, it's a straight 1-for-1 if you're Daystar. It's just the 2-brow dropped for the Jaeger. Jaeger, of course, receiving some buffs over last night as well. In fact, I'm almost anticipating we're going to see a lot of Jaeger with my combo once again.
Could be util meta 2.0. It probably won't be as extreme.
If you have Jaeger with my, throw in the Denari. Talk about util meta that you
maybe
can
an
deny.
Aruni as well.
Yeah, throw in the Aruni. Why not? At that point, you just don't even throw anything. It's not worth it.
So you just bring the Zofia and you can spam out 6 projectiles.
Well, they don't bring the Zofia this round. 90 seconds, halfway through this 10th round. Probably the slowest pace round that we've seen from Weibo so far in this second half. Hoven trying to do some work from this first floor on the Deimos. Death Tracker onto Azuki playing electrical. There are no...
Oh.
Well, I was going to say, there's not many rounds in which we've seen Weibo pick up an opening kill.
Uh-oh.
But they needed that one, and they are able to get it. Pika forcing the fight towards electrical.
Oh, the catch is really screwing Speakeasy, but he still gets the kill.
Well, I think Pika tried to time him on the utility usage of the Capitao. Speakeasy was able to get his gun back up in time to get that kill. They do lose Turd. Turd's been very quiet this game. He's been well managed by Daystar. He's only 4-8. Final line scan from Gotti, 30 seconds. Daystar, if they can hold on and win this round, it's going to be very brutal for Weibo. It's the Razor Bloom onto Reaps.
Speakeasy has no util to layer here. He needs to just fight his way in with a one.
Well, no one's really got much. There is a frag grenade for Hoven, and he does still have a drone in pocket. 20 seconds, that's it.
Oh,
Still a Nitrocell for Yao as well, over towards Warehouse. That was a Razor Bloom thrown to the feet from Souffle. Yao stuck though. He hasn't actually got into a position to use his Nitrocell. That's been a bit of a short-sighted moment from Daystar. Speakeasy will fall, but the plant will be successful. Yao comes in late. He was too preoccupied towards Rafters to use this Nitro. Gets on the kit, will go for the counter defuse. It's an easy swing for Hoven. We are tied at 5-5. I feel like I've said that quite a few times over the last 24 hours. We've had some close maps.
Yeah, that was really good from Speakeasy. Not only the duel over towards electrical, but then backing himself in to get to the plant position with an attack starved of utility, and then he shot out the Razor Bloom.
But imagine if that was a Nitrocell thrown at him instead.
Yeah, he would have been in strife. But unfortunately, the Nitro was isolated, and Yao couldn't fight against the IT breach.
Well, you were right about the tactical timeout being called for Daystar. Immediately, Harambe will respond and talk to the troops. Heading into that breakpoint round, they lose top floor. That, to me, that round right there on that site does feel like it has kind of come out of... for me, it surprised me a little bit. The game was shaping up to be in Daystar's favor. 3 of the last 4 rounds. You kind of look at the opening kill advantages. They had 4 of the last 6 for Daystar. Surprisingly, the game was starting to get in their control, especially after they won the tertiary side of storage and control. For them to then lose top floor, it does then bring it back slightly for Weibo.
An interesting side stat for these two as we find ourselves sort of in the midst of what's classified as the closing stretch. So rounds 10 through to 12. Weibo have a 71% win rate through 10 to 12. Daystar on the other side have a 77% win rate, so at least so far up until this point doing a slightly better job in closing out games.
Well, I mean, Weibo, I would imagine, close out games far more often, though. So Weibo's stat, for me, the way I would kind of look at it, to dive deeper,
they might not be getting to that
they're not getting, exactly, they're not getting there often. So when they do get there, they're playing better teams for the most part, and better teams, therefore, are going to bring their percentages down. 67% for basement, attack and defense. That leaves us in a pickle because it's 5-5. You mean to tell me it's going to be an even round?
No, you can't have draws anymore, so.
Area safe. Drone up.
It's going to be top down from Weibo, leveraging the info from Turd and Reaps. Gotti can worry about IT if it is to be reinforced, and then Hoven can establish Vert with the Ram. Looking across the positions from Daystar, it's a 2-2-1 split, investing the Clash up above initially here for Souffle, who's quietly worked his way up to 12 kills in this map. Seal below and storage susceptible to Reaps. Seemingly unaware. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. Oh no. Oh my god, Reaps, the reaction, the headshot. Clinical, then onto Yao as well. Looking for the response. Reaps hasn't really been at his ultra best so far tonight, maybe even this stage, but you see the glimpses, it's still there. Well, Daystar haven't been in this predicament too often in this match. Finding themselves down 2 players, and on a basement site that's difficult to fall back to. There's not a lot of safety for them. They almost have to push forward into the fire. But Peak is forced to drop, and rightfully so. It leaves Souffle at the top of cargo stairs.
I think if you're Souffle, you have to make a do-or-die play here. There's no point going back to site. You're susceptible to the
Shield down, SMG
make
up.
A play. Make a play. Since the Blackbeard should be favored.
Getting a bit of help as well from Pika. This is a 2-on-1, but flashbang comes in. This might be what Weibo wants, to just try and corral them towards cargo.
I'll speak easy. We'll just sit there and bait, and the rest of the team will work site.
No.
But maybe that won't be successful.
Turd is really struggling in this match. 4 and 9. Not often that he finds himself with those sort of numbers. Second highest rated player, and that's a freebie onto Reaps. Pika just able to lurk down the hallway. He might get another one as well, but it's the Blackbeard to speak easy. Surely they didn't think he went back down cargo.
I'll speak easy, left a gap
And
there.
now he's gone up top floor. I mean, Pika, you said Souffle's the one that maybe needs to make the play. Pika's the one that's gone and done it. He's just moving around the map. They're playing a game of cat and mouse, and Azuki on site has found 2 kills from the site position. Weibo have squandered a 5 versus 3 advantage. Zuki with 3. Pika comes back to help. Daystar absolutely tear Weibo apart. Map point here on Nighthaven Labs. Down 3 versus 5.
They turned it up big time in that round. It was on somebody, and I thought it was going to be Souffle to make a hero play in that round, but it was Pika to find that opportunity. Cargo side, I think Speakeasy got distracted or called to move elsewhere, and without that stairway being monitored, it allowed him to sneak up, and Reaps gets shot, and it's probably like, hello?
That moment that you've got off screen, which we'll probably see in the replay. 3 versus 5, and there was a 1v1 Turd versus Azuki. If Turd doesn't lose that battle, and he wins it, that's site control, that's 5v2, that's probably the round. That kill from Azuki had a huge ripple effect in the round, and we'll see if that ripple effect extends to the series. 6-5. First and only map point in regulation. Can Daystar close it out? They go back to the top floor. It's command server. What have they learned from that 10th round loss?
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, tension rising inside of the server. This is the map pick of Daystar, and we are expecting, barring a catastrophe, for Weibo to bounce back, and significantly so on the second map, but it's still the kind of position we didn't quite expect. Yes, it is 1v2, but the gap between these 2 rosters was expected to be quite a gulf. We probably expected a Weibo 2-0, but at this point in time, Daystar making a strong case that a third map will be required.
Interesting, they bring the Azami, and I say only interesting because they haven't actually brought the Azami at all in this half. For an operator that's typically either banned out or played quite extensively on Nighthaven Labs.
I didn't really see any play in the first half, interestingly, either.
It was banned in the first half, wasn't it? Yeah, it was.
Ah, well, that would be why.
You weren't wrong. But yes, very strong in this Rafters position. They dropped the Thorn. They also have dropped the Denari and the Fenrir. So a big change up for Daystar on this return to the top floor. Essentially, the Jaeger and the Wamai are the only 2 operators they've kept the same.
Yeah, the double catch here is going to be interesting. It certainly caught out Speakeasy with his util usage in the last round, and he plays a similar-ish role with the Grim this time as opposed to the Capital.
Pika's in basement at the moment.
Maybe some C4 maxing this round for Daystar.
Yeah, a little bit. They got 3 of them.
I love this position in particular, electrical, but elsewhere it's Hoven to find the first. Actually finding Pika, went for the hunt, and Pika got caught out.
With the way that this match has gone, though, I don't think that opening kill is going to have huge repercussions. Daystar is still well in this game. There you go. Speakeasy falls. The Grim goes down. Azuki wins that 1v1 over towards Connector. Low on health, expecting now maybe reinforcements for the troops to arrive. He's having to play two different positions. Turd finally wins a battle. Feels like it's been a while since we've seen that in the top right kill feed. Azuki will stay tucked in. Good clear though again from Turd. Switched on in this map point round. Souffle gets rid of Reaps, and Souffle and Seal are a dangerous and dynamic duo. Don't count them out just because they're down a player. 40 seconds, but they're still in winnable positions. And Nitrocell, command and IT control. The shock drone to come through to get some more information for Turd. Does still have a smoke that can maybe aid the push into site. Gotti falls, and it's a 2v2, 30 seconds.
And the Nitro, it could be key here. It makes it difficult for Weibo to commit.
Might not be needed because Souffle just shits all over them. Doesn't need that Nitrocell. Daystar will take the opening map of this upper bracket final against Weibo. The challengers taking it up to the Kings of the Asia region. And it's up to now Said King to respond in map 2.
สวัสดีครับผมชื่อนายพัทรนายผลทรัพย์ชื่อในเกมชื่อเลเบลินครับตอนนี้เล่นให้กับโฟลี่ครับผมก็ตั้งแต่ผมเกิดขึ้นมานะครับพ่อกับแม่ผมเนี่ยเขาเปิดร้านเกมแล้วผมเนี่ยก็อยู่กับร้านเกมอยู่กับเกมมาตั้งแต่เด็กนี้พอผมโตขึ้นผมก็เล่นเกมไปเรื่อยๆเพราะว่าบ้านผมเปิดร้านเกมผมเป็นคนที่ชอบเล่นเกมยิงปืนอยู่แล้วนะครับแล้วทีนี้พอเล่นไปปุ๊บก็มีคนมาชวนเข้าทีมนั่นก็เลยเป็นจุดเริ่มต้นแห่งการเป็นนักแข่งก็ตอนนั้นตอนที่ผมผมเปิดร้านเกมนะครับเกมแรกที่ผมเล่นแล้วรู้สึกสนุกเลยก็คือเกม PB Point Blank อะไรเงี้ยเป็นเกมแรกที่ผมได้มีการแข่งขันจริงๆแล้วผมก็เล่นทุกเกมครับไม่เกี่ยวว่าจะต้องเป็นเกมยิงปืนแต่ว่าถ้าส่วนตัวแล้วก็ชอบที่จะเล่นเกมยิงปืนมากกว่าเพราะถ้าเกิดว่าพ่อกับแม่ไม่ได้เปิดร้านเกมนี้ผมอาจจะไม่ได้เป็นนักแข่งหรือว่าอาจจะไม่ได้เล่นเกมอย่างที่ทุกวันนี้เล่นครับเหมือนว่าตอนนั้นผมดูแข่งแล้วผมเห็นมีนักแข่งเล่นแล้วเห็นรู้สึกว่าเขาเท่ดีแล้วเขาตะโกนเขาเท่เขาไปแข่งเป็นทีมอะไรอย่างนี้มีชนะมีชูถ้วยทำให้ผมรู้สึกว่าถ้าผมเป็นนักแข่งเนี่ยผมก็คงอยากจะถือถ้วยอยากจะชนะอะไรอย่างนี้บ้างเป็นโมเมนต์ที่ดีก็เวลาที่ผมแข่งแล้วก็รู้สึกสนุกแล้วก็จริงจังไปกับมันส่วนตัวผมเป็นคนชอบตะโกนอยู่แล้วก็เลยเวลาแข่งก็รู้สึกสนุกดีถึงแม้ว่าเวลาแพ้จะเสียใจจะมีร้องไห้บ้างอะไรอย่างนี้แต่ก็สนุกดีที่ได้การเป็นนักแข่งครับก็ถ้าเมื่อก่อนก็จะการแข่งเกมก็อาจจะมีการรายการค่อนข้างเยอะอะไรอย่างนี้แต่ว่าเดี๋ยวนี้ประเทศไทยไม่ค่อนข้างที่จะไม่ค่อยเยอะเหมือนเมื่อก่อนแล้วเมื่อตอนที่ผมเล่นเป็นนักแข่ง CSGO นะครับมีเพื่อนมาชวนให้ผมไปลองเล่นRainbow Six ดูแล้วพอผมไปเล่นแล้วก็รู้สึกว่าสนุกกับมันแล้วก็พอผมเลิกเป็นนักแข่งของ CSGO แล้วก็ไปเล่นกดแรงที่ Rainbow Six แล้วก็มีคนมาชวนเข้าทีมผมก็เลยนั่นก็เป็นจุดเริ่มต้นที่ทำให้ผมได้เริ่มต้นรู้จัก Rainbow Six แน่นอนครับผมก็ยังสนุกกับการแข่งขันของเกมอยู่ถึงแม้ว่าผมจะอายุเยอะขึ้นแต่ก็คิดว่าก็คงจะแข่งเกมไปเรื่อยๆจนกว่าจะรู้สึกว่าไม่ไหวแล้วก็พ่อกับแม่ผมก็คอยซัพพอร์ตอยู่ตลอดไม่ว่าจะยังไงแล้วก็ล่าสุดก็ที่ปารีสก็มีการซื้อตั๋วให้แม่กับป้าไปเชียร์ที่ปารีสผมรู้สึกว่าก็ดีกันที่พ่อกับแม่ซัพพอร์ตก็รู้สึกว่าชีวิตหนึ่งมีครั้งเดียวก็อยากให้พ่อกับแม่เห็นในความสำเร็จของเราที่ได้มาเป็นนักแข่งได้มาแข่งในต่างประเทศอะไรอย่างนี้ถึงแม้จะไม่ชนะแต่ว่าการที่พ่อกับแม่มาดูเราแข่งก็เป็นสิ่งที่ครั้งหนึ่งในชีวิตต้องมีก็ครอบครัวก็รู้สึกดีถึงแม้ที่ผมเป็นนักแข่งแล้วพอผมชนะได้ไปแข่งนี้เขาก็รู้สึกว่าดีใจจริงที่มีลูกไปนำชื่อเสียงให้กับพ่อกับแม่อะไรอย่างเงี้ยก็ขอบคุณพ่อกับแม่นะครับที่คอยดูตามเชียร์รวมถึงป้านะครับก็ทุกๆคนที่เชียร์ผมก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ทุกๆปีจนกว่าจะเลิกแข่งจะทำให้พ่อกับแม่เพียงนั้นนะครับรักพ่อกับแม่ครับ
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the coach, breaking it right to the door. They try to tell me
I don't think a single soul could have predicted what we just witnessed. Daystar take the first map in the series against a very strong Weibo at this point. I feel as though, Dev, Weibo were coming into this as probably, I would say, my number one team in all of APAC.
You think that they're better than Chiefs, EP,
I
CAG?
think
Oh,
Weibo
okay.
clear, CAG, Chiefs, EP.
I think that's a hot take, but
Sure.
not the hottest. I think you're onto something here. I think you've clued into what a lot of people are thinking right now
Yep.
about how good Weibo are relative to the league. I'll back you up and I'll say, I think relative to their sub-region, Weibo have looked like the most ahead.
Sure.
No more than EP or Chiefs or CAG. And yet Daystar has taken the first map. That is an upset. Of course, it's not too much of a surprise yet. We know these teams do tend to go reasonably deep when they play each other. Daystar
Always.
are clearly the second best team, if not the best team, in Asia
Yep.
right now. Can they go
Okay.
deeper than that, though? Something that really sticks out to me is what you were talking about during that game, Nick. You said, I think, at 6-5, you were like, Daystar should have won this 4 rounds ago.
Yeah, they should have won a round ago at least of that, like 7-5, 7-4 kind of scoreline, right? Or 7-4, yeah? Because they had a Wamai C4 and a 3v3 that should have gone out.
Yeah.
It, denies the plan, 3v2, they win from there or not. Regardless, they bottled that round, and I thought the pressure got to them. That's going to be it, the Weibo Classic comeback, but no. And the reason how this played out is Daystar did two things really well. On tertiary bomb side, they recognized that they should play the Blackbeard from Speakeasy. That's going to be the win condition. They play impacts, they play C4s, early aggression, shut them down, boom. Then they play top floor, much more utility heavy. Guess what? They play Wamai Jaeger. They deny the Capital. They counter them again. So Daystar are actually just predicting what kind of power-ups that Weibo can be bringing and going for a counterplay. That plus Gotti dying as the first member twice just on the attacking side alone, that is super unusual. So Weibo are on super unfamiliar territory. They were in a spot for the majority of that game that they had never been in for the entirety of the stage.
it's bizarre to me that we've seen okay, bizarre isn't the right word, because we do expect strong performances out of Daystar. We know that they're a strong team, but I think Guz put it really well going into the second half, Dev. It was messy. Like, it was a messy first half, and that only replicated, maybe even compounded a little in the second.
Sure. Yeah, I think that Weibo are a great team at dealing with individuals who are going crazy aggressive, right? When teams are trying to cheese stuff. But they're also really good at understanding when teams really telegraph their pushes. I feel like we see that from teams like Orchid and Soul's Heart. Teams that have become more predictable. I think Weibo, they have such a deep understanding of the game that they know how to counter that once they read you. I feel like Daystar are this interesting in-between where they have some preset plans, but they also are so chill at thriving in the chaos. And I think, in particular, we've talked a lot about...
the last round.
Well, yeah, you could use the last round as an example. Daystar won defense.
Last round, they had a 3v3. They had a C4, right? We're thinking it's going to be about the C4. I think Jake called in the cast. It's going to be the C4 Mama's going to change the game. No, he just swings out and takes the fight. He throws a curveball to Weibo in the chaos.
I think that's the important thing when you're going up against a team that really loves to play executes. Not only you're banning out the Monty and the Glaz, you're banning out some of those execute ops, you're taking the fight to them early and clearly hitting them where it hurts. As you said, Gotti dying twice early, that is the opposite to the reason of why we picked him.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that we're seeing an imbalance right now that doesn't seem to be righting itself. APL, man, heading into Chalet, what do Weibo have to do to turn this series around? Unfortunately, we don't have time for that. We are ready with this matchup. It is Daystar 1-0 up in the series, and Weibo are on the ropes, but a wounded beast is still a goddamn beast, and Weibo should never be confused with anything but. Let's get underway with Chalet.
And APL, man, it is a huge second map coming up for Daystar, an opportunity to claim that top spot going into the grand final. And for Weibo, looking at redemption. Guz, though, a map, of course, that they picked, but alas, one they've never lost on, so they should feel very comfortable coming into Chalet. And I say never, never this year. I'm sure they've lost it at some point in the last 10 years.
In the last decade. I'm sure it has happened. Well, we'll see if Daystar can turn that trend on its head. It's going to be a tricky one, though, as the bands do roll through Denari and Thorn. Snake and Glaz, looking at this from more of a perspective of Weibo, defensively, they'll typically have the Castle and the Mirror band against them, Malusi, Thorn, and the Azami also at a similar frequency. So the Denari is a slight point of difference there. We'll see how much of an impact it does end up having in this matchup.
Yeah, I think Daystar, the benefit of winning Nighthaven Labs is they get to come into Chalet getting to play that free punch, no real stress, no expectation really on them to have to win this. And Consulate is going to be a different beast altogether. Chalet, of course, really is going to be the primary map for Weibo. When you go to Consulate, well, I mentioned Weibo have not lost this map this year. Well, Daystar have actually not lost Consulate this year. And Weibo have a 3-2 record on it. It's their 7th map preference. I think that's really going to be the goal for Daystar, which is just get to Consulate. So by winning Labs, you've done that. Job done. You didn't have to now do the impossible here on Chalet. This is just a freebie. I know we was kind of sitting when the guys on the desk were kind of talking, you know, they're breaking it down and talking about all these cool things, and we're just kind of looking at each other. This is probably going to be like 7-2, 7-3 to Weibo. If we're going to be completely honest and candid, I think that's the way we frame it. Now, whether that happens or not, well, remains to be seen. Bedroom office for the opening round.
Daystar definitely suffered back on Labs with some of their time management on attack, so that's something that I'll be looking at here on Chalet. If that's something that has been tidied up. Definitely cannot be critical, though, of their general gunplay, their clutch ability across the board, and ultimately some of the teamwork they were able to show, particularly defensively. Unfortunately for them, though, round one off to a poor start. Reap's aggressive in bar stock. He nets the first kill, takes away the buck. And so Yao will need to sit on drones for the remainder of this opening round. Turd now getting in on the action library stairs side. He's likely undetected. It's sealed close by in mud. and a freebie for Turd. So a poor start here from Daystar, and
well, it doesn't really...
It's not really too much of a surprise.
No, it doesn't bode well for the way we kind of phrased or framed this particular map. If you're Daystar, I mean, you want to be competitive at the very least. Yeah, you don't have to win this map. Clearly, you won Ninehaven Labs fair and square, and Consulate looks like it'll be actually a pretty decent battleground to set these two up for the potential grand final. A reminder, by the way, of course, for Asia having now only the one slot, as Speakeasy gets the freest kill on Souffle. With that slot being only for a single team, this upper bracket final doesn't quite have the same ramifications as the Oceania upper bracket final last night. This is not a qualification game, or an elimination game for that matter.
It's potentially and most likely a precursor for said qual/elim game, the grand final.
It's very likely the preview for the actual grand final is where we get the opening round. And so far, preview going to script. I think this is good. Daystar showing that competitiveness on Ninehaven Labs. I think Weibo will answer back here on Chalet, and Consulate will be quite an appetizer. You do want to win this, though. You don't want to mess around in that lower bracket. Soul's Heart, Orchid, two good teams. Who knows on the given day?
And you can hide more of your pool, etc. So there's zero incentive to be going into this match with a 50% effort, right? This is a lock yourself in the grand final, no questions asked sort of performance. And well, Daystar were able to show that on map number 1, but given probably the deficit in map pool depth for these two, and Daystar, I'm sure as they played out the veto, would have been well and truly conscious and aware that Chalet was going to be a 1% chance at best. Would have their eyes set on Consulate, and so in terms of this map, it's really just about not crushing too much confidence heading into the third, right? They just need to go in, try and have some fun. If they can get a few rounds here or there, if they can just ensure that their comms are tidy and their mechanics are sharp, that's the main takeaway. Anything beyond that would be a huge bonus.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Hey, going back to Ninehaven Labs in terms of some of the numbers very quickly, but Souffle was outstanding, really. 15 and 5, 2 entry, no deaths, 75% constant, a 1.25 KPR. The only player that was above 1 in that metric. Got a plant as well. Had the highest survivability rate as well, 58%. Kitchen Dining leaves us in the second round, kind of where we left off in the first round. Heavy focus on this top floor. Defending around bedroom and office, extension towards piano. The way the Daystar are currently set on the triple stack rappel outside of Solar, it looks like it will be that top-down clear as the focus. They do have Pika, that's also on a library side lurk. So decent map presence on the attack for Daystar.
Let's see how you
Turn under pressure. Didn't have the best of performances back on Labs, and so this is a good confidence building potential exercise for him. As Daystar look to continually chip away at utility, but I'm still seeing key parts still standing. This shield, notably in piano, will give Reaps a solid opportunity to hold this cross through sight. A position that Daystar likely do want to clear. Oh, he's just too clued in.
Yeah, I mean, he completely knows that for a while you're going to get the jump in once you make contact with the bathroom player. Quick turn, really well played, sharp from Reaps, and flawless from Weibo. Probably more signs of things to come.
Are we still expecting the set? What scoreline are we? I mean, I know I said 7-2-ish.
Yeah, you said 7-2. I said 7-2, 7-3. I think starting defense helps as well.
Yeah,
for that sort of little guess at the numbers. Yeah, bar games now for the third round. Also, the fact that they've won the first 2 rounds, 4 alive, 5 alive. Double opening kill start. Every single thing that could go right to begin here on Chalet has gone in that direction. We came into this match expecting this, and we're getting it. Things can change well and truly, and it can change quickly, but it will probably need to change quickly if you're Daystar. And it's not like Daystar come into this game, by the way. Yeah, well, the way that we phrase this, it's not like they walk in and think, oh, well, let's just lose quickly and then go to Consulate. Like, you still got to try. Like, you still would rather win here on Chalet. It's not like Daystar aren't trying. It clearly just shows the level
mismatch.
of readability that Weibo have on this map. Like, this is just a map diff, really.
And a pool diff, ultimately, really, when you narrow it down. It's not a... To be clear, this isn't a case of Daystar just completely screwed the veto and if, for whatever reason, left up Chalet like it's the one and only map that Weibo are dominant on. There's plenty of others. It's more so a reflection of just how limited the pool is comparatively. That's not to say that Daystar have a terrible pool by any means, but Weibo have a lot of depth that it's very difficult to match them on such a large pool that we now have.
I mean, back in the final play day when these two teams played each other on Bank, that actually was one of the perma bans for Weibo, and yet they still won.
Yeah.
Turd gets the opening kill onto Azuki. Gets rid of the Nomad nice and early. Gotti will forfeit his position of top library, drop down the hatch. So Daystar do technically clear it out. They've still got to contend with the mezzanine position held by Hoven. It doesn't help as well when you kind of look at the first 3 rounds. Weibo opening pick into opening pick. So you're constantly playing as a 4v5, attacking into Chalet. They're going to try and go for the bar stock. Maverick hole open up.
Can't really do it though when Hoven's here. You're sure you can smoke it, but they still commit. Okay.
They commit. They get it open.
They'll just use it as perceived pressure though. No one really to actively man it.
And they also don't have the numbers now as they
can't commit someone to holding it. Yeah. And Gotti might even go searching here for a bit of info and then call it clear, and then Turd knows that he's chilling for the rest of the round.
He also has the deployable shield anyway.
Exactly. He's hands off keyboard.
He's chilling. He's chilling. He's big chill. And there's only a minute left. You still got Yokai's available. Vulcan canisters still to
This
deal
ultimately ends up just being a util dump, double window, Daystar jump, and it's a Hail Mary. I'd be surprised if it's much else.
If you want to put a percentage on it, where are you sitting?
5%.
5? Wow, that's higher. I would have given it 1.
Nah, that's 5.
All right.
Okay, now it's 15.
15.
Oh, if he got that kill, it would have been 40.
Jeez.
That
Turd
was
is
lucky.
lucky to be alive. Reaps shuts down Seal before things could get interesting in this 3rd round. So library control established for Daystar. The library is not the site. You need to push back down into bar games, and you still need to clear out bar stock as well. And there's that Yokai inside a game. Speakeasy's ready and waiting, and he's sitting in basement 2, so they're not going to get rid of him. That Echo is going to be in play.
So 10 seconds on the board. Can Souffle get the kit on the ground?
Oh no, Souffle vaults in, no contest from Turd, but again, remember, there is that Yokai. 3 seconds, he's not even going to get the chance to plant. This one's done. 3-0 for Weibo. Yao is technically getting the plant, but Turd an easy swing. And we'll head into the bans. I'd say your 5% was definitely looking a little bit more on than my 1%. There were some intriguing moments.
Turd got, dare I say, a little lucky there. He got caught on the timing on the vault, and he did just enough to reposition and not take an additional bullet. 1 bullet could have been a difference maker in that round. You clear that position, it would have put a lot more pressure on the rest of the defense, probably would have strained Speakeasy more on the Yokais. It could have been very interesting. Ultimately, though, not the way it pans out. Weibo with a perfect start, and I would have thought that maybe that's now the prompt for attack. You've seen all 3 sites. You can now formulate a bit of a plan going forward, but okay. I was right. There we go. So
usually I'm the one that calls the tags, but you're on the money today, so keep going. Keep going, guys. Yeah, Daystar tactical timeout, 3 rounds gone by. I agree with this. I think coming out of the bans as well, extend it. Those unfamiliar, you do have the ability for coaches to talk during the mid-half bans, which is usually a discussion point about, you know, teams whether they take the tactical timeout or not. Usually we're like, oh, well, they don't need to because they can talk during the ban. But I also
think an extra minute would help.
Yeah,
a lot
exactly. Like there are cases where using it in addition to the tac timeout gives you an extended chance to talk. And if you're Harambe, he's pretty chill. They don't need to win this map. They know that. And it's looking likely we're going to go to Consulate. Hunt doesn't look overly stressed either.
Doesn't strike me as the guy that gets too stressed during an official. At least not in this setting. Yeah, we're pretty pleased with how Chalet's developing so far. Basically going exactly to the script that we have set out. I think the twists and turns are more likely to prop up in Consulate, if anything. But rounds don't just come to you for free. Weibo still have to put in a level of effort here to get the result across the line, and they've done that so far. As for the additional bans as well, to quickly note, Mirror taken out for defense, and the Capitao no longer available for the attack. That will probably wreak havoc a little bit more on Bar, for example, when you think about the util clearance, right? If you bring the Wamai and or Jaeger not having the Capitao to burn that, not that you're typically going to use the Capitao for the burn, but it can be an option that's just going to limit it a little bit. And Bar backstore as well will be further fortified.
Actually a pretty big change in operator lineup for Weibo from the opening round bedroom and office into this fourth round. Only the Aruni features twice, and the Solus. Apologies, Solus and Aruni, the two to feature twice. They bring the Mute, the Ella, and the Malusi, this time in place of the Azami Mirror, which has been banned out, and the Wamai. It's just going to wait out this death mark as Yao pushes forward into Dining. We actually have a little bit of early confrontation. Nitrocell, a small tag up onto Yao, but nothing more from Reaps. Yao is buying a lot of time. Adrenal Surge activated from Pika. Yao, by the way, is just completely isolated by himself on this Monty. He's not got anyone playing behind him at the moment. Reaps, of course, is unaware of that, so he's preemptively firing behind. Oh, they get a pinch. Turds caught Yao completely off guard. The Monty goes down. That solo isolated Monty, who had no one playing with him, eventually gets overwhelmed. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, okay, well, CL, that's a low percentage fight to be taking. Outside, shooting from below through the floorboard. To expect to win that fight, I mean, if we're throwing out percentages, you're like a 10% chance of winning that. And what's the other thing to note here on Chalet, it's not just the map diff, Reaps and Turd are back.
Turd, for me, is going to be especially scary. If he builds a bit of confidence heading back into cons, he can be a massive difference maker. I think we did feel maybe the effect of that on map 1, where he wasn't having as much influence as we would anticipate. Another vert fight in favor of Weibo.
This is out of the tactical timeout, don't forget. It's looking like it's going to be flawless. Back on Nighthaven Labs, 6-10 for Turd, 0-1 on the entry. Reaps was 8-10. 3-1 on the entry, though at least he was good there. But here on Chalet, Reaps now up to 6-2, 2-0 on the entry. Turd 4. They'll make it 5 now in this round. 5-0 with 2-0 on the entry. So already he's pretty much put in the same performance as Labs in 4 rounds here on Chalet. Azuki yet to find a kill and would only get one here by bodies being thrown at the door, but Gotti confirms it will be flawless. A struggle on the attack of Chalet for Daystar, unable to break through the defensive lines of Weibo Gaming. Chalet sits at the middle of the map pool when it comes to attack and defensive win rate within Asia. Sits at 53 split in favor of the attack. The most dominant site for attack is Bar Games at 71%. Kitchen, dining, bedroom, office, defender sided in the low 50s. which, I mean, actually, technically, for the most part, Chalet is defenders. This is a weird one. So it's a 53% attack win rate of the map. But because the bar game's attacker win rate is sitting at a whopping 71%, it overrides the 53% defensive win rate of kitchen dining and the 59% defensive win rate of bedroom office. But on a site basis, 2 of the 3 sites are defender-sided, even if the actual whole map is considered quote-unquote attacker-sided. Yeah, sometimes you really got to look into the sites themselves.
Let's follow on from that. What are the stats on cons? Because the starting sides of the third map will be determined by who has the greater round diff, and I think it's very safe to assume that Weibo will have that advantage.
Well, Cons has only been played twice this stage in Asia. It's sitting at an 82% defensive win rate.
Okay, well, the data's not
So
great,
yeah,
but I would want to start defense, and Weibo might find themselves in that position.
Well, and to flow on from that, yeah, I mean, all 3 sites on Consulate are 75% and above defensive win rate. Who's starting defense?
Whoever gets the better round diff, which is why dominating on this map is great for Weibo.
I would say they're not going to win this in a 7-5 fashion or into OT, which means they're guaranteed they're going to get the better round diff.
I'm curious what happens if it's a draw in round diff. I assume it would be a coin flip.
Wondering if there's any other element that you could potentially look at. Map time. I don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Should just be a 1v1 knife duel to the death.
Well, Speakeasy has gone down within the first minute of this 5th round. If Daystar are to turn Chalet into a contest and take the second half a bit more seriously, they do need 2 attacking rounds here. It's an absolute must. They must win 5 and 6. Goes without saying 6-0, and I still think even 5-1 isn't going to bode well for them. But 4-2, okay, things could get interesting. Soto canister out by Turd midway through this round to delay the selfless wall from being opened up. Otherwise, with that Speakeasy death, it was the first opening kill of the map for Daystar, courtesy of Pika.
Daystar still need to find a way to leverage this Monty correctly, which has proven to be a challenge for them so far, as they still look to chip away at this top floor control. In the meantime, Weibo have peeled ever so slightly back Solar side with the 2-2 split.
Yeah, I mean, I like the fact they've still got this trophy control, although I don't like the fact that they've just lost Oliver. Now this is really looking good for Daystar. They might actually be able to get this 5th round. And with that would then make round 6 actually quite enticing. And they forced Turd all the way back down to basement. And Turd is now dead. Okay, Pika gets a 3rd kill in the round. They're just getting slaughtered. Where did this round come from? This was not in the script. And it's going to make it interesting. Okay, flawless from Daystar in round 5. Now we go into a 6th round. Still must win for me. Because I don't think 5-1's going to cut it for Daystar in here on Chalet. Even 4-2 is probably still a stretch. But 4-2 does give them a chance.
That round was a bit like, you know how sometimes TV shows will have that weird one-off episode with like a side character arc that has no influence on the rest of the season? That was kind of what that round may end up being. that came out of nowhere. It was fair play to Daystar to be able to convert it. Good work of the 1-2, and the clear above was pretty clean. Weibo got caught on their heels. So certainly a well-deserved one, but they need to double down. They need to find a second here to remain competitive. 1-5 won't cut it. And we return to Bar, which has proven to be, again, pretty troublesome for them. I'm interested to see if the Capitao ban's going to alleviate some of the pressure even more so for Weibo and reinforce some of those power positions that we saw them really lean into heavily last time. So I'm quite concerned for Daystar heading into this round and how they'll util dump these positions. We talked about the Aruni before as well. Aruni and Wamai in combination.
Yeah.
Have fun clearing
that.
I
do feel like, you know, we were speaking before about it. Maybe it's a bit much stacking into sort of one element defensively with the catch when you go Aruni, Wamai, and Jaeger.
Oh, man. Old dog, new tricks. It's 2019 all over again.
I think a combination of Wamai and one of Aruni or Jaeger, pending what you feel is better based on the site, the map. But I don't know about all 3.
I mean, the patch has been out for not even a day, so it's going to take a little
Yeah,
while.
I mean,
we're going to really see the effects of that.
Hence
at
the
EWC.
speculation. Yeah, I mean, look, I've got to say, one of the cool things about when patches come out is the speculation and seeing how the meta develops. One of the bad things about when the patch comes out is it typically is in the middle of our APL broadcasts.
So a minute down then in the 6th, final round of the first half. How did Daystar look to break down this defense? Weibo investing heavily into utility, but also lurk threat reaps on this western side of the map as he will vacate that position and rotate above it accordingly. Slowed out a little bit there by the Lion. Still information mode here for Daystar on the attack, trying to garner that with drones. Could try and set up a cutoff for Reaps. As you can see, it's a little precarious for them to enter on this portion of the map, but it's turned elsewhere, the library actually to find that pick. And that's utility lost for the attack, and the more that they lose, the more difficult this round becomes.
Yeah, and library is difficult to take without the Kalpatau into the Wamai and the Aruni. So Turd's got the flexibility to then be more aggressive with that DMR. And Reaps then has, oh my god, if he had just taken one more step to the right, he gets a free kill. But they don't know he's kitchen.
Well, they couldn't move because of the scan.
Oh my god, oh my god. Reaps couldn't control it. Well, if he can't control it, how can any of us be expected to?
Might be the one time I've seen his sense maybe be a little bit too high. First time anyone's ever said that sentence.
Under a minute left, 4v4, they deal with the Solus.
Still a tough clear though with the Yokais as
Again,
well.
they don't have top library either, so like you don't have the vert, you're gonna have to go horizontally, probably push into bar, but then you don't have Mez control.
And Weibo know you're coming because of Reaps.
Yeah, and God, he can just hold the doorway with the shotgun. And well, he switches over to the SMG-11. That does the job. Seal falls on his Souffle, and we're done. Yeah, Weibo get that 5-1 lead like we were speaking about. Let's see if they can get the job done all together in the second half as we'll go and have a vibe check.
Thoughts of wandering away with me today, fading into grey. Say that it's okay. Painting pictures of this silhouette in vain. Just here to speculate. No fear, I test my fate. No. Thoughts of wandering away with me today, fading into grey. Say that it's okay. Painting pictures of this silhouette in vain. Just here to speculate. No fear, I test my fate. Innocence and honesty keep signaling my brilliance. Living in this harmony, it's hard to see the change. Ignorance and poverty, we're sinking in resilience. Adrenaline, my arteries are masking all the pain. I symbolize the vigilance, we need to rise above it. It makes it hard to breathe when we're living in the flames. So make rhythms and we influence the youngers. It's like we plant the seed and watch them grow into the names.
Lately I've been studying Ibrahim Traore. What it takes to make change, blood and tears that they assure me. Stripes and gun range, bodyguards at every doorway. Civil rights to sustain us, peace over Wahala. If we had to fight, we had to die. That's why we ain't seen another Thomas Sankara. Who are you when you can change all the fortunes of your people? I'm tired too, I used to blame Western forces of evil. I'm tired too, I'm choosing pain and let my hatred try to greet you. I'm asking, can I really flex? Forget the poverty we've been through. Puppets in our section, check the strings above, you know it's lethal. And am I still collecting? I'll try to protect my own peace and breeze through.
Thoughts of wandering away with me today, fading into grey. Say that it's okay. Painting pictures of this silhouette in vain. Just here to speculate. No fear, I test my fate. No.
I was numbing, stressing that I'm still the same as these.
So 5-1 lead for Weibo on Chalet. So far going to the script. Daystar do get at least one round, but it probably has all the hallmarks because of this being a Weibo map, when Consulate then being required to separate these two. the bands Monty Glaz, the Ella, and the Wamai. Interesting, the Wamai ban. Very quick discussion about that, because I actually feel like that's something that we'll maybe see a tiny bit more of now. He's quite powerful. He's got a lot going on.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too shocked to see teams implementing it. I think it's going to come down to sort of longer term how potent it ends up being, but in the short term, I really don't think it's that too abstract of a ban.
And then in a couple of months, he'll get nerfed.
Maybe. Well, we're not. Hey, no nerfing. No nerfing allowed.
Oh,
buffs only.
Sorry. What do you mean buffs only? Like Thunderbird's just left in the corner.
Well,
Yana's left in the corner.
Well, they may not have gone buffs yet, but they.
Rook's left in the corner. Doc's left in the corner. Alibi's left in the corner.
They just made Jaeger a 3-speed, Jake. What are you on about?
Yeah, well, they let him run out the corner.
He escaped. He escaped the buff prison.
You can turn into a 3-speed, you can run out.
Yeah, but for Weibo, though, I like the ban because taking away some of that projectile denial is going to probably suit a team that's going to be really strong with their util layering, right? Like, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I mean, I'm waiting for the day that we get a lineup of like Denari, Aruni, Jaeger, Wamai. Who would be the 5th in that ultra denial lineup?
I don't know, like a mute.
Well, Weibo get access to the Kappa Tower that was banned away in the second half of the first half.
Is this direct? What is going on? How is Reaps in?
Reaps is in. Azuki is aware of it and gets the easiest headshot. He just allows him to walk up and knows that he's there. Reaps thought he was taking space and taking ground inside a site. Azuki knew full well of his presence and the round's done. Now, Gotti is not going to be allowed into... That was a very, very rapid round to start the second half. Daystar get their second round. Bedroom Office won successfully on the defense for Daystar. Strange round from Weibo.
Well, yeah, they tried to just go direct. When Reaps entered the double window on the sledge, it was a 3-1-1 split from the defense. Seal was over a bar, Pika was down in basement, and so they clearly, off the back of some info or a good read, had an idea that it could work. All they needed was to clear half full, and unfortunately Reaps losing that fight then meant that the entire plan kind of went astray. Here is said fight, so good work from Azuki. And the rest of the fight's ultimately going their way. So a strange round, 2-5 the scoreline, Weibo still in control.
Yeah, I think that Weibo should still win this map, but I do have an expectation for Daystar to play a little bit more like that, not lose this in that 7-2 fashion now that you kind of penned earlier. Maybe we do get to see if Daystar can go on a little bit of a run, force it back to 7-4, 7-5, and then into the coin flip. Imagine they lose the 7-5 coin flip, now they get to go defense consulate. So there is actually a bit on the line.
Well, they need to find 3 more rounds there, so we'll see.
Well, not impossible, based off what we just saw. Also, if Labs was the map, Guz, where the opening kill was just straight up not being converted, the map of Chalet is sitting at a 100% conversion rate now. Through 7 rounds. It's been the ultimate determination. If you get that first kill, you're getting the round. Up until this point, at least. What easier way to get that first kill than a Turd Hoven double entry Deimos Solid Snake combination.
Yeah, that's the problem for Daystar in terms of bans. You don't want to speak easy on the Monty, but then you leave yourself exposed with the Turd Hoven combo, which we've seen so frequently over the course of the stage. That's kind of a case of pick your poison. Maybe they could have risked it, left it up, played trap heavy in response to Weibo, but I guess they did take the Alwa out, so it would have been a very difficult one to justify. Either way, though, it's map control for Weibo Piano side, spearheaded by that Blackbeard, but a U2 lineup ahead of them with Shield Library with Jaeger's support, and the Mez Cross with Keebers in support, and it is Azuki to find the first kill.
Yeah, round done. So Daystar have made it 3-5.
Really?
Well, yeah. I mean, based
Have you got a
off-
crystal ball?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how the round's going to play out. That's going to be fun to watch, but Daystar are going to win it.
How confident? What's the percentage?
100%.
100.
100.
Still 100?
Still 100.
There's some hesitation there, Jake.
I don't know what you're on about. Azuki still got Mez control. They still have Nitrocell inside library. They still have top library control too. They still have double gas bait from Souffle. Lovely swing as well from Azuki. And it's a 2v1 in favor of Daystar. They're chilling. Turd ain't winning this. He doesn't even have,
loves these. What are you on about?
He doesn't even have kit.
Nah, he eats this for breakfast. Grenade, the snake. Toad's in his
He's
element.
got 40 seconds. They've double stack library and they're playing off kit. He can't win this. As soon as he walks up, he should be dead. Longer angle as well from Souffle, although SMG 11 not ideal. It does have gas babes too. They can fall back. Oh my god, they can fall back. Oh my god. They can fall back. They could have fall back. Because in theory, if you think about it, they fall back. Let's say they fall back, right? In this hyper...
You don't have to justify it, Jake.
Shut up. If they fall back, there's 16 seconds left. If they both fall back, by the time he gets the kit and then gets to the site, he can't even plant. They could have... The man in library could have gone down the hatch, and the man in library hallway could have gone down the stairs. They both could have just left.
Or Toad could have just clutched it, as I called.
They both could have just left.
That's why Toad's the GOAT, mate. Never doubt Toad.
Oh, Daystar,
You really are just the king of curses.
Are just doing it to themselves. So right here. So this is lovely from... I don't know. I've lost track of things. Right, like 25 seconds on the clock. Now, Souffle can't, once that first death happens, Souffle can't probably get the cross, clearly, as we could see from Toad's position. But earlier than that, the way that they were playing it was...
be exposing. Like, I don't understand what's going on.
Exactly. But
anyway.
They played it poorly.
Yes.
I think they got too over-focused on, like, we've got kit. And it was like, we don't need to have kit. There's like 25 seconds left in the round. Fall back, play site, play bar stock, it's bar games. Like...
I will say your powers are pretty impressive. You've gone from having the ability to curse one singular player to now developing it into 2 at a time.
I didn't do anything.
100%. 100%. I feel like that round's probably tilted you more than it's tilted Daystar.
Yeah, well, I mean, Daystar aren't tilted at all because they're going to Consulate anyway, and Consulate's going to be a very fun map.
It will be. It does mean, though, that Weibo, as it stands, do have that round differential, so likely to start defense on Consulate, or maybe attack. Maybe that'll be their favorite side. Either way, it's going to be the half that they want, the side that they want.
They will definitely start Consulate
I think so
on
too.
defense.
I think so, too.
Ooh. Beautiful Nitrocell from Seal. He's just not even hesitated, but the utility thrown in his direction.
100%
for this round?
Do we call it? I'm not saying anything after the last one.
I would say 90% chance Daystar win this round.
It's a good position. Unless Holvin up here, library can unlock things.
Oh, don't walk into him. He's pre-firing, clearing.
Had to get both, though. Had to get the second. Unfortunately, unable to do so.
There's still 90 seconds. Plenty of time. Like, I mean, there's so much time left in this round now. They've got that library position. They can push through.
I will say, though, Pika being isolated and deathmarked here doesn't bode particularly well for Daystar. He could be in trouble.
Well, I mean, Azuki's isolated in office. He's the only one top floor.
Also true.
So they are playing quite separated. They might not... Well, hang on. Never mind. Pika's getting completely cleared out. Oh, my God. This is a case of Daystar trying to do a little bit too much at times. And credit to Weibo. Their drone game and their clear-out game is pretty good right now. They're punishing Daystar.
Yeah, it's been quite brutal.
This was a 5v3. And look at this, just so direct. Although, Reaps actually, as soon as he walks through the doorway, head ripped off by Yao. He'll double his kills now for the game. Somehow that shot does not hit Yao's head, even though that was the only thing really visible. Yao with a good swing onto Hoven, leaves it into a 1 versus 1. Do we need more rounds here on Chalet? Gotti on his new team. Yao on his new team. 1 versus 1 with 20 seconds remaining. Gotti doesn't have the diffuser. Yao will just sit. Gotti, you're going to have to make a move, son. You can't stand here forever. And that's it. Oh my, what? How does he win that one? Oh, Gotti. I thought Yao had him dead to rights. Apparently not. And it will be that round differential 7-2 for Weibo. Consulate is indeed required. All 3 maps in this upper bracket final. Oh my word. A statement again from Weibo. They're still the kings.
Mistake. Get baited. Get baited.
Gotcha.
You losers.
Gotcha, dude. We got him. We got him.
That's what happens, you know. You got to expect the unexpected here on the APL.
It's the funny thing is, like, I swear I saw a familiar face sitting behind us on this little chest of drawers before.
Yep.
And then I saw him down in the production room messing with the buttons. And then I saw APL man been playing with all them cheeky buttons again.
Goddamn APL man. He's just trying to ruin everything on this set. But I tell you what, Weibo just ruined Daystar's storyline in this matchup. And that just completely flipped the script, I should say, Nick. A lot more of what we expected from Weibo is what we saw on Chalet.
Yeah, I'm very surprised at how quickly Weibo could turn it around, because normally we say that Nighthaven Labs and Chalet, they play pretty similar. It's about taking the fights in the right areas together with a small bit of util, and Weibo struggling in Nighthaven Labs only to destroy their opponent here in Chalet. Honestly, in a way it was a surprise to me because it changes so quickly. But on another note, like we say, this is classic Weibo. This is how they play this map. It's when they thrive, they're getting things done. Gachi wasn't dying early. Gachi actually got the final round clutch in the 1v1. So everything that was going wrong on Nighthaven was actually going according to plan on Chalet.
It's tough to see for Daystar. You want them to have that underdog storyline, but also I think in the exact same breath, Dev, I want to see Weibo do Weibo things.
Keanu Reeves.
Oh man, he's already well on track to get on that revenge tour. I don't know whether Daystar killed his dog or what, but he's certainly hungry for it. And yeah, look, we always hype up the big boy Reeps. Always keen to see him get into the server, but Weibo don't always need him. Like, you know, we criticized Gotti a little bit in map 1. We said he's meant to be the rock on this team. He's meant to be the unkillable. Couple of surprising opening deaths from him, but the team's looking a lot more locked in on Chalet. Very different map though, going to Consulate as a decider. Of course, not only is Consulate a huge map, very defender-sided compared to Chalet, a lot more open, a lot more attacker-sided, but also we haven't seen either of these teams play it in about 3 months. It's been a very, very long time. The last time that Weibo played it was to Los. That was 2 months ago, and then a whole month prior to that was the last time they won it against Team Orchid, which was around the same time that Daystar also played Team Orchid and beat them on it. So it's been a hell of a long time. Both of these teams practicing this map behind the scenes. I always wonder though, I get curious, do you reckon these guys are scrimming each other? Like, if you're Weibo and Daystar, the only possible teams to get in each other's way, especially if you're Daystar, right? Like, you know the only way you're going to these events is if you conquer Weibo. Surely you don't want to scrim too much against them.
Yeah, but it's the catch-22, isn't it, Pengu? Because what do? You don't scrim the best team in the region?
Well,
it's
did you
tough.
used to scrim like Sisu back in the day when it was Sisu Penta were the best teams, or did you try and avoid them?
So the way that it worked for us is that when you're doing the off season or maybe early in the group stage, you scrim each other, and then you stop scrimming each other, you know, before you have your series. So in this case, Weibo Daystar was the final play day, right? So you can scrim each other in the first week of groups probably, and in the off season before it starts. Then you go, okay, hands off. Now we practice without them. We surprise them in that series, and then after you beat them, then you can, or after you play them, whether you beat them or not, it's up to you. After you play them, you then have the conversation. Should we scrim them now that our match is over, or should we stay hidden? How do we reckon it's gonna go in the best of threes? But outside of that, I think the other aspect of this conversation is APAC North and O's are super competitive in stage 1. That's very unusual, right? So Weibo can look upon the other sub-regions, because you do scrim across all the 3 sub-regions in APL typically, and they have more competition elsewhere. Whereas if there are much weaker teams in other sub-regions, you're stuck playing Daystar a lot more commonly.
Yeah, I think that right now, these two teams should well and truly be comfortable with each other, right? Yeah, and
they know each other very well.
They should be.
They should be, but I still think that there is an element that both of these teams can bring, you know, like with what we've seen from Weibo over the last, let's just call it 12 months, Dev, they have competed so many times on so many different stages. There are so many VODs out there of how they do end up playing. But the problem for me, when I look at Weibo, they scare the living shit out of me because they're not a team that you can ever predict. They might be one of very few teams in APAC that I can confidently say with my chest, they adapt on the fly when they need to, and not many teams can offer that properly in APAC.
Yeah, for sure. Look, we know that these teams can compete with each other. But realistically, do Daystar have any chance of actually toppling Weibo? Well, if they do so today, it'd be a first, because they've never done it before.
Yeah.
Every single time they played in the best of ones, Weibo's won. Every single time they played in a BO3, Weibo has won. This is Daystar's chance to rewrite history. But Weibo, they're really coming for it. The Daystar has shone bright, but we always know that there's only one way to burn.
Commentators, please get me off this desk.
I mean, it's not quite daytime though, is it? So Weibo should be pretty strong, right?
Yeah, sure.
There's no day, there's no star. Well, maybe there are stars, but they're not.
You just can't see them.
You just can't see them. As we were kind of alluding to earlier, within this series, the round differential will play the factor of who starts defense consulates. Well, surprise, surprise, Weibo start on defense.
Yeah, that's what we anticipated. The bands developed Denari and Wamai. So Wamai again out of play. And then on the side of the attack, Glaz will be another a mainstay across this series. The Ying also unavailable. Maybe to try and compensate against some of the lack of catch that is on offer here for the defense. Top floor, first sight as expected.
10 seconds to go.
I know that James mentioned on the desk the numbers, guys, but 6-0 on consulate for Weibo is quite damning. I mean, Daystar are 4-2, so it's not as if they're, you know, totally unfamiliar when it does come to the map, but that's a large discrepancy. Although it is interesting, as he was saying, the fact that Daystar have never beaten Weibo in a best of one. They haven't obviously won the map in a best of three. Maybe they've gotten maps before, such as this, but not beaten them across the three of them. It's strange to hear because they've been so competitive at times. The fact that they've not actually been able to, finally get over that hurdle. But if you're going to break that spell, maybe, or break that curse, I should say, maybe the Grand Final's a better place to do it.
I think for me, it's going to be interesting to see just what the time management is like for Daystar. A nothing fight early.
Yeah, Seal just gets caught pushing up server stairs. Hovind with a good timing on the swing. And then, replaces that Razor Bloom. So that's locked down for at least the next 40 seconds. There you go. Barbed Wire still there. Razor Bloom still there. That's a big portion of the map cut off now for Daystar on the attack. Forces Suzuki to try and clear it from a different angle. Hovind has started absolutely perfectly. He feels as if he's done enough now.
Doesn't overstay his welcome.
Exactly. Fall back.
It's the right play. And it means that Weibo can consolidate and make it very, very challenging now for Daystar. Very little win conditions now remain. And the Tachanka is going to basically mean now that a default plant is very unlikely. It'll take some individual brilliance here from Daystar to find a multi to open up the round. Try and clear Reaps and then deny Turd the trade opportunity. Both of them though looking pretty settled at the moment.
Yeah. No real panic. I mean, they did lose 5 versus 3 back on Chalet. But I think this is going to be a completely different sort of round. It's a late push up through Spiral from Pika. But Long Desk still covered. Turd shouldn't be losing a fight such as this. Love this angle, especially with the smoke to the right of him. He's pretty well covered. Lands a big tag into Pika. They lose Yao and they all fall. Flawless start for Weibo on the defensive consulate. That's the way that they would have wanted to start map 3. Couldn't really ask for anything more from them. It was Hovind that really kickstarted it all, though, with that double kill hold towards server stairs. That hallway position impenetrable. We are expecting this, though, to be pretty defender-sided when it comes to consulate within the Asia region. It sits at 82% defensive win rate.
Yeah, one of the concerning trends that we have seen over the course of this stage is Weibo, and again, we're kind of pulling a little bit here to trying to actually make this a
what are we pulling?
Trying to make this meaningful statistic. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but the opening round conversion for Weibo has been weak over the course of the stage, but when they have won that opening round, just like they did on Chalet, they run away with games. And again, it's not a strong correlation, doesn't really mean much, but it's just something to note that Weibo, when they get off to a strong start, typically are then going to go on and run away with things. You think about the nature of Consulate, some of the issues that Daystar have encountered on their attacks over the course of the series. I think that this map, unfortunately, may highlight some of those, and we saw it in the opening round, a couple of meaningless fights to begin. Not really a whole lot to show for it. Weibo with strong positional advantage, and we're ready for those isolated ones. So it could be a telling round, but a lot of Siege still to be played.
Fun fact, by the way, so there were my ban. We had one on Chalet, we had one here. Prior to tonight, not banned a single time the entire stage in Asia.
And wouldn't have been frequently picked either.
Yeah, more of an every now and then sort of thing.
How many? Like 10, 15 rounds?
Oh, I'm not looking at the pick, sorry. I'm only looking at the bans on the
that's okay.
video. Apologies. I know what page you're thinking of.
I can take it upon myself.
No, I mean,
it's all good.
That's fine.
I'm strong and independent.
I don't know why I put my iPad away. I actually need that.
Game's not done yet.
Yeah. Yeah, first minute, not a whole lot from this one. Basement site. Weibo are contesting first floor and also second. So more than happy to spread around the map. Azuki could be on here, and someone died in front of him.
30 rounds for my up until today.
Yeah, that's going to increase a lot.
I think it will.
Well, unless he's banned away, then no.
The presence will increase, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I like the fact that Peak is dead here for Weibo more than the Kaid for Daystar. Especially on basement site, you think about trying to lurk down below. Court is
that was from a long way away, too.
Seal gets the headshot.
Fair play to Seal. Turd tries to go for the cheeky rotation. Visa gets caught. And now puts Weibo in a tricky position for the remainder of the round. They elect to peel back to site.
Wonder if Seal was watching the Chef Buck masterclass earlier. I mean, to be fair, Hoffen has at least cut off the push down into dungeon. 40 seconds also does mean for Daystar, what's the plan of attack? Is it just going to be a yellow stairs focus?
Does time become an issue again
Well,
for
I think
Daystar?
it already is now.
But they have so much utility. They have so much utility that if they don't deploy it again, it's going to be super frustrating.
Well, the good news is said utility, the smokes that are going to help them get the plan. If they can actually get there, they're completely flamed out. Reeves actually charging. That's to buy more time. Yeah, delay Yao from being able to push into the site. 6 seconds. God, he's just going to run through the flames. He does get the kill. Azuki picks up the kit, but he runs out of time. But Daystar get the final kill anyway. What a calamity.
Wow.
Daystar still get the round win.
Yeah, they kept one above, and ultimately that was enough to win the round. And you can see
can't believe what he's watching.
the stress for Harambe. Maybe just leave your glasses off for the rest of the map, mate.
Maybe he's just tired. We just got him mid-yawn. He's not really that upset with what he watched.
Oh, man. Look, the lack of util.
I mean, Gohan's probably thinking the same thing, to be honest.
Yeah, the lack of util area there was astounding. They had so much left that they could have deployed and probably made their lives a little bit easier, but nonetheless, it is a round win.
An attacking round win, too, early on.
And
I mean,
those will come at a premium.
It doesn't matter how you get it, as long as you get it. We'll look back at the replay. Oh, that is so
That was an insane
unlucky.
catch.
I'm not going to... That's very unlucky if you turn.
Yeah.
That's not to sit back and say that's a lucky shot from Seal. It is. But very unlucky if you turn.
Poor Harambe.
He won. I don't know what he's upset about. There's an old saying that I like to say, you can't criticize a win. Win's a win. Simple as that.
Is that what you tell yourself when you win a couple of rounds in 1v1? And
No, it's what I tell myself when I make a lot of fundamental errors and mistakes in any particular video game, but as long as I get the result I'm looking for, it does not matter, does it? It's like in the World Cup, right? If you trip and fall and the ball somehow still goes into the back of the net, are you going to sit there and be upset? No. Your knee sliding in the corner.
Quick entry for Pika Visa side here in the third round on the Solid Snake. Radar will confirm that the coast is clear. Heavy presence on the second floor here from Weibo with the 4-1 split. It's just Gotti down below in Expo. Does leave a direct approach here, maybe a little exposed. Oh, that was a big fight. If that goes the other way, that could have unlocked the site massively.
That's what I'm thinking there as well. I mean, Pika probably has every right to take that fight 1v1. You get first floor, you can then start to shuffle around the defenders on that top floor who have to very much keep in mind that no one is actively defending the site. But now goes the other way. Now you lose the Solid Snake, you lose that radar, you lose the information, one less player in helping potentially clear out those top floor defenders. Gotti's now a little bit more set, comfortable, especially if they start turning their attention to that second floor. That one fight has pretty big repercussions.
It's likely to hurt the time management as well for Daystar in finding information. The Grim will assist, but Hoven in a position where he has support on the cross. Daystar not really presenting a good opportunity to clear. We'll see a rotation back to the horizontal for Daystar, with Teller's presence from Azuki.
Yeah, I don't know if horizontal's the right play, but if 4v5 down in the round...
Oh, if they do go on to clear Gotti, I don't really see how they're still going to get the play down, though. There's so much control above.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if horizontal's the right play on the first floor. But that's the way that they're setting up now. Oh my God, it
doesn't matter anyway.
Gotti doesn't even need the 4 above him. He's just doing the job himself. A huge round from Gotti. Seal will go down to Speakeasy. Weibo will get this third round. It just will not be flawless. So it starts 0-2 here on Consulate. And Holman showcasing actually perfectly why you want to clear the top floor.
Yeah, that was good work from Weibo, and Gotti in particular doing his job in a stand-up fashion in that round. He's been a little up and down over the course of this series, but a great start here on Cons. And with Weibo committing just the one sole player on the objective, it was crucial that he didn't allow the early sneak forward from Pika. Did that well. And then when Daystar went for the mid-round pivot back to the horizontal, he was also ready in a really good position. So credit to Gotti in that round and the rest of Weibo in not forfeiting above. They really didn't look unsettled at all in that particular round. Additional bans for the remainder of the half to be that snake, which appeared previously. Fenrir also no longer available.
Yeah, I mean, you say up and down, but if you had said to me at the start of the night, Gotti's going to have, by this point, more kills than Speakeasy and Turf, and he's only 2 kills off Reaps.
That's pretty good, yeah.
I'd say you're taking that every day of the week. Yao's 9-21 for reference as the, sort of alternative new player into the respective team, playing the support roles. Hoven 22-16 and Pika Souffle both 20 kills. The 3 that are 20 plus. Fenrir and Solid Snake, the bands heading into the next 3 rounds. Fenrir featuring twice, Solid Snake all 3 rounds via Pika. The Pika's going to shift over to the Grim for the first time. Seal was on the Grim in the previous round. We go CO and meeting for the second time in this half.
Yeah, pretty util heavy then for the 4th round from Weibo, and they established a lot of that on the second floor, enticing Daystar in to the clear across from this side of the map from admin. Nitro from Gotti, a little bit delayed. Don't know if he failed to hear the repel sound cue, but either way, that one goes astray and none remain in the round. So there'll be a reliance heavily on Speak Easy late round for that plant denial. And the active Razor Bloom available for Hoven.
Yeah, but I think that the imagination is you can use that Nitro early because Yao and the Blackbeard's pushing in through copy, so he's clearly not going to go towards a CO sentry hit. Which is where if you're not getting that pressure, I mean, from admin across, and everything's more so repel-centric, top yellow, you know, sort of around looking for that CO hit, yeah, you'd save it because there's no one there. But once you're getting that admin pressure, then in towards bandages and copy, etc., yeah, you just throw it out early, and you know what the hit's going to be from Daystar. Now it's going to be this hallway into long desk. Daystar need Azuki to stay alive here. Those ROUs are very impactful just to be able to get this hallway control. And while vending's not being played, it also technically hasn't been established into control for Daystar because of this long desk hold from Hoven instead.
And there's no spiral pressure to dislodge Hoven. That X-Factor's outside reach.
Oh, I don't know about taking this position though. This is a throw. That's a throw right there from Hoven. At no point did he need to cross into vending. Unless he felt there was pressure from Spiral, which there was not, as you mentioned. Yao does go down low on health. The DMR from Turd will connect. Steel, Zuki, both also low health margins. It does not matter. To Flay, good headshot onto Turd, down to Gotti and Speakeasy will fall. Daystar,
they're all low,
are going to get another attacking round unless Gotti can do something incredible. And as you mentioned, they are indeed all low. Headshot onto Seal, Souffle, Azuki, both incredibly low health. Pika, though, close to full health.
He's got to move quick.
Probably the most winnable 1v4 you'll ever get. He gets the down onto Souffle, make it a 1 versus 2, and make it a 1 versus 1. Pika with the bailiff out. He's down below, he's on the first floor. Gotti seems as if he's quite aware of this as well. 19 seconds and needs to make the decision rapidly. Trying to find out where Pika is, now just gets onto the kit, spots him down below, gets off the kit, and now needs to stick it and hope that Pika will fumble this. But Pika will not fumble this, and Gotti's chance goes begging. Daystar will tie it up, 2-2.
Oh. They just hold on, and I called that they were all low, but there was one exception, and ultimately was Pika there at the end of that round.
Ooh, ice cold, sips the coffee mug.
Yeah.
Wonder what's in there.
Good reposition down below in the post, and perfectly played it so he wasn't susceptible to the vert, and then at the point in which he was, little time remained for Gotti to confirm. A nice attempt from the newest member of Weibo, but ultimately does just fall short. That's 2-2 scoreline, and I guess that is benchmark for Daystar.
I think that's probably the most exciting round that we've actually had the entire series. It's strange to say, but it really is. You look back at Nighthaven Labs, there was not a single clutch, not one. There was only a handful of rounds that even came down to 2 alive, and certainly there weren't many rounds where we saw something amazing. Chalet, the first half, probably told the story. It was a very one-sided domination from Weibo, so we didn't get much in that game. That 1v1 there, Gotti gets the 4 kills. Unfortunately, the 4th of which was after time. Not after time, but once time no longer mattered. And it's the 2 attacking rounds for Daystar. I think that's pretty much half the course already. Now they get 2 more free chances. This is looking pretty good for them, and we're going back to basement for Weibo, where they did not win this in the second round. Seven and 1 start though for Gotti.
Yeah.
So he's hit up and down, but now he sits as their second best fragger. In fact, slightly in front of Hoven now for EPS as their best player in this series. That's something we would not have expected. And Azuki's just been tagged down to half health. Nitrous Cell? No. Not quite.
I got the Exo, but it won't count for much. Still in pocket. Although Daystar don't recommit to getting the breach, I suppose.
Well, I mean, that also
the Kai
means
up, Speakeasy has been able to impact that.
He got taken down to half health trying to get the first one. So Dave's going to go back again. And it's like, well, do I rush that or do we go and try and clear? Wow, I mean, Turd's
having a weird night.
He's having a very... Outside of Chalet, he's been dreadful. There's nothing more scary than the blitz rushing at you from behind. Flash kill. Reaps gets the shotgun though. Trade is quickly there. Souffle has been downed. Gotti again is saving the day.
Yeah, that's a big kill. Or down for now, but Souffle will be critically low for the remainder of the round, presuming he is rezzed.
I mean, even this is just taking time as well. Hesitation of Azuki, knowing that, yeah, someone could be playing below. C4able position. Turd, by the way, went 6 and 10 on labs. He's 1 and 4 here. He's Chalet, 9 and 4. Second ratest player in the Asia League. 60 seconds, 3v3. This is quite pivotal. This is a big round. Daystar get to 3. They're in front, and that's 3 attacking rounds on the most defender-sided map in the region.
They have a serious shout if they get 3.5, so this is a really good opportunity.
It's a double push Spiral and a solo push Yellow. They are going to go for a 2-1 split, and it's the final Jugger payload call.
Pika needs to stand up here.
Well, he's going to sit down, courtesy of Speakeasy. There's that low health Souffle. And Speakeasy makes quick work of him as Weibo are able to convert on basement. They are able to ward off one. They get to a 3-2 lead. They need the next one.
Yeah, it fizzles out pretty quickly there as Weibo put a stop to it. The early to mid-round pressure from Daystar was actually pretty formidable. Unfortunately, though, a good down on the peel back from Gotti, disrupted plans, HP levels for Daystar, put them in a tricky position late. Pika had to be the one to try and unlock things from that bot spiral position, but he got caught Speakeasy too good on the anchor. Final round of the half to follow. There's still an opportunity here for Daystar.
I mean, they're in this series, I think, and that's what we always want out of this region between these two teams. Daystar continuing to close the gap against Weibo. And you think it wasn't really that long ago, guys. End of last year, stage 2. Think back, lower final. Daystar versus Elevate. The expectation was Elevate, and this was the old Brazilian roster of Elevate, were just going to sweep by Daystar with ease. You know, the storyline last year really was Weibo v Elevate. That was the big storyline. And Daystar were kind of the outside looking in. They were the third wheel. They wanted to join the party. Well, it took them until the end of stage 2 to become a part of the conversation. And yet here we stand, almost getting not quite a full year on, but near it. And they've continued to just take step after step. They're getting closer and closer to Weibo. They can get this third round here to close the half. As you said, this looks on.
It may be one of the more pressure-filled rounds that we've seen in the series so far for both of these two teams. A great opportunity for Daystar to give themselves a serious shot in the second half, and for Weibo an opportunity to offer a little bit of stability heading on to attack into Consulate, which will probably still be a challenge, even for a team of their stature.
Yeah. Oh, it's not a given.
Currently a map clear across, facilitated by the Monty. Reaps gets first sight and gets caught from the skylight. What a position from Pika.
They've dominated the opening kills in this half Daystar, so they're going to win it 4-2. They've found a way on the attacker Consulate to consistently get these early advantages, but just didn't convert in the previous round. Need to convert here.
Again, so much utility for Daystar, and it's the one thing I've looked at late round where they're struggling to deploy it and play off it. So an opportunity here to try and buck that trend, and right on cue, they lose the Capital.
And this time the jump out for Turd works.
Are you kidding me?
They do still have utility though, and by utility, I mean 6 smokes. it gets to a point where you ask the question, do you really need 6 smokes? But, I mean, to be fair on this side, that indicates you can actually go horizontally. If you flood every single one of those smokes into the site and run in and plant, they may not actually know where you're actually planting.
Exactly, no warden.
No solace. No solace, no warden. 30 seconds. That has to probably be the win con now, and they're starting to throw some of these out. It's Speakeasy that finds the kill onto Azuki. Seal trying to watch for close contact as Yao is just hesitating. The smoke will dissipate. There's a nitro cell. It doesn't fully kill him, though.
He ate that.
He ate that, indeed.
That landed at his toes.
Well, it blew the toes off, but the feet is still standing. Yao sits in the corner, can go for the plant. Souffle's got the cross. A long angle fight against Speakeasy. Tags him up quite heavily. Another smoke thrown out. There's still 2 more. Souffle can lay him more. 4 seconds. Yeah, this time you have to stick it. No more getting off. No more hesitation. He's forced off. The bailiff will do the job. It's a 3-3 half. Sorry, 2-4 half in favor of Weibo. It's all happening on Consulate.
Yeah, that one's a heartbreak. I won't even lie with you. Like, that should have been a 3-3 half, so I don't blame...
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, Shu.
I'm just a chill guy.
Talk about the soles of your feet, baby.
I'm just a chill guy.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is the way the cookie crumbles. That, realistically, Pengu, probably should have gone 3-3.
Do you want me to take him off?
I mean, do you want to make a lot of money?
If you guys give me a pay rise, I'll take them off.
You guys.
Can we get some bits in the chat, guys?
You know what? Hype train in the chat.
Hey, back up. Hey, back up. That's too close. Hey.
Actually, Nick, we did have a question in Twitch chat before. I mean, we shouldn't be derailing this conversation too much, but people actually wanted to know, are you actually wearing pants?
Are you doing the whole weather presenter thing, like the newsroom where like we have no idea what's going on?
I'm wearing a shirt, and then I'm wearing shorts, so I'm wearing pants.
Technically,
I'm wearing pants.
Technically, it's kind of like a party up top. I mean, well, it's more business up top, party down below. So you know that's okay. I feel that.
I'm just wearing it. Yeah, I'm keeping it simple.
Yeah, simple.
It's warm here.
It is. Guz, are you there, mate?
Hello. Am I coming through? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Guys.
Can someone explain to me on the couch how this nitro cell did not kill Yao? I mean, I'll let the clip play out. It goes by pretty quickly, but have a look at this. Look how close that nitro cell is.
Yeah.
And he eats that. Nick, as the Monty main on the couch, how the hell has he withstood that?
Can you slow it down? I think he literally crouches and face tanks it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I only saw the clip once. I'm pretty sure he goes into crouch, looks at it, and just tanks with the explosive resistance. I do feel like you should take about 10 or 20 more damage, but you will still have a C4 crouch as a shield player if you face tank it.
Okay. I'm not sure, guys. Did you read the patch notes? No, Yao is invincible now.
It's slowing down.
New update.
Okay, we can slow it down.
Okay.
Oh, let's go.
So watch him. I think he crouches and just tanks it with a shield.
Replay up is cooking here.
Yep.
Okay.
We're kind of a
Yeah, here comes the C4.
All right.
Still a little bit. We're still waiting.
Okay.
Or we're moving away from the now
It's
I can't see the
away.
Monty.
Keep playing.
Wait, hold on, where are we going?
We keep going.
Oh, it's a while away. Okay.
Okay. I think we might be going
Forward?
backwards
We're going
in
the wrong
time.
way.
It's, yeah, we are definitely going the wrong way right now. I think we're still a couple of...
Yeah, that's good.
Oh,
Hey!
We missed out.
We'll never know now, will we?
What I was going to say,
know.
the big moment for me in that half, of course, that last round was a very winnable execute. A little side note that I don't know if it's Yao's experience, but you'll see the best shield players these days tend to actually put the shield on their back a lot before they go for the plant.
Yeah.
Makes it faster to actually start that plant animation, and you can walk into the plant spot, look
Bank it
away,
off.
and then hit the plant button, and the shield is already on your back, already protecting you from bullets and explosive damage. So a little note there.
I have actually heard that the players understood that we couldn't get that replay in time, so they've given us a technical timeout really quickly so we could prepare it for everyone at home. I believe we've got it ready. Here we go.
Here comes the nitro.
Okay, so watch out.
Out comes the shield.
And then look straight down at it.
Oh,
yeah,
you're
look
talking
down.
wow.
Yeah.
That is Oppenheimer levels of unbelievable cinema there.
I feel like this is Tenet now.
Yeah.
Just talking about Chris Nolan movies.
Speaking of
Oh,
Christopher
he
Nolan
saved
movies.
that.
This game's been a bit of an odyssey so far.
Let's
On the third map.
It's been a bit of an odyssey, hasn't it?
I hear the sirens calling. Yeah, look, it's been a crazy game so far. I think impressive that Weibo have actually found 4 at the end of it, considering as well how close they got to Gotti, 1v3ing, 1v4ing on that retake. If you remember the plant, the plant down from Daystar up inside meeting and Pika down below. Gotti got so damn close to making that work. He played it very well, but so did Pika, to his credit.
It was interesting, wasn't it, Nick? Because like so many times we see those moments of like a Hail Mary late round and so many
Hail Mary
players.
is not Chris Nolan.
No, it's not, unfortunately. But you were
It's a
mentioning
really
that
good movie.
I'm sure it is. I actually haven't watched it yet.
Mate,
don't spoil
get
it.
on it.
Don't
That's a
spoil
mistake.
it. But it's not like it's not. It's come on. It only came out like 2 months ago.
Did you watch Oppenheimer?
Yeah, I watched. Okay, I
Project
watched.
Hail Mary destroys Oppenheimer.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
True.
What?
And it's a different. It's sci-fi versus documentary style movie
It's,
recording.
very,
right? But
very
either way,
different.
both good movies. Okay,
Very
both
different
Oscar worthy.
movies.
So you
Okay.
can reel us back in.
Their
right?
entire production team is
Reeling it
fighting
back
each
in
other
here.
right now, arguing this.
I had a point to make. Okay, let's just throw it out there. Okay, so Weibo was banned by both teams, right? My patch came out literally last night, or been banned out both an EML and an APL. That's crazy. And I had a second good point, and I've completely lost it. Thank you, James.
Was it about Pika, Gotti 1v1?
No.
Trying to get
it
you
Was it
back.
about the kind of
Oh.
pants you're gonna wear
The
tomorrow?
shield.
No,
putting the shield on the back.
it was more of like, honestly, Daystar, they have had some slow attacks, and on Night Haven Labs, they got over the line, despite being very slow and being like very low time left. Now on Consulate, they're not really getting as much over the line. On Chalet, not getting over the line. I don't know if that's the map differences and experience, or then maybe the pressure getting to them, but they haven't been as sharp as to win the first map.
Yeah, Nick, you and I were actually speaking during that game. There was a moment, maybe second or third round in, and I said to you, look, Daystar have always been a really strong team within APAC, but most of the time we see them go internationally and they struggle. You know, Six Invitational, for example, they did very well against Elevate, their APAC rivals, but then struggle when it came to international games. I feel like this is the first time we've really seen Daystar look like a team that can compete internationally. And I know that you were saying, Nick, you think that it won't take long before Daystar really can be that kind of team like Weibo.
Was that the throw? There's no way that was the throw.
Nicholas is the GOAT.
I can't believe it. I was waiting for Rob to come in, pick it up, and do a throw. Oh no. That's honestly, you can do better than that, cuz way better.
I have.
You have.
That's why when Nick and I had the pleasure of doing a broadcast together, this stage I was the host.
Was that Nick? I thought it was James.
That I casted with.
No, the throw.
Ah. Okay, maybe it was. I wasn't
I
listening.
don't even know who was it. Wait, who just did that throw, Rob? Who did the throw? Was that James?
Oh, it was James.
It
Okay,
was James.
sorry.
Yeah, I thought so. No, I thought I
Sorry,
expect
sorry.
more from Nick.
My apologies.
Yeah, James, that sounds about right. Alrighty. The bands Monty, Solid Snake, Smoke, and Wamai again is just. I think that both teams are just at the point where, like, you know what, let's not deal with this. We'll figure it out tomorrow.
Yeah. We'll worry about it when we play each other again in the grand final. We'll worry about it then.
Exactly. Again, very defender-sided map, so ultimately Daystar now going to the side that is better befitted for them. And starts well. Nitrocell connects immediately onto Reaps. They want to go fast here with the Sens play, but while they don't have the ROUs no longer, with him losing his life really early into the round.
Speakeasy dropped yellow in the meantime. No support on this side of the map. Is this a bit of a dummy?
It could be. They might end up pulling this back a little bit, but
they haven't really got much to pull back to.
Well, they can. The Grave.
Next round.
All right, boys, try again in round 8. This one didn't work. To be fair, once you lose Reaps immediately, this kind of play style and this setup immediately just goes out the window.
And it's hands off keyboard.
Speakeasy's just like,
what happened, guys?
Well,
I dropped yellow, I committed, and then everyone else died.
Yeah. I haven't seen Speakeasy to me doesn't strike me. I could be wrong, but he doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that would get overly frustrated. But he was just like hands up in the air, like shrug.
What has happened?
What the hell has just happened? How are we getting this beaten up?
I mean, he's having a laugh. I think it was more.
Well, now he's having a laugh.
He's cooled off.
I think in the moment that he realized, though, that the plan completely capitulated, he was certainly a little frustrated. And sometimes it's not that easy for Speakeasy.
Not that time. Flawless for Daystar.
Yeah.
Is there something more to this best of 3?
Well, I think there is. I mean, defense is going to be pretty strong for Daystar. Weibo are going to have to be pretty strong on their attack. That's not going to cut it.
Well, it's Basement up next. It was a 1-1 split for Daystar, well, / Weibo in the opening half. Daystar found success first time out, facilitated by the opening kill, which has been a strong metric for Daystar over the course of this 3rd and final map. Now up to 5 over the course of the 7 rounds that have played.
Last 4 rounds, guys. Holven, Turd, Reaps, opening death. So, I mean, it's not just the fact that
It's
having
the 3 best players.
Exactly. It's they're constantly losing one of their best. And it's never a good thing in general, but they're just losing their best players too. It just means Daystar are in a far more comfortable position more often than not so far here on Consulate. If that maintains on their defensive side, it's going to be trouble for Weibo, because it's one thing for Daystar to get those opening kills on their attack. It's a whole other thing if they're getting it on their defense. And Souffle has just had a monster performance this series. He's now up to 26. So he's got the most kills across every player in the server. 26 and 16, 4 and 0 on entries as well. Pika's 5-3 on entry with 22. So, like, Pika and Souffle, that dynamic duo, they're matching it with the best of the best. Yet again. Weibo really need something out of Turd in this half.
Yeah.
2-5 on the Dockerby. So you're playing that sort of entry role, oppressive operator. Drop down through the skylight into top yellow for Speakeasy. Pika's trying to play contact on the player pushing behind the shield, but he then gets caught by a different angle. Bathroom was where Holven was located, able to get that first kill. That is a rarity so far on Consulate for Weibo. They'll happily take it. Don't forget this is Basement though, so this is a top-down clear from Weibo, and clear they do. But are they aware of Azuki's position? Well, Seal gets caught by Reaps. Solus gets death marked out. Azuki will hold, so will Souffle, but Yao on site knows this is vulnerable.
Yeah, it's a tricky position now for Daystar. I'm looking at Azuki. He's still second floor. Spiral, unknown. Weibo suspect it to be clear.
Yeah.
Oh, if anyone is to make a play, it's him.
Drone as well, although he gets the kill onto Holven anyway.
Does he get cut?
He will get cut, yes. Really quick reaction from Reaps to understand he's going to drop down Spiral. So that's one done. Souffle's next in line. He too hasn't really been cleared out towards Yellow Stairs. Nitrous out, hits the roof from Yao. A little too strong with his throw. But Yao does get rid of the blitz and then shot in the back. Reaps has twice now gotten that quick trade with the Vendetta, and Souffle's pushed down Yellow. All for naught, breaks the mirror window.
And droned.
Drone
And
down.
dead.
Well, not
Oh,
dead.
not quite.
And it's 30 seconds, 1v3. Does have a Nitro Cell.
Oh!
Well, he was about to blow himself up anyway. He pulled the trigger on that one. Big round win for Weibo. They get their first attacking round in the 8th. They go 5-3 up, 2 rounds away from booking their place into the grand final. It's the sort of round that, at least the way I kind of look at it for Daystar, they tried something. Didn't quite work, but they did try something. And for Weibo, top-down clear was effective enough, and Reaps had a very big round.
Yeah, he was the one to help bring it to a 2-player advantage. Was snappy in reacting to Hoven's call of the rotation Spiral. And here too as well, then pushes down Spiral to find that trade and basically confirm the round for Weibo. Limited time. If that Nitro had been a little more proactive, who knows? Could have been a different end result. Nonetheless, though, a strong response from Weibo, showing good endurance over the course of this best of 3. They retain a 2-round lead. And it's over to the tertiary of Expo Piano for Daystar.
Can you believe that's the first round across 3 maps that Reaps has got a multi-kill? And it was a quad kill. And you also believe across the 3 maps we haven't seen a single multi-kill round from Turd as well. Yeah, like these are guys that make a living off this, literally.
Yeah.
5 seconds to insertion.
Expo Piano coming up for the 9th round. Bans after this. Not too sure exactly what you take away. Maybe the Azami Mirror.
Holy moly, Turd had 24 3Ks before today.
Yeah, as I said, makes a living out
Different
of it.
quality of opposition, obviously. But
Very.
still a strength that hasn't been realized today.
And it's not like Turd is, though, as you mentioned, different quality of opposition. It's not like he goes to these international events and is bottom fragging.
No.
Like, he's still obviously holding his own and doing quite well. He's just having an off day today. Except for the Chalet, by the way. Except for Chalet.
He's good in the beatdowns.
Yeah. And of course that clip where he got the 1v2 got posted on Twitter.
That one was pretty good.
It was very
There
good.
were some,
it was
there
very
were some
good.
that wrote him off entirely just before that clutch. I don't know who those individuals were, but...
well, he hasn't done everything before and after that clip. He hasn't done anything.
The copium.
Come on, we don't say that in the Big 26.
What do we say?
I don't know. Well, that's a very tight pixel angle from Seal.
Good pop of the canister. Yeah, needs to be so careful he doesn't get caught on the cross back here. This is a pretty high risk position. I like the support of the pulse below though.
Yeah, but no Nitrocell and only one in the pocket of Azuki. So they, I mean, started with 3. They were C4 maxing and now they only got the one left.
Of course, that term coined by Mint, not by Jake.
No, I did not come up with that one. That was Mint.
Good clear from Weibo. Now an advantage and top yellow control. Can Souffle hit the flank? Reaps flicked a Visa drone, but it was too late.
At least the big bad Reaps, though, has been put to bed. That's a little win for Daystar, considering they are down on an individual. Well, that was a sledge that opened up the floorboards and spotted someone from Daystar immediately, but they were able to hurry out of that position.
I don't think Weibo have a read on that flank.
Yeah, that top floor push now from Souffle is getting called, though, by Turd. Souffle will answer the call. Azuki taken very low. Does still have that C4 available into the last 30 seconds. Souffle making that push.
Oh, he's so on here.
He is very on. Headshot onto Hobbit, but it might be a one and a done. Speakeasy goes down to Pika. Very, very winnable now for Daystar. Gotti gets a very crucial kill. Drop down Piano. We'll go for the plant. Nitrocell thrown out from Azuki. Doesn't connect. Back through Lounge now. Comes on the first floor. Through is Souffle. On the move. Won't be able to deny this plant. The cover was there from the top floor of Turd. Gotti got the plant down, but then dies. Here we go again. 1 versus 2 for Turd. But this time he's in the post plant. He's also got the vert. He hits the shot onto Souffle. Not writing him off this time. And that call onto Azuki.
Has to answer.
Literally has to answer this call. He's got no choice.
Last one for Turd. 25 seconds on the clock. Azuki needs to hit the one tap.
Does still also have the smokes. Time running low, expiring. This could be match point on the other side. Turd just has to hold his nerve. Azuki's only got the 1 HP. Azuki needs a quick headshot clear. It's the only way. Has to be pre-fire. Headshot won't get it. Turd lets him know all about it. It's been a quiet night for one of the region's best, but he converts the 1v2. Gotti as well, getting that plant down. And Weibo have 3 match and series points. Grand final points.
Oh, they've locked in when it counts, and it seems to be a constant for Weibo. Additional bans to now be introduced. A good round, though, from Weibo to secure that match and series points. 3, in fact. I'll be intrigued to see what does now get taken down. Daystar are having some problems dealing with the Blackbeard clears. but they elect to go the Deimos route instead. Weibo keep it safe and simple with the mirror.
Deimos only played once. I mean, it's not a problem per se if it's only been effective in one of the 3 rounds. But, I mean, there's not really much else that you can look to.
I would have taken the Blackbeard or the Blitz. I know one of them will still get
left. But that's the problem,
but
is one of them will get left. Like, you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't with that. And Blackbeard played round 7 and 9. Blitz played round 8.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Deploying razor wire. Razor wire deployed.
3 rounds required straight for Daystar. And guess what? In this entire series, guys, they've never won 3 rounds straight tonight.
it doesn't bode particularly well for them then. They've shown good fight tonight. And if this does eventually go on to be a grand final rematch, probably enough for that to still be an
I would say
entertaining
so.
prospect. But I don't know if it's moved the needle majorly. A little bit. I'd say it's moved it a little bit back towards Daystar, but not by a huge margin.
No. But enough, I think, for me that there's room. If they can move it majorly in said grand final, they could easily pull off an upset. But it would still be, in my mind, classified as an upset. But also, if Daystar and Weibo are to be in the grand final, I would also still be excited for that matchup. I mean, they beat them on labs. Really, Consulate up until the last couple of rounds was also quite competitive. I'll take a lot from this. I mean, the game's not over yet. 3 rounds is not impossible, and you're on defense, Consulate. Just can't be looking at the bigger picture here. 1 round at a time. This one being CO meeting.
Loading new magazine.
Weibo trying to find a pick on Vert onto Yao. Bandit.
That's just not going to last long. You got someone right there as soon as.
Oh, luckily he's got 6 total.
Yeah.
You can spam out the Argus launcher. And God, he's doing exactly that at the moment. Meanwhile, a bit of presence and pressure admin side. Oh, and Seal gets destroyed.
Wow.
There's the new Zofia on full display.
Yeah, and good pressure. I mean, that's just what Weibo are doing. Gadget pressure. The Argus launcher of the 0. Blackbeard pushing forward. Zofia as well. Bit of foot damage into Speakeasy via Souffle as he swings the doorway. Holvin's got his measure. 2-player advantage for Weibo. Razor Bloom thrown out from Pika, but it's not exactly a Nitrocell. It has no effect. Weibo storming home here on Consulate. Storming towards that grand final again. Hazuki and Yao. And down to just Yao. It's been a quiet night for Turd, but he makes a loud statement at the very end of it. He was told to stop talking back in the 2nd round, and boy, did he let them know in the post-game chat. To the grand final again for Weibo. It's been said so many times previously. What's one more?
Yeah, sensational performance there from Weibo. Let's send it back to the desk to break it down.
Thank you very much for that, Guzzler. And to Daystar, a valiant effort. And you know what? This would have been, I think I can firmly say that this is what I expected from Weibo coming out in this series. And the first map, as chaotic, as messy as it was, Weibo very quickly get back into their groove, Nick, and look honestly like the team that we need them to be in this, at this point in time in this region.
Yeah, I like how we see the differences in styles. Where we see Chalet, where it's just fighting. Weibo playing their very aggro play style. And then Consulate, they're a bit more tricky. You know, the Recality, the C4, the Yuto game. There at the end, some Sophia, some Nomad Spies to get a couple of kills in map control. It feels like Weibo, I don't know if it's just Nighthaven Lab just not their map, or if it's just like them not giving 110% because they thought maybe they could get away with it. Yeah. But it was a very different story from number 1 to 2 and 3.
I think it's very telling of how good a team is when patch notes can come out. That patch has been alive for less than 24 hours, like what, 22, 21 hours. And already we see teams giving so much respect to Weibo about that Wamai change that they're banning it against them. And we're seeing Weibo already bringing Zofia and showing us cheeky things like the triple Zofia tap instead of the old up nades. I know that during the game, you and I were talking about that. Nick, so cool. I've just looked back through the history books. You know, Weibo have actually never had a worse result than being champions in Asia. In the Asia League, they've always been champions every single time, ever since they became Weibo. So
what's one more?
Yeah, what is one more? At this point, a grand final is just step one. But I will give some credit where credit is due. You know, this is the first time Daystar's taken a map off them, especially in yeah, I mean, in BO1s and BO3s, both. So it's also a big moment for Daystar. I think we really got to see when it came to the third map that Weibo were here to make a statement. But of course, that spot, you can never take it for granted.
Nick, you said what's one more championship, one more interview with Turd. Let's go ahead and have a chat with him and see how he thinks this one has played out. Because honestly, Turd, the first map had us nervous for a second there. I bet it didn't have you nervous though.
First map? What first map?
That's the attitude. That's
right.
what I
That was
need to
your
hear
warm-up
from
scrim before the 2-0, yeah?
Who's this guy? What's your voice?
Sorry, Turdstar. I've had a rough couple of days. Was out very late last night. No, I'm just a bit sick at the moment. But you guys aren't slowing down at all. Maybe I am, but you guys are looking phenomenal, looking in great form. New patches come out, and we're already seeing you with the cheeky little Zof taps in the last round. What happened there?
Yeah, like the new update came out, and I think I spent like 5 hours in ranks every round, first floor, like waiting to Zof someone below the floor. It's so funny. It's like the old floor nades from like 2023, 2022.
What Nick just said.
So I've been waiting to do that probably the whole day. I finally got the chance in the last round. It was awesome.
Did you do the triple, or was it just a double?
Triple.
Oh, damn.
Nick? Just for good measure. Well, I do want to talk about the first map, even though we're not skip past as a player, as analysts, we gotta dig into why we lost, right? So you guys played a 4-7 loss to EP at Salt Lake City. You guys had an 8-7 win over Lowe's. Obviously, statistically speaking, you guys are not great on this map. Was it a bit of like, okay, we'll lose laps going into this BO3, but then we have Chalet Consulate, so it doesn't really matter? Or were you guys actually surprised at the outcome of that first map?
No, I'd say we like labs. Like we like every map, but labs is definitely up there. And obviously the results don't show that recently. Like we lost to Twisted Minds, we lost at EP, a close game against Lost. But no, I'd say we generally like playing labs. Just I don't know, our results suck, I guess.
Just blame Gotti. You know, he was dying early at the Heart Breacher. He had 2 opening devs. He didn't get any clutches on that map. But then Gotti showed up afterwards, right? Because Gotti on map 2 and 3, he was actually the goatee. He was so much better.
Yeah, he saved us multiple times. So I will blame him for map 1, actually. That's a good point. I'll bring that up later.
So great game, Turdstar. Of course, it's kind of a given at this point. You guys seem to always be champions in Asia. Of course, that grand final upcoming. But I want to ask you about a different grand final upcoming and a different upper bracket final. I don't know, did you watch any of last night? I know you might technically be from OS, but you have a funny relationship with the region you've always competed with in Southeast Asia. Did you see the upset? Chiefs taking down EP? I want to get your take. What are your thoughts, man? Lay it on me.
That was awesome. Like I'm super stoked for player and relays. I think like the storyline of them getting kicked and then forming their own new team and then beating them. I thought it might have been just a fluke or something in the BO1s, but in the BO3 they look good, and they look much better than EP, which seems like that's always the case in OS. Like a few players get kicked off the best team, they become the second best team.
That's what I'm talking about, Turd.
The best team.
That's what I'm talking about.
This guy loves. This guy's loving what you're saying right now, man.
Turd, you are speaking to my soul. That's what I'm after. I'm glad someone else understands ball game the way I think I do. I really don't. Turd, look, obviously you guys are just in such an incredible position at the moment. Everything that you seem to touch turns to gold. I don't know if you heard Dev's point, but you've never not been champions in Asia ever since Weibo picked you up. So we are just expecting that will be the end result, and I'm sure there is a level of expectation behind your incredible humbleness, as you are known as Turd the Humble. But is there anything you'd like to say before we let you go and prepare for your grand final on Saturday?
Yeah, just thanks to the fans, thanks to our org, thanks to everyone on our staff. my family watching at home. It's quite late. My girlfriend, my cat. Thanks to you guys. Thanks to Gotti. Yeah, that's about it.
Oh, it's just an absolute true champion. Xenox isn't happy with that one. You didn't shout out the casters. You just shouted out us in general. So, he's pretty bummed about that one.
Casters rated.
Yeah, I agree.
I think Xenox has wasted enough of Turd's time recently.
Yeah, and I think we are wasting way too much of Turd's time. So on that note, mate, go and celebrate with the team, and we'll see you on Saturday.
See you, mate.
See you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, it's always good to hear from the GOATs of our region. And I think that I can firmly say now that after, the last 6 months, Turd has really started to rise in the ranking of, the top 10 players of our entire APL region.
He's really
Would you agree?
He's really flipped the Aura story on his head as well. Because, there was a time where he got kind of dropped there for a minute by Julio on the old Weibo team. With Bleed Days. Re-earned his spot back. Now he's, really got this mad aura, like the way he was talking about Chiefs and EP. I mean, I just think it's good fun. He's clearly been really whipped into shape with all the roster changes that have happened with his team, with the leadership from Gohan. I know he's talked about that as well in other interview content, which I don't think is fully out yet, but I'm very excited for it to all be out.
I am.
Actually, I think it has all been posted. Yeah,
No, it hasn't.
Oh,
Turd's interview?
No, yeah, sorry, it's not out. I
watched
it because I had to proofread the subtitles for it.
I had to proofread the subtitles. I'm cool.
I was very excited.
Oh, you can read?
Anyway, that's me done for the
night.
night.
That is a fantastic point to end this one. Dev didn't even know where the end of the set was. But you know what, Pengu? You don't have to work anymore. We're going to go to a break, and on the other side, this is one you really, truly don't want to miss. Team Orchid take on Soul's Heart. We'll be back after this.
ก็เมื่อตอนนั้นเป็นการแข่งขันของเมื่อก่อนประเทศไทยมีการจัดงานแรงเกิดขึ้นก่อนที่จะเกิดโควิดอะไรเงี้ยครับแล้วผมแข่งแล้วได้ไปแข่งที่งานแลนที่พันทิพย์อะไรเงี้ยแล้วพอไปแข่งปุ๊บได้ที่4ขึ้นมาแต่ว่าเป็นการแข่งขันที่รู้สึกว่าสนุกมากอะไรอย่างนี้ที่ได้ไปแข่งงานแลนไปแล้วมีผู้ชมมองดูเราเล่นอะไรอย่างนี้ก็เลยเป็นสิ่งที่ผมรู้สึกว่านี่แหละคือเป็นนักกีฬาอีสปอร์ตก็รู้สึกว่าเล่นได้ดีแล้วเพราะว่ามีประสบการณ์ค่อนข้างเยอะจากการที่มีคนชมมาดูอย่างนี้เพราะว่าไปตั้ง3รายการ 4-5 รายการแล้วมีคนมาดูก็รู้สึกชินกับมันถึงแม้ว่าคนจะเยอะแค่ไหนผมเป้าหมายของผมที่อยากได้ก็คืออยากได้ถ้วยรางวัลมาครอบครองแล้วก็อยากให้พ่อกับแม่ได้เห็นว่าผมแข่งแล้วผมได้ถ้วยรางวัลแล้วนะเป็นสิ่งหนึ่งที่ครั้งหนึ่งผมอยากให้พ่อกับแม่ได้เห็นทัวร์นาเมนต์แรกที่ผมแข่งก็คือ Rainbowsixesports League Thailand เป็นรายการแรกที่ผมมีการแข่งขันเกิดขึ้นเพลเยอร์ที่ผมยังอยู่แล้วก็ยังเห็นแข่งอยู่ก็คือมีแค่พี่เอ็กโซติกคนเดียวนอกเหนือจากนั้นก็คือเลิกแข่งกันไปหมดแล้วก็จากที่ผมได้มีการโยกย้ายทีมมาตลอดก็จะได้เห็นถึงความจริงจังของทีมแต่ละทีมซึ่งมีความแตกต่างกันอย่างทีม No Cap ก็เป็นทีมที่ค่อนข้างจริงจังแล้วก็ผู้เล่นเนี่ยค่อนข้างเก่งผู้เล่นมีประสบการณ์ไปแข่งขันมาก่อนแล้วอะไรอย่างนี้พอผมเข้าไปผมรู้สึกสนุกและรู้สึกว่าการที่ได้เห็นเขาจริงจังเนี่ยผมก็เลยถ้าเกิดผมได้มีการย้ายทีมผมก็อยากจะเอาความจริงจังของตรงนี้ไปบอกให้กับทีมที่ผมอยู่ด้วยว่าเขาจริงจังขนาดนี้นะเขาเล่นกันอย่างนี้อะไรอย่างนี้ผมก็จะทำให้เต็มที่แล้วก็ทำให้ทีมผมเนี่ยเก่งขึ้นผู้เล่นที่ผมรู้สึกว่ามี impact ต่อเกมมากที่สุดก็คือน้องกิจเจนะครับเพราะว่าน้องเนี่ยเป็นคนที่ยิงค่อนข้างเก่งมากเป็นคนที่ถ้าได้ยิงแล้ววันนั้นมาเนี่ยแล้วก็ไม่มีใครหยุดน้องเขาอยู่จริงเป็นผู้เล่นที่ผมรู้สึกว่ามี impact แล้วก็เป็นผู้เล่นหนึ่งในคนเลยที่เก่งที่สุดในประเทศไทยผมคิดว่าก็รู้สึกว่าถ้าได้เจอน้องผมก็จะทำให้มันเต็มที่จะไม่ยอมน้องถึงแม้น้องจะยิงผมก็จะเต็มที่กับมันก็ รู้สึกดีที่ฟูลี่นั้นสนใจทีมพวกผมเพราะว่าตอนนั้นผมก็ไม่มีสังกัดพอมีฟูลี่มาเชิญอย่างนี้ผมก็เต็มใจที่จะอยู่กับฟูลี่ก็ฟูลี่นั้นก็ตอนนี้ปีนี้ก็มีการเปลี่ยนแปลงผู้เล่นก็อาจจะมีผมมีดาร์กมีฟาลอดมีโรดินี่มีเปียวมินก็เพลย์สไตล์ของผมก็ยังเหมือนเดิมก็ยังเป็นคงผมเป็นตัวยิงโรดินี่ซัพพอร์ต and dark ก็คือ second fragger ฟาลอดก็คือ third fragger and ฟิลมิน is frag so ปีนี้ก็จะทำให้เต็มที่แล้วก็จะโชว์ว่าพวกผมเล่นกันยังไงเดี๋ยวก็ติดตามรอดูครับก็รู้สึกว่าถ้าเมื่อเราเป็นทีมหนึ่งทีมที่เป็นทีมของเทียร์วันแล้วรู้สึกว่าถ้าเราทำไม่เต็มที่เนี่ยแล้วรู้สึกว่าออกเนี่ยอาจจะเสียใจกับเราได้เพราะว่าเขาเต็มที่ให้กับเราเขาลงทุนกับเราอย่างนี้ถ้าเกิดทำไม่ดีเขาก็อาจจะเสียใจอย่างนี้ผมก็จะทำให้เต็มที่แล้วก็ไม่ทำให้ฟูลี่ผิดหวัง
We're out of time. Let's put them in the ground. Fall back! Team 1. Report.
Alive and well stayed. We lost comms with the other team.
They have their orders. We need to go for next. Dokubi. Be my eyes. Mute. Cover her.
On it. Hostile. Sending a payload.
You're cornered, Nix. Surrender. I see one old man. One old man about to die.
I see your runner 7. 3 rows down.
Hack my phone.
Huh? What if
Do it now.
Quick thinking there, Sig.
We trusted each other, and it paid off. Rendezvous for extraction, Team 1.
Yeah, that's right. It's about that time. Ramen Ranking is back for yet another. What are we calling it? Is it another ranking?
Another installment of
Another
your
ranking.
favorite
Installment.
segment.
Sorry, installment 1? Yeah, it's not working, Jake. Try again.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Oh, there we go. You figured it out. Well done, mate.
You gotta tap. You gotta
I thought
tap
you
it
could
on.
lip read.
No, I can actually hear you okay this time. Yes.
You
Yes.
can.
Yeah. 100%.
Ramen ranking is what we've got. Now, the board over here, if I can just get, what's his name again? Max? Is that fine?
Well,
Am I allowed to
yeah,
call him
Max is fine. Max is fine.
Would you prefer something else? John. John. Okay, so John is showing us the ramen ranking board. Now, we've
Cameraman.
gone through 4 of these so far, and guys, we've got Migering at the top.
Migering has been completely untouched in the S tier.
We started quite strong.
We did. And then it kind of went downhill for a little bit.
It did.
It hasn't been.
Can we
great.
get to A tier?
But
at
if
least?
you think about it like this, it's kind of made a good foundation for us at the C tier. The C tier is looking like a good foundation.
I
If we
think
don't go
that's
any
our-
lower, we're good.
Hopefully that's our floor.
Yes.
But I will say I'm still hanging out for another one that I think can join Migering up the top.
Well, why don't we test if this one could join the Meagle Rings of the world?
What do we got today?
Where are we
Oh,
traveling
I have
to?
absolutely no idea. I didn't ask our floor manager this time.
We got shrimp.
Why don't you, do you want to check?
It is Vietnamese, I believe.
It's Vietnamese.
It's
It's a Thai-style noodle, but made in Vietnam. Okay,
Alright.
cool.
Okay.
So it's kind of. I mean, you don't really need to see the lid, but
But it is our
let's start-
second. It is our second prawn for
Do we
clarity.
just give
Yes.
the
Has it got
microphone to our
has it got
producer instead?
anaphylaxis in it for you?
Well, let's wait and see.
Double check.
Yeah.
I actually couldn't hear.
Did
you.
we check that?
No. You tell us.
No, we're good.
You got baited so hard
You
that
good,
time.
Jake?
You deserved that
Yeah,
one. You
yeah, I
deserved
did.
that one.
Thank you.
You absolutely deserved
Careful,
that
mate.
one. Okay.
Are we getting ASMR though?
Well, that's a really good question. You know what? What we'll do is we'll start a poll in Twitch chat. It's an unofficial one because I haven't worded the mods up about this. One's in Twitch chat if you would like ASMR modern... No, I'm not even going to try that one. If you want some ramen
Modern Lao Tai
ASMR.
Tom?
And 2, if you just want to be left alone.
It says modern Lao Tai Tom Thai shrimp hot pot flavor, and it smells like lemongrass to me.
Oh, it does. That's a
Yeah,
really good
very
shout.
strongly of lemongrass.
Well,
It does not.
do you know,
smell
it's,
like
it's
any of the other
everyone's
ones we've had.
favourite bit of the night.
What time is it?
It's Pangu's word of wisdom.
Give us some wisdom.
Waste a whole buffalo to save a little seasoning. He who hands the rocks, the cradles. Wait, I can't read. The hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. There's a T missing. Play a violin to a buffalo. Walk behind an elder, and the dog will not bite you. When water rises, hurry to scoop it up. Escape a tiger only to meet a crocodile. Namaste.
That one might. I think that's maybe your best execution yet.
Oh, we're talking about Pengu. I thought we were talking about the...
No, this is actually, I'm not going to lie, it's pretty good.
No, this
I
is
was gonna
about
say
me
this
right now,
is-
guys. This is my moment.
Well, sorry, just put that on hold
You
for a
know-
second, Nick. This, I think, is one of the best we've had. I think so. It's very spicy.
It's nice.
Wait, what? No, it's nah.
No, I think someone
It-
might be a little delusional. A little.
I would
Am I-
describe the bulldog as being very
Am I
spicy.
so
this is
sick
mild.
that I'm hallucinating?
There is a chance, but this is very
It
delicious.
smells like
It does taste
lemongrass, but it's spicy. Is it?
There is a bit of spice
has
to
a bit of
I
spice,
wouldn't
but it's
call
not
it
strong.
spicy.
Okay.
I'd
Do you,
call
do
it-
you see sweat on Rob's forehead? No.
Well, that's just from
I'm
the
worried
lights.
now.
Here.
Maybe
That's
this,
just
is
from
there...
being
See,
on
it passes
camera.
the sweat test.
Is there potential for quality control? Perhaps like mine has had different seasoning, or the seasoning has been placed in a different place.
James, it's definitely not spicy.
Oh.
The
Okay.
ramen authority has
I
spoken.
will say though,
The authority has
I
spoken.
haven't got my glasses on, but one of you two.
Yes.
What's the other shrimp one that we
Oh.
had? Mama shrimp?
The
Yeah,
mama
the
shrimp.
The mama shrimp.
Do we want to do a veto here and put that down to D? Because this is better than that
Okay.
one.
Well, let's,
Is it though?
How about we start with Pengu's rating first?
Yep.
Division.
I'm
And
gonna
I
go
think I'm
rating,
on
I'll
your.
shut up,
I think
sorry.
no. I think I'm on your side there.
Okay, cool.
I think I'm on your side.
I
there,
also
so-
think James is a little bitch.
What did I do to deserve this, man?
So-
you know, I'm stumbling through this show,
Kick a man while he's down.
doing my best.
Well, as
I
Nick
like
would say,
this.
kick a man while he's down, and he gets kicked.
Is that a word?
Okay, all right. I see where
That's
this is
very
going.
loud Tai Tom of you.
What are we
Okay.
thinking, Nick? Are we thinking...
Very light tie Tom.
Yep.
I like this. I like the box more than the top, like the whatever you want to call this. The thing that we're
lid.
ranking with.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's a lid. Yeah, I like the box a lot. I'm gonna go with a B tier for this one.
Oh, okay, a B tier. Nice. What
it's
is
like
it? Is
very
it the ridge?
simplistic, minimalistic.
Is it like the ridged edges?
No, I mean we get edges every day, right? It's more about the logo and like the coloring and everything
Okay.
else.
No,
I don't know
I
what
did
he
not say. No one ever said that. I'm
Hear
glad
what you
you
wanna
don't have
hear,
a
I guess,
microphone right
Jess.
now, actually. I just
I
realized
said
no
we
one
have
else could
edges.
hear
Oh,
that.
good. I'm glad that he didn't say that to the
I'm
microphone.
very, very glad. It might have leaked through, but that's okay. Okay, so now we've got a B tier from Nick. But I do like Jake's thought here. Are we happy? Is the
Which
grand
one?
council of the ramen ranking squad, Alpha, Beta, Sigma, are we happy to move Mama Shrimp down to a D tier because of this?
I don't
personally
think this
we
doesn't
need
change
to,
our opinion of the
because
last one.
I feel like this is a
Doesn't
B
have to-
anyway.
yeah.
I think even if, regardless of where Mama moves, and Mama move,
Mama be moving.
Mama do be moving.
Okay.
I think this is B tier regardless.
Mama might be moving, but we're moving along with this train, so we're going to have to be quick here
B.
because I'm getting yelled at.
B.
Guz,
Flavor good, lack of toppings though, so I put it to a B.
B?
Not very spicy. Flavor's okay. Better than mid. B's about right.
B's about right? Okay, B for the best tier,
I
I
gave it a
think.
B
Now,
as
we
well.
actually don't have a
Didn't
way
get
to
asked.
pin this on the board. We came prepared today. Michael, will you do us
They
the
are
honors of the
pre-configured, very
second
nice.
B tier ramen ranking? And once again, he has gone for an awfully
It's gone too
skew-if.
high.
I think, Nick, I think we're going to have to get you to almost tell us when to do this. But what I'm going to have to tell everyone else to do is, please, kindly, softly, gently vacate the set.
Might move this back for you guys.
By that, I mean,
Oh,
just
I'll take
get
it- I'll
the
take it
hell
with
off
me,
of
that's
my
all right. Thank you
set
very
And
much.
go get yourselves
Okay.
comfortable.
See you later, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Don't throw your mics down. But it is time for us to talk
Get
about
outta here.
EWC ticketing. That's right. It is just around the corner. And this is one you can't afford to miss. We've seen some great EWC events so far over the last 2 years, but this one I think tops it. We're going to Paris, R6S15 for 15% off your tickets at checkout. But it's more about what you get from this. It's more about the experience, Nick. Like it's not. You know what they say? It's about the journey. Do you know what I mean, Nick?
It should be about the journey because for a lot of APAC teams, right, you qualify and you go straight back home first rounded. So if you don't enjoy the journey to get there, group stage, best of ones, and the very long flight trip, it's gonna be a very sad experience. Hopefully, though, a team like Weibo can actually get very far in that tournament because we're expecting that from them. Hopefully, with Chiefs Coast the upset already guaranteeing their spot over EP, you know, they can also get further. But it can be tough if you don't make it far. It's a long trip for a short event otherwise.
It certainly is, but what is still a longer trip ahead of us is the APL finals for Asia. Daystar meet the winner of our next matchup, Team Orchid, as they take on Soul's Heart. Soul's Heart are a roster that have had such a historied experience. I don't know what to say there. I'm kind of lost in the ramen ranking still. But I do think that if I was to rank them on my ramen ranking, I would probably put them up at above a C+. I'd go B, maybe even B+.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean, Nick?
Depends. Depends on I9. Yeah,
Depends if
accurate
Scatman is
reaction
having
right there.
an episode like that.
Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right.
It feels a bit like EP, right, James? Where if Jigsaw drops 20 kills, EP are the GOATs. If I9 drops 20 kills, then Souls are the GOATs. And they both are such consistent players, but in the one series where I9 was falling short, the entire team almost failed to qualify for Souls Heart.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what happened.
What's up for?
We saw it against Psych and Company in the final play day, right? If I9 is cold like he
Yeah.
was for most of that best of one, then the team's going to lose. He ended up coming back, I think it was, what, a 5-3 deficit or a 6-3 deficit or something like that. They came and ended up winning the game and therefore making it to stage finals. As a result, we hear Souls Heart are here to play, but of course they have another opponent, and it could not get much more iconic than this. I9's old team, in fact. It's Team Orchid, Lycolis, and the boys. It just could not get much better than this. These two teams, the best out of Thailand, have been going up against each other for years, blow for blow.
It's probably one of my favorite stories out of all of the regions that we have within APAC. As you mentioned, they've been going blow for blow for many years. I would love to know the exact stat as to how long they've actually been going head-to-head, because this would be almost as long as I've been a part of Siege. It has genuinely been about 8 or 9 years that I've seen these two teams competing there.
Well, the first time that I saw any of the Thai players at an APAC kind of like tier 1 level was the Raleigh Major qualifier all the way back in 2018. I9 played for, I believe at the time they were called Xavier. But you look between these two teams, I mean, it's I9 and Lycolis, former teammates back on the old Fury days. You'll see those good old jerseys. They have been through thick and thin together. Of course, I9 starting on the same team that he is now with Scatman on, and then moving over to Lycolis' team, and then back again. It's been a journey for him. I went back through Wikipedia just to find Scatman versus Lycolis, how many matches they have played against each other. I had to give up after I got to 60 results.
Holy crap.
Because there are so many, and that's going all the way back to 2018. If you go further back than that, then it's no longer Lycolis versus Scatman, or like because you see so many different iterations of the rosters. You know, they've been called Q Confirm, they've been called Xavier, they've been called Elevate, they've been called Fury, they've been called Team Orchid, they've been called No Cap R6, they've been called Souls Heart. There've been so many different names, so many iterations, but these boys in the server today are fighting for one thing, and that is which of these two Thai teams will be able to continue on in the APL.
Oh, Chalet, Clubhouse, and Bank to decide. Nick, I'm a big fan of watching Chalet and Clubhouse in the Asia region, especially when it's these two teams, because they've got so much history together, because these maps have been such staples in this region for such a long time. You just know this is going to go the distance.
Yeah, I quite like the pick here from Team Orchid going to Chalet, because in the very final play day, Team Orchid, they were successful on this map. It wasn't a super high-stakes series for them, but we spoke to Lycolis afterwards and said they've been feeling a bit stuck, a bit doubtful in their minds about their performance, the meta, and how to play the game. So when they played Chalet the previous time, it's about just playing freely, going for plays, not feeling the pressure and having fun. And I hope they can take that same mentality into a much more serious game here in a best-of-3 setting. Because if Team Orchid were going to beat a Souls Heart here and cause the upset, they gotta have that confidence.
Yeah, they certainly do. And then we go to Clubhouse, that currently is not being played for Team Orchid for the last 6 months. And then obviously deciding on Bank, which has very little data for Team Orchid. If you were just looking at the stats, you would tend to lean towards Souls Heart, but that's the best part about this, Dev. We know that it's never as simple as that, and we know that in this server, this matchup in particular is going to go the distance no matter what.
Yeah, you never know. In the best of ones in the group stage, it was Orchid who won out, but historically, out of recent history, it's actually Souls Heart that have had the better of their opponents the last 6 times in a row prior to that, including in 3 best-of-3s. So you never know how it's going to fall when it comes to Orchid and Souls Heart. Chalet is a very chaotic map. We've seen both teams play a bunch, especially Orchid have played some real stiff competition in both Daystar and Weibo on this map recently. They lost both those games. Orchid are looking in great form. Souls Heart are very dependent on the performance of one player, that is I9. We'll see what happens as we get into the game.
He's done it again. That's not even a soft throw. That's like a minuscule throw.
It's like an underarm
It's
lob.
like, it's like underarm in cricket. Like, you just don't do it. Come on, this is a lower bracket semi-final.
It's an elimination match,
Elimination match. I mean, EWC's on the line. James, we need a little bit more oomph.
5 seconds left.
We need more hype. The bans for the first half. The Azami and the Wamai again banned out. Hasn't taken long for teams to clue in that Wamai is strong. Solid Snake and Monty not available for attack.
I'm excited for this one. I mean, the boys did frame it really nicely on the desk in terms of the overall rivalry that it's been spanning quite many a year, which in esports life, I would say anything beyond 5 years is a lifetime. You don't typically get to see to that level. Sorry, the ramen is still digesting.
I do agree somewhat with James. There was a little bit of spice, a little bit of kick. I can feel it. Hopefully there's a bit of spice in this matchup.
Yeah, I expect there should be. Both teams, of course, losing back in the upper bracket semi-final. Orchid only getting the 5 rounds against Daystar. Soul's Heart only getting the 4 rounds against Weibo. Both teams are clearly off those two teams. It's difficult to overvalue this in terms of the winner of this is going to go on a big run. But what the winner does do is they get that chance against Daystar in the lower bracket final. Any chance is better than no chance. First minute goes down. Starting here, of course, on Chalet, which is the map pick of Team Orchid. They're on the attack first up. As Lycolis has actually got into office, by the way. Tahisi in sight. Nitrocell did connect from I9. And Peeps and Sirlotic both combined because they've got this office control. And I9 will fall inside a dining. The defense starting to fall apart. Needed that kill from Mark. He was able to acquire it. Over towards the mezzanine, well split up from DCH, but they can group together over towards the hallway if they so choose. Mark will spray from Mez, but even though they got the initial office control, slipping into bedroom with the kit will be Crit J. That will go down successfully, and now they can turn their attention to Mark and DCH. DCH piano, Mark now goes over to Ego, shoots like Collis in the back. That is a wonderful pivot from Mark, and suddenly 2 versus 1 against Crit J by himself inside a closet.
He's up close to that diffuser, but he needs to try and isolate these 2 picks.
Oh, didn't spot the cross, but he heard the run. Got the intel from the audio. It's Mark. Oh, yes, indeed, it should be. What a round from Mark. He gets 4, but it's the jump out big window to go Ego. You don't see that level of play too often. Soul's Heart get the opening round.
Fair play to Mark. Great initiative for the jump out. And then an unfortunate situation, again in the 1 versus 1, another isolated fight. He wasn't quite in position to find an immediate trade, but held his nerve. And with that, Soul's Heart do take the opening round. And hopefully that opening round is an indication as to how close this matchup may actually develop to be.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, I think this is definitely one that can go all the way to 3 maps. Whether that happens or not remains to be seen, but it certainly has, I would say, the historicness to back it up. This is the play here from Mark. Love this. Gets the kill. Smoked off, and instead of pushing the smoke and trying to play it conventionally, maybe even going for a hallway swing, he just sends it. And like Collis is not ready for it. You're not expecting it. And it's all happening so quick as well. That's just instinct. That's playing on the instinct, not overthinking and just playing. Did go back and find the last time when these two teams met back on Playday 6, which was the 25th of June. Orchid actually ended up winning at 7-3. That was on Consulate. Consulate not going to be part of this veto. Orchid got a 5-1 defensive half on that map. So, I mean, it was probably one I think that was largely affected by the map itself. I wouldn't put too much stock into it. But disappointing for Orchid considering the start to the round. Soul's Heart getting the first one. Let's see what round 2 is going to bring. Bar games is where we're heading. We also got the full bingo sheet on that opening round. Plant the defuse, the ball to kill, and the clutch.
Reload.
Doesn't happen often.
You look quite pleased with yourself.
I always like to see the bingo sheet get filled out.
It's become your new thing.
Yeah, yep. I like it. Only because it's rare. I mean, when something's rare, you can celebrate it, you know? If it happened all the time, I mean, you just wouldn't bring it up.
A bit like Weibo winning all the time.
Yeah, they do that a lot.
Sometimes it gets a little bit difficult to celebrate. Oh, if one of these two are to go on and qualify for EWC, they ultimately will need to beat Weibo after qualifying for that grand final earlier today. But getting through this first matchup is going to be a challenge within itself.
When we were doing the, when I was 1v1ing I9, actually, I think, didn't you guys ask about what that house was or that room was?
I wasn't on the desk, so you'd have to consult with them. No.
What is it? Someone's gaming house?
DCH's uncle or something,
or like
maybe?
a PC
like
cafe?
a family member. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. I mean, the reason why we were so curious is because across many different organizations, they kept playing out of it.
The gamer house is about as old as this rivalry.
Peeps getting the first pick on to miss the punch. Peeps is, I wonder how old he would have been when this rivalry started.
Like, Collis is fireplace, by the way. He could make a bit of a play. There's no one on the objective.
Does he just walk straight through?
There is nobody on the objective.
Where's the kit, by the way?
I don't know.
Is it like front entrance?
It's somewhere near the front door, I think. Or is it below?
Like, Collis could just sit here and watch Barstock. If someone runs back in here and they're not aware that this spot is being watched, it would be a free kill.
Diffuser is all the way outside in Narnia.
And there's 35 seconds.
Oh, no. This is a ranked classic.
Well, they might have to actually just walk in and kill everyone. That might be their strategy, but they lose Crit J. The Zofia ineffective. They have finally sent Lycolis over to go and grab the kit, so he had to give up that Barstock hold. Now he's coming back through the front door, and there's only 20 seconds. But Peeps with the Vendetta gets rid of DCH. I9 needs to win this battle. I cannot emphasize anymore.
Oh.
Does get it. He spotted the second, pushing up fireplace stairs. Goes pistol for a split second. 5 seconds only remaining on the clock. Scatman now in the 1 versus 2. Core on the cross, held by Serlotic. It's 1-1. Expecting back and forth blows here in this series.
They clutched it. Narrow margins in the end from the attack of Orchid after leaving Kit outside, collected late, and I9 was in a power position to do something bar and clutch up, but did find himself susceptible to the death mark from Peeps late.
Big round from Peeps.
Meant that he was under quite a bit of pressure.
We got to speak to Lycolis back in the group stage about Peeps and what they feel like his ceiling is, and I think sky's the limit. We'll obviously speak about Crit J, and rightfully so, is probably the best Thai player currently.
Well, you say that, he's 10th rated in the league, 3rd for Orchid. He's been hot and cold this stage from what I've observed.
Well, in this stage, yes. Crit J, yeah.
Again, still a good level, just below his great level.
Well, I think if you were to go back a year ago, 2 years ago, around that sort of period, it was like Reaps was like #1, Crit J was like #2. Those two were kind of going back and forth.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, it's been the Reaps' turd show for this stage, though.
Who would you put as the greatest of all time Thai player, though? That's maybe more of a question, I feel like, for James. That's the sort of question I think he would have an answer to.
The greatest of all time Thai player. It'd be Onigiri, right? Still?
Would you say Onigiri? Without bias?
Heart, yes. Brain, no.
Ah, yeah, but then what does the brain say?
Onigiri internationally, though, I would say was the best player. You can farm domestically, it's all well and good. If you're not qualifying for events, it doesn't mean squat. Like, let's be real.
Yeah.
Hot take, maybe, but...
All right. So what you're saying is probably room to maybe overtake Onigiri if you can get to some international events. For like some Peeps in future.
Maybe. In a roundabout way, though, they may be relying on Weibo to get 2 spots back for November.
Yeah. Although in some ways it was Weibo's fault that 2 spots have also been taken away. Weibo giveth, Weibo taketh.
Top 4 hold here for Soul's Heart on this dining defense. Orchid are looking to contest with the Mav to facilitate some hard breach in through office. The only dedicated hard breach available to them in this round. Electing to smoke breach, they don't have Glaz, and playing into the Warden,
Yeah,
so we'll see if this works out well.
I'm pretty sure they know the Warden's piano. That looks like a slug. There we go, it's going to complete it.
A slug.
Well, it did.
Of all the things to describe that as.
Oh, there's many other things I could describe it as.
Oh,
there's another drone over to DCH at piano. Well, that has forced him off that position for
This is an
now.
incredibly slow chalet round, my word. Okay, well, on cue, a bit of action. DCH finds the first. BGMN was lurking over towards front door, but gets caught. Trench in the end.
That's the first shot, and what I imagine there's about to be a flurry of them, surely, to Orchid, who have to now flood into the side. They lose another one. Soul's Heart not really getting tested much in this round.
Nothing's happening.
Nothing is happening. They walk in, Peeps is now dead. trying to play piano with Jay, but he's in some way baiting the rest of his team. While he did get one kill, that was it. That was a bit of a nothing burger kind of round from Orchid. Soul's Heart will get their second round.
I want a refund on that round. I'm calling customer support.
And by the way, that was kitchen dining as well, so they weren't even actually close to site. Like it was
just nothing happened.
Yeah, they just didn't do anything.
In fact,
we might actually go straight back there to bedroom and office, to be honest, as well.
They just never really got anything going with the Mav. A little pressure above. DCH was freely running around.
Surely. If you're banning the snake, yeah. So Deimos will go. Allah as well. I was thinking about that. It was played twice, but Allah's not one you look to and say, yeah, let's ban Allah.
Probably expecting should play then going forward if the Allah's banned out, you would imagine.
Someone has arrived to Rainbow Six. Of course, we've got the seasonal series. Jeez, that was quick. That was rapid. I didn't even get to go through that. Tactical timeout for Team Orchid.
Another example of the tactical timeout being used to extend the additional ban quote-unquote timeout. I wonder what's being said at this point of the round, or this point of the match. Both teams very much looking to settle in, still very early days. Only 3 rounds completed and likely plenty more to come over the next few hours.
Yeah, I mean,
it could be quite a grind.
I think it's going to be a strap yourself in kind of match.
I don't think we're finishing anywhere close to midnight or before midnight. 10:40 local for reference. We in it for the long haul.
Yeah, it wouldn't be much much earlier for them either.
No.
No, I think that's also just what you typically get from these two teams. A lot of back and forth. You're going to get swings of momentum, so it's especially for us watching as neutrals to not get kind of sucked into it when one team maybe gets 2 or 3 in a row and think, okay, well, they've got the control. Both teams have got the ability to get control of the particular map in a couple of rounds.
Here is a following fact for that. So Soul's Heart have a 69% round win rate after losing 2 in a row. But interestingly, Team Orchid, that number only sits at 55%. So maybe limited data set, it's only one stage, I always have to keep saying it, but maybe just an insight to resilience issues. And if that does prop up in this best of 3, it's going to be interesting to see if that is a difference maker.
Lifted by Lion. Is that for Orchid? It would be.
Yep. So a 59% win rate with Lion, 42 without.
Well, Peeps is playing the Lion. And it's going to be the first time that we're going to see the Lion in this half as well. Might bode well for them. Let's see if they can contribute more to that statistic.
Here's another fun
Also,
fact.
the Thorn literally just replaces the Ella anyway. It's just like a 1-for-1 swap. Well, I'm saying that's what they've gone with.
Sure. Does fill a bit of a different role. Having the Ella for the stun against Blackbeard is always convenient. Not to say that Thorn isn't strong in her own right. Another quick fun fact. Mr. Punch main Smoke, not playing it in this particular round. 70% round win rate with that operator though.
Yeah, Scatman
to the 52% baseline.
Yeah, he's playing the mute. I mean, it's kind of a pick what you want between those two.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty interchangeable in terms of kit.
But yeah, same lineup essentially from the opening round on this site. It's just the Thorn in place of the Ella after the ban.
That's a kill.
I9, that's a freebie. But a Salatic elsewhere with the Twitch, able to get the kill onto Mr. Punch. Peeps goes down on the Lion. Well, there's that, what was it, 70% win rate? Although it's a round win percentage. It doesn't matter if he dies or doesn't die, just his presence, even though I don't think he used the Lion scan even once.
Oh, he used one.
Oh, he used one? Okay. Must have been pretty early in the round. That's enough. That's he's added value with the Lion.
He used it at the
2-minute mark.
2-minute mark. Just past it.
Well, 60 seconds left here in the 4th round. 3v3. Again, Orchid's pacing. I mean, minute 46, minute 17, 57 seconds, minute 30 in terms of the opening kills. We're not really seeing a lot of this fast-paced chalet, not a lot of window play.
Soul's Heart still with half wall control, courtesy of Scatman and 2 gas babes. So I think it's very unlikely, unless they clear Scatman, that a default plan is the win con.
I mean, you got, yeah, the 2 gas babes, 30 seconds. He can just kind of smoke them out now and force them to push through. Maybe go for an ego push. Oh, lovely pop-up headshot from I9 playing behind the global shield on top of the piano. I mean, it's almost expecting that ego push, but it's just not happening. Scatman does go down, but so does Solodic. Down Crit J in a 1 versus 2 into red time. Oh, he loves these moments, but he is low on health. Doesn't fully clear out piano. Soul's Heart defends successfully again. Orchid, even with the Lion, unable to win the round. It's also 3 to 4 in terms of opening kills. Soul's Heart have started nicely here.
Yeah, it's a big pick from DCH there to just maintain momentum in the round. It could have unraveled pretty quickly after the half-wall kill and clear.
So I was just playing my
You're doing the water bottle flip like it's
but with my
2017. Yeah, it has been a strong start. And so now we get to test that resilience of Orchid, as I mentioned before. After losing 2 rounds in a row, it's a 55% win rate. They've now lost 2. Soul's Heart have some meaningful momentum. Can Team Orchid find a way out of this hole?
But like I said before, though, to not get kind of overwhelmed with the fact that, yeah, okay, Soul's Heart have won 3 of the last 4 rounds, but that doesn't mean it's going to continue in that direction. Yeah, Orchid certainly have the ability to win rounds themselves, close out this half, get to bring it back to 3v3 on the scoreboard. So, yeah, Soul's Heart need to stay locked in if they want to maintain this lead or extend it. The concern for me is not even the scoreboard, it's definitely the opening kill. So 4 from 4 in terms of conversion. Peeps is the only player for Orchid that's actually picked up an opening kill so far. And the other concern is actually even beyond that. The multi-kills, it's 3 to 0 in favor of Soul's Heart. So they are winning these rounds. Mark gets a 4K in the first. DCH gets a 3K in the third, 9-9 to 3K in the previous round. So that's 3 different players, 3 different multi-kills, and none from Orchid. There are a lot of concerns, but not losing faith in Orchid at all. The mega concern is Clubhouse. They just haven't played it at all this year. 0-0, banned 8 times by them. Soul's Heart.
That's the ace up the sleeve.
Well, I mean, it's not like Soul's Heart have only played it once themselves, and they beat Sark & Company 8-6. That was 2 weeks ago. It's not as if it's say like a fundamentally amazing map for them. Although interestingly, Soul's Heart for Chalet, this is their least preference map despite having a 2-0 record. They just banned it a lot. 3-4 record for Orchid here on Chalet. They don't ban this map at all. They do like playing
Sophia below, maybe?
Sophia is below trophy stairs.
Just spam him. You got 3 spams, Crit J. What do you use your utility?
He's pushing up instead.
You know he's there.
Oh, I9 could vault this and probably kill him himself. He's still got the yellow ping. I9, hello, wake up! You just got triple yellow pinged and he's pushing up the stairs. Both of them have got question marks in that moment.
Both a bit asleep at the wheel there. That was weird. Crit J took a low percentage play then, but gets away with it. He had triple impact and still does. And we saw from Turd, the triple spam back on Cons. It is going to be an effective tactic. It's the new hot nade, in my opinion. I don't think it's going to be a reverse strat. Can get 2 for the down and the 3rd for the finish.
Well, the extension for Soul's Heart has not paid off either. Now they fall back library side and it's a 4v3 in favor of Orchid. Orchid can start to move a little bit here, please. There's only a minute left, guys.
Thanks for using your manners. That's
please.
Yeah, some of the pacing in some of these rounds have been a little strange. We saw it from Daystar in particular, a little slow in the last series, and Team Orchid here finding it difficult on Chalet, but they do have that player advantage and they need to capitalize. If they don't, it's a 4-1 lead for Soul's Heart.
They got away with it last time on this side. This is where they got that 1 round win. Remember, they left the kid outside front entrance and then they were able to sneak into bar last second. Well, they got a player advantage here, 20 seconds left, but they could have easily had far more time. So Lotic just gets an absolute fortunate headshot because Scatman had read him completely. Scatman's having one of those games where nothing's working for him. 0 and 5. Then Mr. Punch will fall. Mark over towards Barstock. Caught by Peeps. They've done it again on Bar Games. Snatched it at the death. They like their red time round wins on this site. Yeah, there's 2 for Orchid. Look, they're not doing this in probably their best style of play or the best we've ever seen them, but they are still doing just enough to stay hanging around here on Chalet.
Yeah, it was 20 seconds on the clock when Soleil got that kill on the vert.
And that could have easily gone the other way.
Yeah, especially with Barstock still in play late as well. So fair play to Team Orchid there. By definition, clutching up these rounds, and it's enough to remain competitive. They've met the benchmark, or their 3 on Chalet is probably a little more optimal. So we'll see if they're able to achieve that. Down to Kitsch Dining for the final round of the half.
I mean, the concern is Bar Games is the only site they've won, and both times on said site, they've done it in a pretty unconventional way.
Hasn't been the most convincing half.
And leaving the kid outside in one of them, and then in that round, they kind of wasted about 40 seconds. So maybe wasted is probably the wrong word of choice, but certainly very slow in their approach towards the site and could have picked up their pacing in a 4 versus 3 environment. That was also the first round. The opening kill was not converted here on Chalet. We break that streak.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Which is more unfortunate for Soul's Heart because they were the ones that got that opening pick. They've got 4 of the 5 in this half, dominated in the early portion of the rounds. I say early, but all of the opening kills have essentially been midway or lower in terms of time. We're not getting any of these fast opening kills, 2.5 minutes or anything around that range. Although I've said that, I'm sure it'll happen now.
Yeah, it's been pretty conservative from Team Orchid. Soul's Heart equally aren't, trying to force too many hyper-aggressive fights early, and that's why we're being led into a lot of these stalemates with little time then remaining on the clock. Last time out, Orchid on this side in particular really struggled to have any meaningful control or presence or pressure above. They dropped the Mav, replaced it with the Ace. I think that's a great choice. The Mav was really slowing things down last time, and they never really were able to dislodge those defenders up above. And so a combination with the Thatcher to counter the Kaid, it's pretty simple to open up this time and start exposing half wall. Mr. Punch will hold the line, as you would expect from a member of the defense, but he gets his head ripped straight off.
Yeah, I mean, that feels like that's similar to what happened with Solotic betting out Scatman at the close of the previous round. Or could have been a little fortunate in some of these fights. I mean, there've been some really genuine 50-50s that they've had go their way. Credit to Peeps, though. He's now up to 6 kills. I mean, Peeps just continues to go strength to strength after every stage that we see him developing more and more. A lower bracket semi-final elimination game. He's rising to the occasion for Orchid. And they've yet again got another player advantage.
As we saw there in the pips, Sun was opening up the route down below for the plant win con now for Team Orchid. They could look to commit to the plant and just cover enough of the vert up above that they're not susceptible to plant denial from that vert position. Team Orchid don't have to commit to a full clear above, and it seems as if, as we can see via the outlines, that's what they'll go for.
Oh, yeah, but I9 with the DMR from West Main. I9 a second one onto Solotic. Now he's holding down the fort towards the site, but he's losing troops around the map. He's got one more still up above in DCH. As Peeps connects, he finds his second kill, shuts down the main man. Air jab, dislodging DCH. He's going to keep him quite late to denying any chance of this. Lycolis will get it successfully down. It seems as if we're going to be tied at the half. DCH must get this kill and do so quickly. So low on health for Crit J over towards Closet. And so is Peeps as well towards Fireplace. Could have gone pistol out on the swing. But still closes the gap, and as you say, gotta move very quickly here and go for this counter defuse. Doesn't have the time. The longer angle being held by Peeps, and backfilling up above inside the office will be Lycolis. Unfortunately for DCH, it's not gonna happen. This is why I said at 3-1 in favor of Soul's Heart. Don't get your hopes up, because this series will continue to go back and forth all the way through the night. It's 2 straight for Orchid. We are tied at the half.
Wow. Wow, very, very well done, Jake. You really brought the energy there. I'm loving it. As we're into the role swap timeout, it's 3 rounds apiece, Pengu, and no surprises here. Our 2 teams from Thailand that always give us a show are continuing to do so here on Chalet.
Yeah, it's pretty good. We spoke about I9 and how like SoulsHeart are very dependent on his performance in particular.
Yeah.
But it's actually been both Mr. Punch and Scatman falling short, having a 0-6 and 1-5 scoreline, yet it's still tied 3 apiece.
Yeah, I remember it was only a few years ago when Scatman, back when he was called Sapper, back when Oregon was in the pool,
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you were casting with me at that point. I was casting with Mandy, but he got such a good reputation for holding onto freezer stairs on Oregon with the smoke. And at that point in time...
That's Mandy.
Yeah, well. So great. It was really iconic. He was like one of the best players in APAC at that time. And yeah, the thing about SoulsHeart is it does feel like there's that inconsistency over time, you know, different players being required to be the heroes from game to game. Otherwise, the team doesn't perform. Even just looking at that, I mean, you threw some names. You look at it, first round, Mark had a 4K, including a 1v1 clutch. DCH had a 3K later on. I9 had a 3K. And, I mean, at the end of that half, then it was a pretty decisive round, despite, who was it, Peeps on that or DCH on that retake, you know, using all of the time left to make it into a technical 1v1. That was a convincing win for Orchid. That was Orchid's attack. Now we switch halves. Orchid on defense. I feel like, if I'm going to hedge bets, split hairs here, I feel like Orchid are on paper the favored team. But moving on to defense, Chalet, not easy.
Not easy at all. I would say favorite up until this very moment, because now we're going to the SoulsHeart's better side, I9's better side typically. The Solid Snake, the Demos, the Shield Operators, there are way more easy ways to cheese a couple of kills. So even players like your Mr. Punch and Scappan, who is yet to find the scoreboard, they're now going to have so many better ways of doing so. So I really do think that I'm going to favor SoulsHeart myself here.
Sorry,
would love to see
local wildlife made its way onto the set.
I was going to say, local wildlife, okay. But I see a Sami ban, low-key, maybe a Sami clash even.
Let's have a look. Second half bans time.
Let's have it.
I love to see SoulsHeart on the
Solid Snake
attack.
ban as well, by the way.
Dockerby. Okay, I'm curious if the Solid Snake will stay in. Was it... Am I remembering correctly? Was it Scatman played, or maybe it was Critchy, I can't remember. SoulsHeart played a bunch of the Solid Snake on this map in particular.
Yeah, I played a lot of it. I think Mark might also played it, but I think I9 was the one who started that for them.
Oh, it is allowed to
Demos
slip
does
through.
get banned in the end, though.
Yeah, the Wamai ban, though, Pengu. Wamai Denari as the 2 bans from SoulsHeart onto Team Orchid's defense. Before we toss it back to Jake and Gus, anything to say about the Wamai bans? I know we've seen a few of them now.
I mean, hey, you buff an operator by a little bit, and pro players figure out very quickly that that can change the entire meta. Again, stacking all my with the Jaeger and top blue and a bar defense makes it almost impossible to attack. And if it's between Jaeger or my, Jaeger got the weapon buff, Wamai got the gadget buff. So it's probably going to be a Wamai ban more than a Jaeger ban, just like looking into the far future.
Yeah, half the round so far, we've also seen that Sophia with her new concussion and new explosive charge added as well. Oh, look at that. Summer Series. Cheeky, I saw that little banner there for a second.
And it's gone.
Yeah, it's gone. But yeah, I don't know if you guys are aware. There's a little cheeky T2 tournament called the Summer Series. You guys should sign up for it. But for now, let's focus up on the Tier 1 boys. It's Orchid and SoulsHeart into the second half. Thank you, Nick. Let's toss it back to Jake and Gus.
What did they do to Rob?
Yeah,
what happened to Rob?
Yeah, I don't know. He's a big boy. It's hard to tie him up.
Is he punched out for the night? Is he done?
Yeah.
He doesn't work past 11 p.m.?
No, he doesn't. That was a really good throw, though, from you, James. That was much better.
Well, the standard's been pretty low.
Yeah, well, he is sick.
Yeah, true.
He is sick. Given the pass. 3-3, though. I mean, look, as I said before, this is going to be the kind of series where a team gets on a little bit of a run, feels like the momentum shifting, and it can quickly shift back. And I think that's the easiest way to explain kind of what's happened here. SoulsHeart really got off to a fast start, cuz, and maybe Orchid at times even doing some questionable things. I mean, they win it the next 2.
We question Orchid's ability to bounce back from 2-round loss streaks. They did. Now it's an opportunity for SoulsHeart to return serve. So we'll see if that does reign true. They do have the first defensive round here in the second half. And so, arguably, they're now strongest side to display and should put them in good stead.
Yeah, Bedroom Office wasn't successfully won on the attack in the first half, so it should prove to be difficult as well for SoulsHeart. We'll see what they can do on it.
Shell and play.
The The Dokkaebi Deimos ban leads me to believe that Orchid are probably going to get rid of their Solid Snake at some point. Maybe the Zofia, but probably the Solid Snake. Denari and Wamai bans. Both are pretty much doubling down into the same kind of categories. Oh, swing up close. Crit J just wins the battle against DCH. That was one that could have easily just come down to a matter of who swung at the right time, who got the timing down pat. Crit J just beats out DCH on the Zofia. Been a good game as well so far for DCH, and that's not the player that you want to be losing. Scatman, by the way, still yet to get a kill, and Mr. Punch only the one. Puts pressure onto I9 and Mark in this 7th round. 60 seconds left to go. If we spoke about Orchid's slow pace on their attack, Soul's Heart aren't really too much quicker.
Yeah, Crit J is still in the tuck position, and there's been no utility laid into this spot. They know where he is, but dislodging Crit J is proving to be a challenge. I9 takes space. Now has the close angle. Who catches the better timing? Crit J. Well, I think it was I9 that caught the timing, but Crit J.
Crit J
with the mouse in hand.
When we spoke about him earlier in the night, you said, well, he's not had the best stage thus far, and I agree. And the stats show that. But when Crit J's at his best, he's still up there as one of the best that Thailand's ever produced in this game. Mark and Scatman get one apiece, though. They bring it back to a 2 versus 3. 20 seconds remaining in this round. They must move forward and do so quickly. They've left Crit J behind, still alive inside a library. He goes prone, can't connect on the shots. Heading into red time in this 7th round. Again, looking for the ace. He'll go pistol. He'll find it. He's one of the region's best. Crit J with all 5. Barely makes any kind of remark. Team Orchid have won 3 straight. They take the lead for the first time here on Chalet.
Yeah, and I'm just going to have a quick look back because this was such a pivotal moment in the round with Crit J holding that key position in the tuck. And it was a 2-man split in the end to try and pinch him out of this position. But unfortunately, both Mr. Punch had smokes, so he can't really flush out of this position. But I9 critically did have a frag grenade available that could have been used to potentially dislodge him from that position, get him into the line of sight of Mr. Punch. Didn't play out that way. And that individual moment from Crit J set the defense up for success.
What should have they done, Mr. Punch and I9 here?
Use the frag grenade.
It's a frag grenade, 3, 2, 1s.
And time, because they also missynced the push later on as well. I mean, we'll let the clip play out, but even beyond that, it was just a mistime. I9 swings, the disconnect on the vault was a little bit late from Mr. Punch. It was just, unfortunately, overall, a bit of a mess.
And with that, it does give the advantage over to Team Orchid. They go up around 4-3. Crit J up to 13 kills. Like Cola's yet to find a kill. Does not matter. Scatman did get one at the end in the exchange of kills to close the round out. I've got 179 EPS here for Crit J, which is the highest apparently he's had all stage long. Again, overall, coming into tonight, it hasn't probably been his best stage up to this point.
You know what's even crazier about that clip that I highlighted that I didn't quite catch beforehand? I9 actually picked up a frag grenade using the Solid Snake passive and then still didn't deploy it there for the clear. So that was just a shambles in that round for Soul's Heart, unfortunately.
First ace of the stage as well for Crit J. I'm still hearing shooting. Hearing flash out. Oh! Jeez! Crit J gets the pick onto I9. He is hot right now, up to 14 as Mr. Punch falls. So there's that momentum swing. I think it's going to have to be timeout time for Soul's Heart. They need to talk things over because it's looking like 4 straight for Orchid.
Yeah, they're looking pretty polished on defense so far.
I mean, you just saw him shoot through the wall. Where else could he be? Mark didn't even look at it.
I think the pressure's Maybe just getting to them a little bit here at the moment.
Scatman to avoid Flawless, but it does not matter. It's about to be 5 for Orchid. They will...
What are you doing? Why are you talking like that? Oh, it's an outside Fenrir. What are we watching?
They were 1-3 down. They do avoid the Flawless.
Okay.
Oh,
it worked. He looked for the nitro and then Crit J peaked.
Well played. So, trouble brewing now for Soul's Heart. It started as probably best possible. 3-1 lead. They probably should have won bar games in the second round. There is that tactical timeout, but it's now 4 straight to Team Orchid.
I need to turn my music dial up a little bit. It's very faint for me.
There we go.
Yeah,
That's much better.
I need to lock back in here.
How's that?
Yeah, that's good, Jake.
Is that good?
Yeah, I can feel the tension.
You want it like there or you want...
Ah, that's good.
You want it better?
No, that's
More?
good.
Okay. You just let me know. I'll turn your dial anytime.
It does feel a bit like a... I know we were talking about Christopher Nolan earlier today. It feels a little bit like an ambient he may have in a movie.
Yeah, well, it started so well for Soul's Heart. Where's it gone wrong?
Yeah. Look, the entry for them in the last handful of rounds has gone against them. It's been a struggle. DCH has gotten caught out both times on defense, playing both times on attack, pardon me, playing that Zofia. So that's probably then not helped in some of the util clearance later on. It's been fairly trap heavy in terms of the lineup, with a bit of catch, at least in round 8 for the defense. And then I think just they've been commanding the map, and mechanically Team Orchid look really confident in this second half. So it's a tough one for Soul's Heart.
It's a combination of things, yeah.
Yeah.
But as I said before, and I'll stand by this again, you know, you think, and I literally, it's funny I said this at the start of the game because we've had it now. It started with Soul's Heart, now it's with Orchid. So when you think, okay, well, Orchid now are in the driver's seat, they're going to be able to get to that finish line first. They've won 4 straight, they're in cruise control.
Sometimes the tortoise wins the race in these kinds of games.
That's the thing, I'm not counting out Soul's Heart just yet.
5 seconds left before insertion.
But they do need to get a wriggle on.
Attacker's objective is to defuse
Time for the tortoise to cheat. That's what he does in the...
Does he?
I can't remember the story, to be honest. Or does the hair, like... Oh, no, the hair gets to, like, the finish line and then, like...
Runs out of energy or something? I don't know.
No, I think he, like, detours and he's like, I'm just going to chill. I've won this. I'm going to go, like, have a coffee.
Ah,
and then,
arrogance.
Like, and, yeah, I think the arrogance gets to him. And then the tortoise just never stopped. Reload! I have no idea. I haven't...
It's a story about persistence and never giving up.
But, I mean, let's also be honest. It's also a story about just finish the race and you'll win. Like, the tortoise should never be winning the race. So, like, don't ever think you've got a chance if you're the tortoise. You kind of need the hair to throw.
Wow. That's the that's the glass half empty approach of looking at it, sure.
I mean, if you go through life thinking as a tortoise that you're going to win every race, you're not going to go very far in life.
That's like the nihilism take on the tortoise versus the hare. Oh boy. Do you reckon that's how teams feel when they have to take a Weibo, that they're the tortoise against the hare?
In this region, probably. There you go, Lycolas goes down early, missed the punch with a double. Out of the tactical timeout, good words have been spoken by Nano.
The hare's back alive. It's back in the race.
Yep.
The coffee's done.
It's trying to catch the tortoise who's appearing close to that finish line. Very slowly for Orchid. And not much they can do. They know they're getting hunted down. You can feel the pressure that Crit J's under. Scatman is able to avoid that Nitro Cell. They're able
he's under
to push
so much
forward.
pressure, but he knows he can't forfeit this position.
No. He's also running out of teammates. Goes for the swing of the window. Good shotgun kill. Push back down, though, by the Monty. Scatman, it's the headshot. 5-4. Swing around that roundabout. Just when you think the momentum is yours, it's going to come back the other way. Unless Peeps can win a 1 versus 4.
Improbable but not impossible.
Ooh, obs blocker.
That might be the first time I've ever seen an obs blocker do something. It's kept his position classified for now.
There's no way. Nah. Can't get a people blocker.
You know, funnily enough, when the obs blocker first got introduced, there was actually a bug where if you place them all, I think you had, it was like 5 or 6, like right next to each other, it actually could block bullets until they fixed it, but... I do hope that at some point, especially given that we're in this buff phase, the obs blocker, can we do something to make it a bit better?
What would you do? What would you suggest?
Good question.
I think the easy answer would be...
the easy answer would be you make it like a mute. That would be the easiest answer, but then you also take away from the uniqueness of mute. That would be a good question for Nick. I'm sure he's got some much smarter
I mean,
take
Nick
on
is
that.
smart, but I don't know if he's that smart.
No, he's pretty smart.
Oh.
What would you do?
I mean, it's like, what are you competing with, really? As
The other
like,
caveat...
that's the thing. So you've got to get it on a similar level.
Well, the other caveat to this discussion as well is we've kind of moved into a meta where droning's less relevant because you've got the Deimos and you've got the snakes, so obs blockers are just inherently worse because droning's less effective. Plus Solace.
What if there was a, what if it blocked other things? What if it was just a blocker?
Okay.
It just blocked everything.
You got a deployable shield.
10 seconds remaining.
Thank God you're not on the balancing team.
5 seconds to go.
I don't mean a deployable shield. I mean in the sense that, hiding certain gadgets behind it. I don't know, like...
Hopefully it gets some love at some point.
It just feels as if it's been really kind of left behind. A little archaic.
A little bit like Thunderbird.
Thunderbird. They tried with Thunderbird.
They've tried a few times.
What, did they bump it by like 5 or 10 on the Kona Station Hill and then they left it again? And they were like, yep, job done everyone, let's pack it up. Thunderbird's fixed. Let's see if Soul's Heart can keep the gravy train going. Bedroom and office again, though. That does spell a little concern because it has not been won by either of these two on their attacks. I also liked the strategy that they employed in the previous round, Soul's Heart, which was leave Crit J till last, and we'll deal with everyone else first.
Not the worst way of going
It's
about
one or
things.
the other. It's either him first or him last. Nothing in the middle.
He really is farming in this matchup, and also an 89% cost, so he's not just stat padding in the odd round. He's consistently having impact at a 1.78 KPR.
It's a large cost.
It's huge. I don't think I've ever seen a cost that big.
I do like this pace, though, from Soul's Heart. We've been kind of touching about the pacing from both teams on their attacks, and this is a little bit better. Straight through Mez. No funny business. Obviously not being defended by Orchid, so they're playing it pretty default, although Critche basement is his position known. Have they scouted this out? Have they droned it? So that's something to keep an eye on. BG Man will set default half wall and making his way over towards fireplace stairs. No. Oh, okay. Never mind. Sorry.
He fakes us all out.
Yeah. Jeez. I think he's going to go up West Main.
Time ticking. 70 seconds on the clock. And a formidable hold still above here for Team Orchid to play off defensively.
Up library?
What's the game plan for Soul's Heart? They're probably looking to try and leverage the Blackbeard here, but easier said than done with those yokais.
I wonder if Critche is just simply waiting for Soul's Heart to get into a position where it's like, okay, we know 100% this is how they want to play this round.
Once they commit.
Now he's up library stairs.
He'll just sit and wait. He's in a perfect spot. No dedicated flank point for the attack.
Well, I don't know where BG Man's going. I mean, I know the frag
really
grenade obviously didn't have an option to really fall back, but also didn't need to be in that spot in the first place. Critche's going to have to make that move and do so rather quickly, not being watched on that first floor, so he can actually go up, not contest it. I don't think watched at all, and there's no real flank. It's not as if there's air jabs that are going to stop it. Never mind, he's edge watching. Sorry.
He was being watched.
He was being watched on that second floor. Down to Solotic and Lycolis. Lycolis hasn't had a kill, but he doesn't need a kill to win this round. He just needs to deny the plant. By the way, Kit is, this is getting a little spicy. 6 seconds. Where's the Kit? Lycolis does get a kill. I9 has got it. 2 seconds left. Going for the plant. Lycolis, does he have the chance? No, it's the Bailiff It's the Grim. He rushes him. Oh, that got really spicy.
Oh, I was just in autopilot mode. I genuinely just thought the plant had already gone down, but I was clearly mistaken. We saw the plant initially committed to sort of around that time window in which Crit J went for the flank. The plant was looking to be stuck, but then I think they were maybe nervous of Peeps below, because the Solace was in play at that point in time. I don't know if that's directly what prompted it, because Peeps was on another planet. He was ages away, but either way, they still got it done. I think they tried to then transition into the kill win con and then identified that that wasn't really on. There was Peeps on the Solace, came through late. And with about 3 seconds on the clock, they recommitted.
It was definitely Peeps that... Well, the thing is, Peeps didn't get Mark off, but Mark respected Peeps enough and got off it himself.
Either way, they won the round. Hey, as a wise man once said...
Can't criticize a win.
When you're on attack, you can't criticize a win.
Well, just in general, you can't criticize a win. Doesn't matter what you're doing. It's like if you're playing chess and you blunder your queen, but you still go on and win the match.
Well, then your opponent sucks.
Yeah, but you made a critical error, but you still won, so you don't criticize yourself because you won. Don't beat yourself up when you win. If you lose, absolutely, beat yourself up. Straight up. That's what I do every Xenox Goes Pro. I mean, it's, you know, I take it to heart. I don't know if you realize we didn't do it today because I just said I needed more time to train.
Well, thankfully, the 1v1 playlist has been re-added, or is to be added back into the game. So
yeah, but no one wants to 1v1 me. I asked Nick the other day, and he said, no, it's a waste of time, sorry.
Well, he's also on 350 ping.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
and
want
then
to
James
either.
is sick. Rob doesn't know how to play the game. You're too good. I mean...
Oh, that's very kind. I don't think I am that good.
Maybe I can ask Alex.
Oh, you'd beat him easily.
Okay. I'll ask Alex.
That wouldn't even be a challenge.
So back to 5-5, 2 in a row for Soul's Heart. Oh, that was so close to getting both. But the fact that I9 is revivable, that is no opportunity for it to get neither. In the long run, yes, he'll be low on health. But Orchid will be none the wiser that that could have been both I9 and DCH. Very close. Very fine margins.
It was. Regardless, still a nice Nitro and at least some value extracted, although I9...
Really good observing, by the way, to catch that.
I9 able to get back on his feet. I don't know if that was that shown live?
It was.
Ah. Well, hopefully we get another look back in the post round because it was quite a nice Nitro.
I reacted to it, so I don't know what you think I'm watching. 90 seconds. Round 11, 5-5, break point.
Oh, good info gathered from like Colas, the 2-stack library side, and can get that Yokai back towards the objective. So a good condition available for the defense in terms of denying plant.
Well, you got 2 bulletproof cameras, plus you've got the ADS devices as well. Like, having those extra Roteros may end up being a difference maker. So the fact that I9 was revivable will be certainly helpful. Still plenty of frag grenades as well. Well, I9 gets the opening kill. How about that for helpfulness? For him still being revivable. And Mark catches out Peeps looking to try and retake up into library. We're going to go over the plant inside of games. That's the capital of DCH. They're too concerned though on this top floor. That plant will be successful. I9 falls, but so does DCH quickly. Now the advantage is with Orchid on the defense. Quick to react in that post-plant scenario. As soon as it started, they're looking to try and end it. Scatman just gets swatted by Crit J. He goes up to 18 kills on the verge of a 20 bomb. And he may get it, but it won't be in this round because there's only one left. He missed the punch. But playing outside in the post plant, there's one expecting the second. Can he somehow get all 3? Indeed he can. That is a mega blow from Mr. Punch. An all-time play in this region. It doesn't get much better than that.
They went for the double play outside and it doesn't pay off. Big risk taken. And I don't know if it was a miscomm or why they didn't drop at the same time, but it turns out to be a massive fault in their plan.
I think like Colas, I think like Colas has accidentally fallen off early. It has to have been a case that he's accidentally fallen off a little bit early, a little too much of a strafe to the right, and he's just dropped. And instead of the 3-2-1, we both drop at the same time. There is a delay.
Yeah, here's the replay. We're on the telestrator. So we see them get on the kit, right? Correct call. The remaining 2 players are both outside on the balcony. They just need to synchronize the drop. Drop at the same time. One of you is destined to die, and the second can get the trade.
3, 2, 1. Oh, never mind.
One down dead.
Yeah.
Crit J still above. I mean, it illustrates itself.
Yeah. We'll never know whether or not that was if that was accidental, clearly by Lycolis. Thank you again, guys, for the telestration. Good work on those tonight. We'll get back to the live program feed.
I feel like I'm on the NFL. You know how they do the little...
Yeah, it's cool. It's fun, isn't it? I hope we can actually get that for, you know, the majors and their size. That'd be good. I might put in a word with Blast.
Have a word?
Yep, I'll have a word. I'll get my people to talk to their people, and then we'll organize it. My people are, of course, RecGN. I think I just heard Rob spit out his drink or something. Mate, no, he's okay.
No, it is a very fun tool. And a great, you know.
I thought you just said he's a fun tool.
Well, he is a tool, but that's also a fun tool being the telestrator.
There's Soul's Heart. Oh, there he is. There's the boss man.
Yep. Sit up straight. Wait, what happened to Mr. Punch? Did he just fall off? Did I? I didn't see what happened. Too busy looking at Rob.
I would imagine he fell off the roof.
Maybe.
He can do whatever he wants after that last round.
It also doesn't matter. He's on the Brava, so his primary focus is drone work for now, but it could come back to bite him later on. The Cludges will be good in countering potentially the Mozzie.
And don't forget in that round, we go all the way back to that Nitro Cell at the very beginning, which almost could have got 2 players. Got the down onto I9. I9 ends up getting picked back up and then finds the opening kill. So there was a lot of things in that round that had to go right for Soul's Heart. This does give an opportunity for Crit J to embark upon 20+ kills, but I don't think he'll care if they end up losing this round. He won't care at all. He wants the map win, which requires this round win. Kitchen and Dining has not been won by Team Orchid on the defense in this half. But Peebs gets them off onto the right note. I should add, 11 rounds into this game, ladies and gentlemen, there's only been a single round that the opening kill has not been converted. A very high conversion rate. Nitrocell doesn't make it over to Scatman. He stays alive, and so does Crit J. Low on health, he remains still up and available on the warden as Mr. Punch falls. No more heroics from him after his last round heroics. Got them to this point where OT is secured, but it looks like OT will be required.
Oh, we feel destined for OT now at this point. Unless Soul's Heart can produce something magical, then it's not to be a flawless conclusion to regulation.
Overtime required. Yeah, get that music. Just right into the soul. It just makes you want to play Siege.
The greatest game on earth. Bar none.
We are so fortunate for this bloody game.
It's not quite SI24, mate. Relax.
No, look, it always does feel good, though, when the storylines kind of follow the script.
We're not right often, so when we are,
yeah,
we
I'm not right often. So when I say this was going to be a roller coaster, when I said both of these two will have bouts of momentum, it has quite literally followed that script. So 3-1 lead initially for Soul's Heart, then 4 in a row to Orchid. It was just like out of nowhere, bang, 4 straight, then 3 straight to Soul's Heart. And now we're into overtime. And now this map has to come to an end. Orchid go double defense. But as we've seen so far in both of the halves, it's been 3-3 splits anyway. I don't think it's going to have too much of an influence. What is going on? What is that? Me on the big screen? No, but that's... do worry about it. Hang on. Now we'll... Oh, boy.
Once it passes 11 p.m., the plot is lost very quickly
in
this part.
Yeah, never mind.
You know, we don't have the beauty of being the NAL, for instance. I think they're starting their play days at about 5 o'clock in the morning local for finals. 7 or whatever it is. A more reasonable hour, some may say. So into OT and Team Orchid on defense. Starting sides, though, I suspect will be largely irrelevant, especially on a stalemate map such as Chalet. It should be back and forth It should be competitive. And it wouldn't be a shock to see all 15 rounds required to separate these two. Who can step up going forward? Can Crit J continue his run? You could argue that his small misstep maybe put them in this position, but of course there's more than made up for that in other areas so far.
Well, Crit J with the man with 19 kills.
Exactly. It'd be very hard to put much fault on him.
Versus like Hollis with 2. BG Man with 3. No, yeah, Crit J's done his absolute best.
Changing max. Bit more of a well-rounded effort from Soul's Heart. That's a core 5. The punch with a Thatcher to disrupt the Kaye Claw so the Selmas can open up the main breach towards Office. But a second Claw has hit the wall. And finally, the mini obstacle will be cleared by Soul's Heart, but they lose I-9 immediately outside of the Jigsaw balcony.
They still have double Nitro and the Solus below in basement. This is a precarious position for Soul's Heart.
But the Solus is the big one as well. I mean, to be fair, they know where this plant's going down. You just get the Ultra Confirmation. Solus actually now on the rotate. Peeps can go up blue and make his way library stairs. It's the double Nitro Cell, one over towards Piano. Scatman needs to react quickly. Oh, hang on. Make that one Nitro Cell because Mark finds the headshot onto Crit J. Nitro Cell ripped, thrown by BG Man. No, didn't get the timing. He did not get that timing.
The Thatcher was active.
He was dead. That's the problem. DCH killed him before he could even throw it. Peeps, though, lovely headshot onto Mr. Punch. And he's not done looking for more. Pushing in towards the Blitz. 2 versus 2. Scatman just trying to stay alive. Mark has got the cross. Over towards Big Window, like Colas, though, to get onto the kit. And he's got the angle. Yeah, that's a shoulder sticking out. Not much Peeps can do now. Soul's Heart will get themselves to 7. A valiant effort from Peeps, but he will run out of time. Blinded by Scatman. Pushed down by Scatman and shot in the head by Scatman. Where's that crazy gif of him with the head shake or whatever he did?
Wigging out.
I thought he was going to do something similar again. Either way, they get to 7. 2 rounds straight needed for Orchid, or Chalet will fall over to Soul's Heart.
Yeah, it wasn't the greatest of positions there for Soul's Heart, but they had the Thatcher to cover Nitro threat. And then I'm curious as to the thought process for Peeps there on the Solus. I anticipated, especially with the impacts up, for him to go below for denial, but instead he pivots library. Now that could be because he is suspecting a cutoff or a player to be lurking below. So maybe showing a little bit too much respect to the attack, but ultimately going library stairs meant that his impact in the round, well, sure, he did get a little bit. It wouldn't have been near as significant as getting that diffuser on the ground. So,
but also at the same time, the 2 players that had Nitro Cells both died before they could even use them.
And irrespective of that, they knew there was a Thatcher based on the early
I know
clearance,
that,
so
but
it was
still
always a bit of a long shot. Either way, though, Soul's Heart back in the lead, but the lead hasn't really counted for a whole lot in this matchup.
No.
I still feel like 15 rounds is needed. And then maybe 15 on club, and then why not 15 bank? Let's just go the full 45.
Yeah. When was the last time we did 45 rounds? Have we ever done 45 rounds?
I'm sure a 45 rounder has happened at some point in
well,
time.
I mean, for you and I.
Oh.
I don't think so.
Oh, very rare.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Probably. I mean, we've definitely done triple overtime at some point. Whether it's all 45, hard to say. Unlikely. Either way, almost trying to speak it into existence for this series. Elimination game. For those that missed the earlier series, Weibo defeated Daystar in 3 maps. booked their place in the grand final. Daystar will play the winner of Orchid and Soul's Heart. Loser of this series is eliminated. What a duo though, Crit J and Peeps. "32 kills combined for those two. And then the other three combined sit at 15. Not sure if Scatman is disconnected here or not, but...
No, he's just being patient. And there's been plenty of moments of patience required over the course of this series where typically the attack in dictating tempo and pace have been pretty reserved. And it seems like it may well shape up to be another round in that fashion where it's slow at the start. But like Colas on cue finds the first, he comes alive, he finds just his third kill in the 14th round, but it's a massive one being the entry.
Yeah, it's not about volume, it's not about quantity, it's about the quality.
Is that what you tell yourself?
Yes.
No, it's a good point, it is true.
Well, Peeps is going to be cautious, though, of Mr. Punch. Mr. Punch is going to push up. I think he's going to get the freest of kills. Yeah, Peeps, though, trying to lay out the air jab. Gets caught on the close angle swing.
Another one from Lycolis.
Another one from Lycolis. He's doubled his kills in this round. And the kills in this round matter a lot more than round 4. Yeah, all 15. All 15 needed.
Always the same between these two.
Yep. Neither of these two are going to win this series. Someone is just going to be ahead when we run out of time. When we run out of rounds.
When that tortoise crosses the line.
They're both the tortoise.
It's tortoise v tortoise.
Oh! What a shot from Scatman. And it does just leave the door slightly ajar for Mr. Punch.
Nitro
does
needs
have
to
the
hit the
nitro
nitro.
cell. Needs to hit this. Oh my goodness, goody! The timing is going to be close. He connects. Crit immediately grabs it, repositions, middle of office, on the rug, rushing up library stairs. Mr. Punch for an all-time clutch for the second time in the same map. He connects. They're both so low. Shotgun versus prone. Shotgun up close. He very much went to the school of Shaffy Jeffy. He was watching. Mr. Punch does it again. Soul's Heart will close out Chalet 8-6. Jeff would be very, very proud.
No 15 rounds, Jake. No 15 rounds. I cannot believe he's won that.
What a clutch, Mr. Punch, for the second time on this map. He's the difference maker. Soul's Heart steals Chalet. The map pick of Orchid goes against to their rivals.
ก็รู้สึกดีว่าที่คนไทยนั้นได้มีการไปแข่งต่างประเทศบ้างทำให้รู้สึกว่าให้กับประเทศให้มีการผลักดันของประเทศไทยให้มากขึ้นในการแข่งขัน e-sport ก็อยากให้มีการผลักดันพวกผมเพราะว่าพวกผมก็ทำเต็มที่มีทำชื่อเสียงกับประเทศก็จากการที่ไปแข่ง1-1ที่ญี่ปุ่นแล้วก็ปารีสผมรู้สึกว่าบทเรียนที่ผมได้รับคือผมต้องเต็มที่กับมันแล้วก็อย่าโลกอย่าตื่นเต้นอย่าทำนอกแผนเล่นให้เหมือนซ้อมถ้าคุณเมื่อไหร่ก็ตามที่เล่นไม่เหมือนซ้อมนั้นคุณก็จะพ่ายแพ้เหมือนที่ผมพ่ายแพ้ที่ปารีสก็แน่นอนว่าสิ่งที่ผู้คนจะได้เห็นผมเล่นก็คือช็อตกันอย่างแน่นอนลูกซองผมก็จะคงเล่นเหมือนเดิมมีตัวละครที่มีปืนแรกเป็นลูกซองและปืนที่2เป็นปืน SMG ที่ดีทีมที่ผมอยากเจอที่สุดก็คือทีมน้องกิจเจทีมเพราะว่าเมื่อก่อนนั้นน้องเคยอยู่ทีมนี้มาก่อนผมก็อยากจะทำให้ บอสที่เลือกพวกผมนั้นไม่ผิดหวังในตัวผมก็ตอนนั้นมีรายการ1-1เข้ามาหลังจากที่มีการคัด SI เกิดขึ้นแล้วทีนี้ผมเห็นโอกาสว่าถ้าเราได้แข่ง1-1นี้แล้วเราชนะเราอาจจะมีโอกาสได้ไปแข่ง SI ที่ปารีสผมก็เลยเลือกที่จะลงแข่ง1-1ของก็ไม่เคยมีการแข่งขัน1-1มาก่อนแล้วผมเองก็ไม่เคยเล่น1-1มาก่อนก็เป็นสิ่งที่ครั้งแรกเป็นสิ่งใหม่ที่ผมได้ลองแล้วก็รู้สึกสนุกกับมันส่วนตัวนั้นผมเป็นค่อนข้างที่จะเล่นปืนลูกซองค่อนข้างเก่งอะไรอย่างนี้แล้วก็เป็นคนที่เมื่อแข่งที่แลนด์ผมเป็นคนที่ไฮฟ์ผมเป็นคนที่ตะโกนผมเป็นคนที่เวลาเล่นแล้วเอาสุดเล่นแล้วจริงจังเล่นแล้วซีเรียสเล่นแล้วมันสนุกไปกับมันก็เมื่อไหร่ก็ตามที่ผมรู้สึกว่าผมตะโกนนั้นผมรู้สึกว่าตอนนั้นผมจะแบบเข้าฟอร์มเข้าที่รู้สึกว่ายิงค่อนข้างโหดเมื่อไหร่ก็ตามที่ได้ตะโกนนั้นผมก็รู้สึกว่ารู้สึกดีที่จะได้ทำก็ตอนที่ผมคัดไปญี่ปุ่นนะครับผมไม่รู้มาก่อนเลยว่าคนที่ได้ที่1นั้นจะได้ไปที่ญี่ปุ่นผมก็เล่นชิวๆผมคิดว่าแค่ท็อป4ก็อาจจะได้ไปต่อแล้วอะไรอย่างนี้นึกว่าจะมีการแข่งขันเกิดขึ้นแล้วตอนนั้นผมก็เล่นไปเรื่อยๆแล้วได้ที่1ผมก็ไม่รู้ว่าได้ไปญี่ปุ่นแล้วหรออะไรอย่างนี้พอได้ไปญี่ปุ่นผมก็รู้สึกตกใจแล้วก็ได้ไปแล้วก็รู้สึกดีมากที่จะได้แข่งที่ญี่ปุ่นที่ APL ครับเพราะว่าไม่เคยแข่งที่ต่างประเทศมาก่อนเลยแล้วก็พอได้ไปแข่งแล้วก็มีคนมาดูอะไรอย่างนี้ผมก็ชอบที่จะแข่งแบบนั้นแล้วก็รู้สึกไม่กดดันที่จะแข่งแบบมีคนชมก็รู้สึกดีมากที่มีพี่ๆโซฮาร์ดมาดูแล้วก็เชียร์ผมตอนแข่ง1-1ถึงแม้ว่าแรกผมจะแพ้แล้วผมต้องไปแข่งใหม่อะไรอย่างนี้ก็รู้สึกดีที่มีพี่ๆคอยเชียร์อยู่ที่ตรงหน้าสแตนก็เมื่อตอนที่ผมได้ไปแข่งปารีสผมก็โทรหาพ่อโทรหาแม่ก่อนเลยว่าผมได้ไปแข่งปารีสนั้นพ่อกับแม่เตรียมรอดูได้เลยแล้วก็สิ่งที่ผมเตรียมตัวไปในการแข่งที่ SI ปารีสก็คือผมก็บอกกับตัวเองว่าผมก็คงยังเป็นผมเหมือนเดิมในการที่เล่นลูกซองเหมือนเดิมดิชั่นหญิงเหมือนเดิมก็เมื่อตอนที่ผมได้ไปอยู่บนเวทีใหญ่ที่ปารีสผมรู้สึกว่านี่แหละการแข่งขันของจริงมีคนดูเป็นพันที่มาคอยดูผมรู้สึกดีและรู้สึกตื่นเต้นกับมันก็เมื่อตอนที่ผมเจอสลิมเชดี้นะครับทุกสิ่งทุกอย่างนั้นเป็นไปตามแผนทุกสิ่งทุกอย่างเป็นตามแผนที่ผมคิดไว้ผมชนะแบบแรกผมขึ้นนำ 3-0 แต่ว่าพอหลังจากนั้นผมรู้สึกว่าตัวเองนั้นไม่ได้เล่นตามแผนไม่ได้เล่นตามที่ซ้อมรู้สึกว่าตอนนั้นคิดอะไรไม่ออกแล้วก็ไม่ได้เล่นตามที่ซ้อมผมเลยรู้สึกเสียใจที่แพ้แล้วก็อาจจะมีร้องไห้บ้างอาจจะมีเสียใจแต่ก็ตอนนี้ก็ผ่านมาหลายวันแล้วก็ปรับตัวได้แล้วก็ทุกสิ่งทุกอย่างที่ผมแพ้ผมก็จะปล่อยออกไปแล้วก็มองถึงอนาคตไม่ยุ่งกับมันถึงแม้ว่าคิดแล้วเราจะเสียใจแต่ว่าเราก็ปล่อยมันไปแล้วเราก็มองแต่อนาคตก็รู้สึกว่าไฟยังคงอยู่แล้วก็อยากจะไปแข่งที่สเตทอีกแล้วก็แน่นอนว่าถ้ามีโอกาสเข้ามาผมก็จะทำให้มันได้เต็มที่เพื่อที่จะไปอยู่จุดนั้นให้ได้แน่นอนว่าพอได้เห็นว่ามีการบอกว่าจะมีญี่ปุ่นเมเจอร์นั้นผมก็เห็นแล้วผมรู้สึกว่าถ้าผมไม่ได้ไปเนี่ยผมคงเสียใจแน่ๆตอนนี้ผมก็จะเต็มที่ให้กับมันแล้วก็พยายามไปถึงที่สุดที่จะได้ไปแข่งที่ญี่ปุ่นเมเจอร์
Well, that matchup, I tell you what, was far more entertaining than anyone could have expected due to one individual. Mr. Punch. I tell you what, he lived up to his name, didn't he?
Punch. Mr. Punch. Yeah, he was phenomenal. Went full secret agent mode. Unreal. A bunch of big clutches for Soul's Heart. And it's funny because it's really what we were talking about, just a different player. You know, we said that Soul's Heart liked to go big when it's individual players stepping up. We talked so much about I9. He was pretty quiet today. It was Mr. Punch. It was all about the value from his big moments. Not that he was the only big player in the server. Talk about Crit J. I think he just hit 20 kills by the end of the game. But it still wasn't enough for Mr. Punch. 1v3 post-plant. His reaction was unreal. And then not long after, of course, clutching up the whole game as well.
I think his reaction was even better here. Yep. Please tell me they go to player cams.
Yeah, his camera is frozen. What a damn shame.
That is unbelievable. After that first clip, I could only imagine what he would have done. But Nick, I think it goes to show, you know, like sometimes we talk about like really big, like stat players, right? That go absolutely crazy. And maybe you could loop in the conversation of Mark was very consistent. Mr. Punch only had 4 kills up until he hit that 3K on the jump out, and then you add that double kill at the end. Talk about an impact player. Holy crap, did he deliver?
He did, but that's the bit of a worry here for Soul's Heart, right? Because just like how they qualified for top 4 position for stage finals, it was I9 on Clubhouse against Second Company. He clutched up, they went to OT, and they qualified for this exact location. Now they're in BO3s with the same struggles and the same way to win the game. A player goes big, or they're gonna go home. And that puts them into a bit of a question mark about their, you know, their level, because the winner here goes up against Daystar. And I feel like that matchup is already predetermined because these two teams right now, their current level, they are just behind both Weibo and Daystar in my mind.
For sure. And let's remember here, coming into today, Team Orchid were regarded as the favorite team. They won the BO1 between these two teams in the group stage, pretty convincingly at that. Team Orchid, though, they were the ones that picked Chalet. Soul's Heart beat them in OT with such heroics. Now we go on to Clubhouse, and Orchid have not played this map since the old Fury core of Crit J, Lycolis, and BG Man moved to this roster. So this is very much Soul's Heart territory and their chance to take this 2-0.
I feel like this is the first time we haven't seen a Wamai ban in a couple of maps, Nick. I mean, just kind of talking about the impact of what a Wamai ban kind of does to the meta right now. Like, how much is that going to impact a team if they have a set strategy and all of a sudden they have to take out the Wamai or leave the Wamai in?
Yeah. And I think that's exactly why you don't really opt for it here in Clubhouse for 2 reasons. One is that you're only really looking at operators like your Wamai and Jaeger for the CCTV catwalk rafters hold. That's where it's like super, super valuable. And the second option is, like you said, if you're banning that, something else gets left open. That's a big question mark. And Clubhouse is about strategy and executes. So you're going to try and keep this map as consistent as possible. So it's way too early in my mind to start changing those operator bans
just a quick one on Wamai. Nick, do you remember we also saw a bit of Wamai on the gym bedroom bomb site from Daystar with that really unusual way of setting up where they have a reinforcement where typically you would put a rotate between the 2 sites, and they play hard inside gym with Wamai magnets.
You said Daystar, wasn't that Kinotrope?
Oh, sorry, yes, no, that was Kinotrope. That was another spicy team. I'm glad that you, our resident APAC expert, remembers the different APAC teams better than me. Thank you. But yeah, no, absolutely, you're right. So we have seen some teams do it. I do wonder if these guys have been watching, but I think there's no better time to try new strategies like that.
That could be an angle.
As when an operator has just been buffed, as Wamai has.
Yeah, well, it's time to lock back in. In our industry, in our kind of area of the industry, Dev, there's a thing known as a throw, right? There's a soft throw and a hard throw. I'm not talking about in the server. Talking about that you do to another segment. And since you've been so great at throwing today, do you want to give me and the viewers an example of what a hard throw to the commentator sounds like?
All right. So as we get into it, it's map 2, Soul's Heart. Look it to take it in a 2-0.
Alrighty, James has done it again. He's just
That's another soft one.
And cut off with another soft throw. He just doesn't know how to hard throw. But fortunately, Rob, who is an expert, will do the rest from here on out. We'll make sure of it. Mark gets the opening kill onto Pete. Good start for Soul's Heart. As we get into the second series, advantage for Soul's Heart on the attack, but a good start. If they can win this Basement side on the attack early would set the tone on the second map. Nitrocell from BG Man.
That would have potentially gotten 2 kills, by the way.
It still could.
I don't think so. It's too low. Oh, what? I
don't think so. It's too low.
Hey, that's... Jeez.
I went a little too hard on that one.
People in chat legitimately will be asking if you hate me after saying that.
No, but that's the kind of shit you do to me all the time. I finally get one back.
It's only taken 6 years.
6 years, I get one back. I'll take it. And BG Man will take it, to be honest.
Yeah, got it a little bit luckier.
He did get a little bit fortunate. That doesn't connect from TCH. That was close. Keep a barrier. Gets in the way. Now, I think right now, if you're Orchid, you'll just take the 4v4 into the final minute after losing Peeps really early into the round. Benefit, though, for Soul's Heart in the equal numbers. They do still have Scatman available on the Monty. And full belt of utility on the Capital.
Yeah, they'll be looking to layer the cap util correctly here. A couple flashes for the drop and even a smoke potentially to help cover that plant. And you look across at the belt available to the defense, it's pretty lackluster without that nitro for the drop. They're in strife. This should be a pretty simple drop plan.
Unless there's still some Vulcan canisters that are down there onto the site that haven't been popped yet, which could have an impact. Yep, there you go. There's one over towards the default plant, and with only 20 seconds on the clock.
They have a sledge. How is my Colas playing here?
The fact he gets that kill onto Mr. Punch, and may even then get the one onto Scatman as well through the floorboard. Doesn't quite fully connect him. And then the pistol shot does land, but there's only 7 seconds left. The Flames are still up, by the way, from that Vulcan canister. Talk about free range shooting for Crit J. He makes easy work of the drop down from the kitchen hatch. It's a calamity from Soul's Heart.
Oh, they cooked that big time. Oh. No, no, no. Firstly, they have Sledge. They're not verting correctly down into Armory, and like Colas was allowed to play in a position that at that point of the round should be essentially completely unplayable. Then because of that, there was chaos, and they didn't layer the utility correctly to facilitate the drop. There was also, I believe, a Goyo canister late that was popped, which also complicated things. And because that util wasn't layered, it meant that it was gun-up play. The defense wasn't forced to play utility for the denial, which ultimately they didn't even have. That really should have been an attacking win and a good start for Soul's Heart, but some big errors were made in that round.
Yeah, certainly. To me, though, I look at it more as a missed opportunity. Yeah, the errors were fundamentally not great.
If they layer the utility and they get sprayed down, that's a whole different story. They didn't put themselves in the most optimal position to win the round.
Yeah, I agree. Got the opening kill as well to begin with, and yeah, maybe got a little bit unfortunate with that BG Man Nitrocell that ended up at least getting one.
I don't know how. I'm still bemused.
10 seconds left.
Either way, though, that is a site that Orchid really should be winning anyway. For all intents and purposes, basement, clubhouse.
Very fair point.
So now we got a gym bedroom above. We go. Orchid facing elimination after losing their map pick of Chalet. Must now win clubhouse and bank. Soul's Heart. They do get a bit of a free punch here on Clubhouse, and this has become a bit of a trend. We've been getting all 3 maps in most of our series in the finals over the last few. 2 yesterday, and then, of course, 1 earlier today, so we're on at least a 3 streak. Which is interesting, because the APL region typically sees quite a lot of that farming simulator mode. The 2-0s are usually quite common. But I guess with the format that we've got this year, you know, instead of having like 6 teams, well, you're kind of getting the best of the best, and we're getting some of the best matches because of it.
So, Gym Bedroom, the side of choice for the second round. In terms of the attacking lineup here from Soul's Heart, they've elected to bring the Deimos for Vert Potential. I like the inclusion of the Flores as well here into the Azami, which will be kept at bay by that Deimos. And a successful opening fight for Soul's Heart, facilitated by the Selma. 1 through Kennels, 2nd through Cash. And Peeps falls.
Again, 2 mark. Again. Back to back. Jinx. You owe me a beverage. Yeah, and on the Warden too. I mean, that's also not great for Peeps.
And it's going to bring the quad flash into play. The smokes from Mr. Punch will now be more effective as a result. In fact, it's not even a quad flash, it's a, I don't know what you call a 6-piece flash, but it's that.
Hey, I think 6-piece sounds pretty cool. They've got a 6-piece.
I could go for a 6-piece nugget right now as well.
I've got some at home at the fridge. I'll
A
have it
midnight
later.
snack would be quite nice.
Oh, here's another Nitro Assault. This one, though, from Crit J, ineffective. Head jabs out from DCH. I9's going to go horizontal, though, on the Deimos over towards construction. Will not be playing the vert, and the plank going down inside the gym. Behind West. Oh, Markdo caught through the hatch. It's the old classic hatch position. Soul's Heart not aware of that. So Crit J playing below inside a pool. Mr. Punch. Good headshot onto Solotic, so they know there's one first floor. They know Lycolis' bathroom. They'll converge on his location. Grab the kit, reposition. He doesn't get a chance to grab it. Crit J is really quick to react. Surely he can't get another one. They just need to try and grab this diffuser. Got it. Okay, job done. Into bedroom, and Crit J will stay below. Has one chance with the impact. He doesn't go. Oh my God, he does! Crit J doesn't stop shooting. He finds the headshot. Round stolen away.
Damn, that is a really good play and a really good read. Either with information or anticipation, knew about that plant on the bed. And so he doesn't do the noob move of directly impacting underneath, but he opens up a line of sight. Ultimately, that wasn't even really enough. It ultimately ended up being a soft breach spray, but still a really, really good play.
Trying to go back and see if there was anyone on cams.
Let the expert take control, man. Give it here.
Yeah, that's all right. Oh, okay, yep, nice, good job. No,
It was just a heads-up play.
Yeah. He just kept spraying.
He committed to it. It was a really good read.
Watch it back here as well. Very close.
I don't think he saw him.
No.
I don't know what he's saying. I can't lip read Thai, but probably calling them shitters or something. I don't know, but really good play.
Well, you know, what's interesting as well is...
Oh, yeah, that's just a pure spray.
Yeah.
Really good read.
It's 2-0, but it probably could be 2-0 the other way. This is a case of Orchid. They're just finger clawing on. They're staying alive in this game and in the series. Highest EPS of the stage for Crit J.
Don't get too excited, Jake. This is going to be another case where the next 2 rounds will go to Soul's Heart, then 2, then 2, then 2, and then 15 rounds, and we go to map 3.
And then save on that one until we get to 7-7 map 3, and it becomes just a 1 round. Let's just play 1 round and see who wins. Honestly, it'd be better if just both teams nominate a representation for a 1v1.
We'll just do a 1v1 to call it. Yeah.
Crit J versus I9.
Reload style.
Well, cache and CCTV now all of a sudden becomes quite important for Soul's Heart, as they do not get the chocolates on the opening 2 sites.
And with the Wamai available, this site could well trend very defender-sided.
Yeah.
Good luck clearing Lycolis.
Especially this is where you very much can go Wamai and
maybe they don't need
Jaeger.
luck.
Keep a barrier towards the Monty, plus the Vulcan canister pop.
There's no catch affecting any of this utility, and still Lycolis stands.
May not be the catch, but there is still, of course, the Kiba Barry plus the Vulcan canister, so there is still utility being used by the defense.
Well, they've just used all their air jabs, and the Goyo was stalling out the Monty, so they've misplayed it. And now it opens up the path for Crit J to Nitro.
Yeah, if this connects, I'm happy to call round. Let's move on to the next one. 100%, this one's done. 100%, there is no world in which that Orchid will lose this. No chance. There are 60 seconds left. They still have rafters. The Monty is dead. Diffuser's on an island. I know that I'm joking in a lot of ways, but also dead serious.
Is that an angle?
Oh my God.
He's shooting the ponytail. It's not part of the hitbox.
But the ponytail's just a cosmetic piece, surely. I'm dead anyway.
DCH just walks up.
Yeah, DCH is just like, you know what, screw this. Screw your ponytail. I'm rushing up the stairs. I know you're prone, and I know where you are. Good enough for me. Really big kill from DCH, and it goes from 100%. Suddenly now there's about 20% chance that Soul's Heart could pull this off. They do have one on the rappel. The biggest next obstacle is going to be getting this plant down at the server rack. You've still got a nitro cell left in the pocket from the Wamai.
Could it be another big miscall by Jake Xenox Venditti? It may well be.
It very well may be. Good clear. I9 goes down. 9 seconds left. Peeps will go again. Lovely kill. And Peeps has gotten at least enough damage to cause more disarray for the attack of Soul's Heart. DCH has to stick the plant.
Nitro.
He couldn't. He couldn't stick the plant. Orchid will win the round. 100% of the time, they will go on and do it. Orchid make it 3 straight. 3 straight rounds for Orchid.
I think he actually could have at least tried to stick it there, but either way, I think the Nitro probably would have ended proceedings had it have landed accordingly. So it's 3 straight for Orchid. And a strong start to Clubhouse. And again, another one of those situations where do we see an extension of this discussion between coach and team with a tactical timeout from Soul's Heart? I think it's probably a pretty good opportunity.
Yeah, this is the time to call it now if you're Soul's Heart. I think just have that extended break. Monty banned out, same with the Wamai. I thought maybe the Capital would get banned, but and also interestingly, the Capital not being brought in that round too. Maybe expecting far more of the catch play like Wamai Jaeger and making the Capital not as useful. Tactical timeout. Oh, it's tense. Get that music up for myself. There you go. Just got to really feel it. It's midnight here. We need to wake up, and this is the way to do it. 3 straight for Orchid. Elimination game. This is what we want to see. This is what we want. And as I said all the way back at the very beginning of Chalet, expect the roller coaster in a series like this. Just when you feel like Orchid have got themselves a pretty decent start, a decent lead, again, that arrogance could come into play, and that tortoise could make up the ground.
Yeah, again, it's so rare to see blowout results between these two. And so the hope will be that Soul's Heart are able to settle after the attack and an opportunity to break momentum and have a chat. And then formulate a plan after seeing each of those sites play out across the first 3 rounds. It does mean that Basement, though, is up next. And look, I think this is another good example, or at least a site that they have an opportunity to refine what we saw previously. Again, we didn't see Sledge activate Vert. We didn't see the utility layered correctly. And some of the timings were left a little bit late into the round, into the Goyo. So those, for me, are the 3 things to look at for Soul's Heart. Will DCH vert correctly and allow nobody to play underneath the hatch? It was like Hollis with shotgun up close last time. Then when they set themselves for the drop down, do they lay the utility correctly? And do they have a means to deal with the Goyo? There's the Twitch for the Goyo.
Good observation. Where's the observation blocker for the Goyo? To block the Twitch. A little bit of 3D chess.
Well, we saw one obs blocker today, and I think it's the only one I've seen in 24 months.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a stat line for it, but I'd love to know what the frequency of obs block selection is. It'd be very, very low.
Yeah, I don't think the Monty ban isn't really the end of the world for Soul's Heart, if I'm being honest.
No.
It's not like it's seen them have a large means of success because of it.
I was going to say it may mean they're a little less resilient to the Nitro, but there's no Nitro in play for Team Orchid. So that makes me a little nervous about their ability to deny plant late round. And they're committing to the Turtle. They're not playing a roam where they can try and find a win con earlier in the round. They're committing to it. So that's a big risk.
Yeah, it looks like a top-down clear for Soul's Heart from clearing out gym, down main stairs. Go through the checklist and nothing really being afforded for Team Orchid. They're not really giving them anything. And the fact that they play the Clash themselves, knowing the Monty's banned.
Hey, One part of the checklist done. DCH, better vert this time on the sledge. So that's one improvement compared to last time.
It's not going to be enough to win you the round, though. There's still a lot more that is required. I9 is all the way at the bottom of main stairs.
I don't know how well he's dealt with the Goyo, though, with those shock drones. I think I see flames on site, so that's a positive indication. And thank you, Obs, for highlighting. And so that's part 2 of the checklist, Jake. There's only one to go. And what was that?
Of the checklist?
The util layering. Thanks for listening.
I was not listening, I'm not going to lie.
That's all right.
I didn't realize I was at school. I didn't realize there was a test. I9 goes down to Peeps.
Here's the util. I'm getting excited, but they are a player down.
They are a player down, but I9's kind of done his job anyway with the shock drones, but you still would rather be 5v5. They also still have to deal with the Denari tripwire connectors here towards this hatch position. Peeps cleared out pretty comfortably by Mark in the end. That's going to open up Moto.
They're not even going for the drop.
12 seconds, and DCH is going to have to go clear the tripwire connectors to force the drop. That will be successful. Through Moto into Church. They've gotten a couple here. 3v3. Oh, they call us. Nice with the SMG. Into Blue. Mr. Punch. 1 second. No kit, no clue. Oh. And Orchid will hold on for 4 straight. Did get a little close into a 1v1. Almost, yeah. But not to be. Orchid win another close round. So 3 alive, 1 alive, 2 alive, 1 alive. That's how close this has been in the 4 rounds. It may be 4-0, but the rounds themselves, guys, have been really close.
I'm interested to understand the theory in that round from the attack as to why they didn't commit to the drop. I guess maybe the AK position late with the Azami, they didn't clear it, so it made them a little unnervy. And that's why we saw the Moto, a bit of blue pressure, etc. late. I think if they had their time over, if they util layered, they were fine. They could have dropped. There was no Nitro in play, which, look, you would probably expect as an attacking team on that site, so you can't really fault them too much for it. But
no Nitro, but also you've still got Clash, which can pivot around with the shield play, and you haven't cleared out the AK's position. Yeah. I mean, there is a lot there still to perceive as a threat, 100%.
It was certainly, I think, overall an improvement, but just an example where on a site as brutal as Basement Club, where everything needs to go right, it only takes 1 or 2 missing pieces and it does unravel.
You got to be the better team if you want to win here on Club.
10 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Will Buxton.
Thank you, Nicholas Morrison.
I'm not Nicholas Morrison. Did you know, fun fact actually, James and Nick as a casting duo, they have the most 6 invitational wins.
Really?
Swapping mags. You can stop worrying about
as in, as players?
Yeah.
How many has James won?
Well, that's irrelevant. I'm talking about the duo.
Oh. He did win an SI show match. Or so I've heard.
He did shoot Macy J in the back of the head and win a clutch.
He did.
We never heard the end of it.
You haven't cast an SI show match, have you?
I haven't casted an SI show match, have you?
I have.
Is that the SI that I wasn't able to attend?
Correct.
What a shame.
What a shame. It's a fun time for all.
Fun time without me?
No, I mean, the show match is a fun time.
Oh, okay.
I think we're going to get a fun time on Bank with the way things are looking here on Clubhouse.
Maybe.
Oh, easy clear, though, for DCH. Is this the part of the roller coaster where it flips back around over to Soul's Heart's favor to close out this half? They need probably 2 straight. It's doable from what we saw back on the opening map. Would like to see them pick up the pace now they've got the extra player advantage. Didn't convert in the opening 2 rounds. They got the early picks and then they slowed the pace down. Now, I'm not asking for them to, kind of play with super pace, but yeah, this is better. 1-for-1 trades. This is what you can do when you've got the numbers. Start to go to the site, be aggressive, take these fights straight to the defense. Get in their face. This is so much better from Soul's Heart. The best round we've seen from them in this entire half. It will see them find their first attacking round. Unless, like Colas, looks to spoil the party. Oh, he does get the kill. He put Scatman on skates. Ankle's broken. Plank going down inside a bedroom with Mr. Punch to watch from outside the balcony. I9 gets off it like Colas has the chance. 50 seconds.
He's dancing around.
Does he go for a longer wrap around in towards Logi? He could even go conside. He could even go out the window.
This could be a massive play. And I9 is so low on HP.
I9 has been able to get into Jim. Mr. Punch inside a bedroom.
Oh, that was close.
As Mr. Punch has been doing all night long. He wins another clutch. Lycolis. Almost.
Credit to Lycolis. He did not make that easy. He was dancing around. My word.
Well, still a big round for Soul's Heart. They would need 2 attacking rounds, you would think.
Imagine they walk away from this half with 2 rounds. It's just one of those classic Siege moments.
If Soul's Heart walk away from this half with 2 rounds, they probably should have walked away with 4, to be honest.
Yeah.
Which is a classic Siege moment.
Defenders, protect your bomb.
Look back at the highlights, but I mean, it was better. 2-minute opening kill, and then it was this portion here. The 30 seconds later, they just start to flood the site. They know they got the numbers. 4 versus 1. Got a little bit of an oversight, not really clearing out the bathroom position. And then the 1 versus 1 with the Blackbeard. Again, not maybe giving the respect to Lycolis, thinking, yeah, I've got it. Instead of just actually bringing bodies over and collapsing onto the final player, they actually gave him a bunch of 1v1s. Look at the numbers between both maps, by the way. Crit J is now up to 27 kills.
Attackers are moving out to locate.
What was the record? Was it 52 or 55 kills in a best of 3 series? Online. It was one or the other.
55, I think.
So he'd need 28 kills from here until the end of the 3rd map. It's not impossible. He's on 27, and we're halfway through the 2nd map.
If it ends up being a 45-round best of 3.
Technically on pace for the all-time record. But that's, as you said, determined by probably going to 45. Well, I guess not 45 rounds. We can get to 44.
Oh, true. Yes, it was 8-6 in the opening map. I still can't believe it only took 14 rounds considering the big clutch in that final round of Chalet. So what's the play then this round from Soul's Heart with the Capital not selected? How do they look to clear out Rafters? Big reliance on the Nomad.
It's the air jabs again, really.
The stuns with Zoth maybe, and also the frag grenades from Scatman.
I'm surprised that they're in the lack of Capital. I mean, Capital gets banned on Clubhouse at times for this.
You ban out the Wamai. What's the thinking behind that? It's to bring the Capital or flush out utility.
Yeah, this has been a misplay. And they've just lost Mark as well to Peeps.
And they've used both grenades. The air jab now is the last hope for Soul's Heart in clearing this position. Or just a straight up gunfight.
Air shot. And Peeps goes down as well.
Hold on.
Oh, hold on indeed. I'm holding on. I've got a chair in hand.
Tachanka and Smoke, though, both available for defensive denial.
I mean, the Tachanka's down to 11 on the Shamika launcher. Still 3 gas papers is good for Solodic if they can actually use them. Oh, he's not using them because he's just dead. Oh my goodness. Soul's Heart on the verge of finding 2 straight at the end of the half when it all just seemed as if it was going to be gloomy. 50 seconds is more than enough time now as well. They can actually play many different positions. CC window on the balcony. I9 just gets the kill. Crit J trying to make the hero play. Lycolis in another 1 versus 4. Shamika launcher out, but it seems this plan will go down successfully. Lycolis is not going to be the hero again. 2 straight. Soul's Heart do find their 2 attacking rounds. It's 2-4.
Well, how critical is that going to be? I tell you what, that is the kind of performance that we need to see in the last 2 rounds. The boys were saying it's close, it's neck and neck, but ultimately, if they don't get those last 2 rounds, we're in strife, Nick. We're up a creek without a paddle.
I feel like Jake's been calling this series pretty well here. You know, he says, they gotta get those 2 rounds. This is the moment for it. He's like the prediction master for this particular BO3, and I feel like he knows who's gonna win it too. You just gotta ask him.
He did say we were gonna see Bank, and we may well be on it. However,
he did say it.
The momentum has flipped. 4 in a row is not a good look if you're a Soul's Heart guy, especially after that really tight overtime on Chalet. But yeah, they brought it up 2 attacks in a row to close up the half. it's just enough. It's not great. I still feel like you should be gunning for 3 on Clubhouse, even if 2 teams are really good. We've talked about this before, Nick. Like, if
high expectations.
Yeah, if 2 teams are playing into a high level, you could be expecting 4 rounds. What was that?
I have no idea. That scared the crap out of me.
I don't know if you guys heard that, but I felt that. It's like there's something behind us.
That was crazy.
Let's focus on the game anyway.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Refocus. Refocus. Yes.
Bank is up next, by the way.
Yeah, it is. But we've still got a whole nother half, right? Yeah. Thank you, Nick.
Bank is technically not up next if Soul's Heart can bring this back.
That is very true. Look, I think momentum is a big thing, Nick, and it's really important that it pivots here.
Yeah, it's important. And I will say, I think the story has continued for Soulside, where they still need that individual player to step up and go clutching around. Otherwise, they're not going to get that victory. They've been struggling on the first and second map in the exact same area now.
I9 bottom fragging, by the way. 3 kills, I believe, in the map so far.
Hey, you'll wake up. It's his turn to shine now.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to at some point.
This is the problem, is like when you start to see this happen, when you start to see I9, when you start to see him pop off, you really start to get a little...
I forgot we put him in there.
I mean,
what?
Should we let him out?
Nah,
let's not worry about it. We'll come back to that. And it's back into the second half.
Yeah, you wouldn't get that on EML.
I'm a little bit speechless. I
don't know. I actually have no idea what's going on.
What have they done?
Doesn't sound legal.
Who is that? Is that where they put Vinny?
Could be Oda.
Anyway, let's move on. 4-2. First half goes the way of Team Orchid here on Clubhouse. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from the couch. Apologies for anything you may have just heard during that segment. We're not liable as casters. We're not on the desk today.
No.
That's not our domain. Orchid, they got to 4, and they then allow the 2. Soulsheart now go defense. Just enough to hold on, as we've seen plenty times over. That half of the core scoreline can come back to bite you for the likes of the previous defenders in Orchid. Now onto the attack. It's not easy at the best of times.
It's only easy if you speak easy, and he's not in this game, Jay.
He's not in this game at all. Well said.
He's got his feet up waiting for the grand final contestant.
Yep, Saturday afternoon.
5 seconds to insert.
Right.
Live and free on twitch.tv/rainbow6.
Well, not really free. Time is not free. Time is money, my friend. Shout out to my my goblin knowers.
What? I don't know what language you're speaking.
Time is money, friend.
Oh, if time is money, hopefully this one gets wrapped up quickly, but I don't think that's going to be the case, let's be real.
It's a WoW reference.
Okay. I didn't know that game was still alive in the Big 26.
Oh my god.
You are getting pretty old.
I am. So are you.
When do you turn 40?
What
year?
7 more years.
You're only 33.
Yep. Yep. How old will you be in 7 years?
In 7 years, I will be...
33.
How old you are now?
Yeah.
33.
You'll be pushing 40.
Oh. If my aim's bad now, I can't wait to see how bad it'll be then.
Missed the punch down early, courtesy of Peeps. Well, Peeps has been involved, get this, in every single opening battle except one. In 7 rounds of Siege. That is extraordinary. As much as you can want to try and put yourself in as many entry battles, sometimes they just don't, it doesn't work out that way. What are you showing me? Okay.
I wish I could describe what I'm seeing right now, but unfortunately I'd lose my job. Can't say it with Jake.
Getting aggressive here at the Jacuzzi Breach. Mirror window has been opened up. Orchid are looking sharp here to begin. Started well. Frag grenade, you're running straight into it. DCH, you're going the wrong way, my friend. That's a frag grenade. It's bad.
He tried to gobble it up.
Don't touch it. Leave it alone. It's like he just got serenaded by it. I have to go touch it.
He was hypnotized.
Oh.
40 seconds and a strong advantage now for Team Orchid.
Yeah, so Scatman will sit bathroom. He does still have the Nitrocell, but they're going to be able to push in from different avenues. Now it's a late rotate through logistics. It's now a solo hold for I9. Final gas, baby. He's got nothing to defend himself, no one to swing off his contact. Completely by himself. Needs to attend the shotgun school of Chef Jeff. Takes out the kneecaps of the Blitz, but they lose Mark and still need more. I9 headshot. He's got Case. Over to Logi. 12 seconds. They can play for time. Scatman just has to hold the site and keep it open, but he can't do that. It's only I9, and the drop down. Solotic finds the kill. Orchid go up 5-2. Bank is looking necessary.
Oh boy, that was a round for the ages, that one. Team Orchid losing the kit over towards Logi, and with 7 seconds on the clock, able to net the final kill and win the round, securing a 3-round advantage. So much chaos in the server for this matchup. It's CC Cash up next with the Wamai band out. So to the Grim. But I'm really hoping that if we see a garage clear in this round, in this half, that it's a little more clinical and we get to see the strength of taking that Wamai off the board. Soul's Heart setting up with an extension bedroom side, just in potential participation. I don't know what word I'm trying to find there. It's getting late at night. What expectation of the bedroom side hit?
10 seconds to go.
Challenger Circuit, I wasn't even looking. I didn't realize we had to do a plug.
You don't have to, it's just a passive one.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize it was passive. Sorry. I mean, we appreciate all our plugs here at GN.
You don't have to say sorry, it's all good.
All right.
You still have your job.
Sorry.
Jake Goes Pro, is that returning tomorrow?
Yes. You know, it's interesting for today when I walked into the studio late.
You were very late. There were about three truck splits on your way here today.
Yeah, there was a truck that did break down. Won't go into it, sore point. But yeah, I didn't realize that I wasn't going to be on today. I was a little disappointed, but it also gives me a chance to refresh for tomorrow. Looking forward to it.
And you don't know who you're taking on. And that's not a bit. You literally didn't know. I don't even know.
The only one that I knew that I was going to be playing against was Falls, because that was the first day. That was it.
We just wanted to calm the nerves a bit.
I'm still waiting to walk in and see Reaps in the server and just maybe actually think about getting up and walking away. Or Jigsaw. I've already played against players, and he was the hardest to play against. Missed the punch, open to kill onto Crit
They lose the Capital first.
They do.
These garage clears have been really, really weird from the attacking side so far over the course of this map.
Well, at least they brought the Capital.
They did, but, well, hasn't really had an impact.
The line scan from Peeps doesn't really... Oh, no, it does get a bit of information onto I9 and Scatman. Monty to push up towards Rafters. They do still have 4 frag grenades, so frag grenades plus the Monty's really the only way in which they're going to be able to clear this position. Nitrocell is thrown into the smoke. Does get a bit of damage onto Lake Colas. The frag grenades are being thrown out. Impact thrown the other way by I9. They deal with the Monty. DCH and Mr. Punch both fall, but it's still a 3 versus 2 advantage for Soul's Heart on the defense. And that's Diffuser left as well over towards Rafters. That needs to be reacquired by the attacking team. Nitrocell from Cash. Is this going to be thrown over towards top red? Not just yet. Swing. Scatman. Well, at least the trade, though, from Mark. PG Man by himself, and Mark wins yet another battle. He wins the long range and then the close range. 5-3. Soul's Heart stay alive, but they've clearly not read the script. The script says bank. Oh, tactical timeout. That came out of nowhere.
It did.
It's only 5-3. I will say, though, of the 3 rounds that Souls Heart have gotten, guys, those 3 have been in the last 4 rounds. Considering it was a 4-0 start, it's now 5-3. I wonder if Team Orchid are just saying, okay, they're getting a little too close for comfort.
Well, some fierce words being shared by Nano. As the tactical timeout will quickly come to an end. And the question will be, does this map quickly conclude as well? Certainly an intriguing time to take attack. As we've kind of typically seen that meta begin to evolve. If a team has a slow start in a half, they'll normally wait until the 3rd round of said half and then extend the discussion off the back of the additional ban phase. But a decisive decision there from Souls Heart to call it a little early. And in preparation for the basement site, that may not be the worst of calls. There should be a strong defensive site, and then they can set themselves up for success going forward.
Out.
Try the floor.
That's never a good sign if you lose the next round after a tactical timeout. So the pressure's on in this 9th round for Team Orchid. Win and you get 3 map points, and Bank then looks far more likely. Lose and 5-4 gets very intriguing. Maybe a little too close for comfort, especially when you're on the attack, but they did win the opening round of this 2nd half on their attack. Jim Bad Trip, we will now see basement for the first time. That might be the only concern, you know, we kind of speak about winning rounds after attack timeout, but you are going into basement, which is not easy. And I like this setup as well for Souls Heart. Oh my goodness, never mind. Mr. Punch just gets completely walked in on. Crit J just vaults window and gets the freest kill ever. Mr. Punch has just no idea.
Oh, Crit J's on a bit of a cooldown compared to map number 1, so I don't know if the record's really on.
Never
Mark
mind.
gets
Yeah,
caught.
Never mind, they're trolling.
Well, maybe Crit J can count those numbers back up, Jakey.
Yeah, they can. Well, maybe he can, because we're also going to get map 3.
We are.
Where is he going to be up to? So he's just gotten 2. So he's on 29. He would need... No, I mean, surely. Well, I mean, how many did he get on Chalet again? 21 kills. He's been a little bit quiet, obviously, here.
Still good.
Yeah, obviously, by no means is it bad. Quiet in the comparison sense, of course, is what I mean to Chalet. Now, Souls Heart have really kind of dropped the bundle here in the 9th round with all of the momentum. They do get at least a kill back onto Solotic, so they deal with the Buck. That removes some pressure in terms of the Vert and what the Skeleton can do moving forward in opening things up. They also know that like Colas is Dirt. That's a solo Dirt push as well. Nitrocell is ineffective by I9.
All comes down to a timing.
And comes down to these shots through the floorboards, but he's going to probably just take that as a...
That's a funny stat, mate. I cannot believe they're both still standing.
And on the same health as well. Mind you, Crit J walk through. DCH shoots him in the back of the head. 2 versus 3 now. Still a lot of time left in this round. It's not as if time is of the essence by any means for the attack of Orchid. And BG Man finds the angle from the kitchen hatch onto I9, who just wanted to try and hold that angle for a bit too long. I think he got a little greedy, wanted to deny the drop, and then BG Man, they just literally both just try and play the hatch and both just die. Yeah, it's just aggressive positioning because you're down players, essentially. 6-3, 3 map points.
You know this is where we see Souls Heart mount the 3-round comeback out of nowhere, right?
No, 2 rounds. 2 rounds to Souls Heart. We get to 6-5, and then Orchid wins 7-5.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
By the way, neither of these 2 teams have lost on bank in this calendar year of 2026.
Oh, that will only last for about another hour.
Yep. 3-0 record for Souls Heart. Only a 1-0 record for Team Orchid, but it is a map that they do not ban. It's also banned against them. Their one and only win against Psych & Company 7-4. Souls Heart, their last win against Elevate 3 weeks ago, 7-5. For what it's worth, Souls Heart, of course, have also not lost this map either in 2026 in Clubhouse. So there's a first for everything. It would be quite strange to have a map veto where you have 2 maps you've never lost and then you lose both of them. Oh my goodness. Okay.
You're quite the character, Jake. You are quite the character.
Well, it has been said by many people that I am the content.
It's the only person I've ever heard say that is you, Jake.
Oh.
I've never heard anybody else say it. Well, the Souls Heart have a little bit of fight left in them here on Clubhouse. Strategically, it's honestly looked like they've been pretty significantly mismatched in this particular map.
I disagree with that. I think it's just come down to, especially in the first couple of rounds, a couple of missed opportunities from Souls Heart. You say mismatch, I think of Weibo versus the Arcade Esports. That's a mismatch. Like, that's, you know. I think this is the kind of game where Souls Heart have blown a few good chances. And it's also the kind of game that all could have taken their chances.
Well, maybe not strategically mismatched, but execution-based, there were definitely some shortfalls.
Yep.
Uncharacteristically.
Yep, I agree with that one. Well, talk about pace here with the Blitz and the Finker combination. Straight through top red. They found the kill onto DCH as well.
And it's looking worse and worse for Souls Heart.
They want to wrap this one up quickly, get to bank. Yeah, I mean, this is full control con side of the map now on Gym Bedroom.
Well, some good util clearance on offer there for Peeps, courtesy of those frag grenades, and with the Blitz still up for that shield pressure, Awkward are in a good spot here. There's going to be reliance on Souls Heart. Somebody on the defense making a solo play in this round. Razorbloome's still up, 3 Gas Babes available, so decent belt of utility. And the Grismot Mines as well will offer some resistance to the attack. But really looking at it from a distance, it doesn't look particularly good for the defense. And it looks even worse now as I9 falls.
Yeah, again, that's 2 rounds in a row. I9's wanted to contest something.
Oh, he's feeling the pressure because they're a player down.
Yeah, and 2 times in a row, it's gone against him. And then that creates more of a hole. And then someone else feels like, oh, I need to contest something. It's that snowball effect that's costing Souls Heart. You're playing Clubhouse defense. You can win rounds 4v5, even 3v5, but they keep wanting to take the fights. They're not allowing Awkward the time and space to get into these positions where they can take fights on their terms. So bank is required. A little I told you, Nick, and Nick said, yep. He said Jake knew the script. He knew that we're going to bank. Trust his thoughts. Well, I'm ready to hear the boys on the desk and their thoughts after the break, because bank is required. All 3 maps in this elimination game. And right now, I'll tell you, I knew we were going to bank. I just don't know what's going to happen on bank.
今動き出す窓の外眺めて遠くで揺れる光同じ先見つめ、yeah、 心はもうきっと気づいてる君じゃなきゃ意味ないありきたりかな口ずさむラブソング唇に Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね約束なんて時代遅れと笑うけど僕ららしくていい離さないと誓うよ先読みなんてもう終わりにして僕の手を握って少し切ないそれもまた無勢の胸味 Your eyes tell me everything
This horsey has some legs, that's for damn sure. We're going the distance. You didn't like that one?
A horse has legs.
Well,
my grandma had will should be a bike.
Greatest quote of all time, by the way. Greatest quote of all time. Actually, one of the greatest presenters. Maybe we could get him in for APL.
Special
Maybe
guest.
he is APL man. But anyway, moving forward with this series, it does feel as though we are back on equal terms, obviously. But that felt pretty dominant from Team Orchid there. It felt as though, Nick, their control on that one was with a very firm grip.
I mean, I feel like I'm beating a dead horse here, right? But it feels like a team aspect here from Team Orchid. 5 players working together. Back on the horsey again very quickly. And then again, individual performances from Soulsheart.
Yeah.
It's not a fair game in Clubhouse because it's such a team-centric map. So if you're Soulsheart in Perfect World, right? You want to play Chalet, Nighthaven, Labs, and Border. You can just go fighting, individual plays, touches, gap finding, don't matter what operators you bring as much, etc. But when you play other maps like, let's say, your Cafe, your Consulate, your Clubhouse, about to execute, it's going to be tough because you're working against the map effectively.
I feel like, obviously, just to cap off Club before we talk about Bank, which is up next.
Yep. Thanks,
7-3 does... What? I said Bank.
No, I said thanks, mate.
7-3 I feel like doesn't tell the story of how close that game was. Thank you, mate.
It doesn't at all.
Because of course we had the 1v3 from Crit J with that floor bang onto the planter from down in bar up into gym. We also had a 1v2 from BG Man. Second half, 3 out of 4 attacks, one from Orchid in the first 4 attacks is very impressive, but there was a world where that could have been a 7-5. I do think yes. Overall, it's a much more open and shut case compared to map 1, which was of course overtime. Moving on to Bank though as a third, it's a bit of a reset. The big thing that comes to mind for me is obviously momentum is with Orchid, but Soulsheart are historically pretty damn good on Bank. Like I'm looking back in the last year, they've played it 3 times, they've won it every single time. So they've got wins over Elevate Fury, Daystar. Like 3 months ago, beating Daystar, that's pretty damn impressive. You know, Daystar is a team that at the moment is, you know, streets ahead of both of these teams.
Certainly is, but you know, Team Orchid getting back on the horse. Have you ever heard of Pengu getting back on a horse before?
Oh no. Oh no. What is this?
I don't know.
No, you did not know. Oh my god.
Giddy up, Nicholas.
I should never have said that photo. I should never have sent that photo in the group chat, man. It's like James Giddy right here.
Holy shit.
That is me on my summer vacation.
Oh, shit.
Icelandic horse! How can I not say yes to go on an Icelandic horse? Come on!
Oh my god, I was not ready for that.
Oh, never change, Pengu. Never change.
Oh my god, look at that Viking beard though. I don't know if we can get a close up of that. That is like a proper beard.
Shaved it off.
Why did you
man.
look at that?
Please keep that for next
That is
stage. I want to see it.
Oh, Nick.
Oh,
Oh my god, that is absolutely immaculate, mate. I have never wanted to see something more.
I can't tell who's got a better head of hair there, the horse or Nick.
Hey, fun context, okay? The horse, which was randomly assigned to us by this gentleman, it was called Baldy. So without them knowing anything,
And they were like,
I was assigned
who
Baldy.
do we give this horse to? That one. That one over there.
Shine a light over everyone's head. Let's see. Let's see.
What do you reckon they would have done if you guys both rocked up and said, I want to ride a horse? They'd say, sorry, we don't have to.
Holy shit, this whole thing has been derailed. Oh my god. Okay, Bank up next. Nick,
There's a third map somewhere.
Yeah, there's something important that's going on today. I really can't tell you what it is. The mind has absolutely been lost by Pengu on a horse. Let's just go back to Bank very quickly and just talk about this one because it is quite an important map. It is quite a serious tone to set. Holy shit, I cannot compose myself right now.
Look, the way I see it is, you know, Soulsheart have got to come out of the gate strong. You know, I think they, you know, maybe they put their money on the wrong horse in that second map in their map pick. You know, I think Orchid, you know, just need to kind of steady the jockey a little bit.
Is that why you started with the horse bit?
No, I'm not joking. It was just a random comment, and then you mentioned horse, and production just screamed in my ear, mention Nick on a horse. Anything Nick on a horse. Back on the horse.
Look, I know we've derailed a little bit, but soon we'll be into the map of Bank and we'll be off to the races.
Okay. Can we just throw? Can we just...
Man. Well, Nick, if you were Soul's Heart, you'd probably want to dust that saddle off and get back on, wouldn't you, mate?
Jaking, Josh, please take it away.
Oh god, it's like
I don't
having
think they're
you in
ready. I don't
person.
think we can. I think we have to. Then we have to keep going.
You know, Nick, I'm not going to lie to you, mate. It would be so disappointing to not have
Jesus,
Robo
Lord.
Nick with us here.
Oh.
I'm just, without having you on a screen, I just don't think it would be the same
Look,
impact.
it looks like the map fly through starting. Time to give it a kick on the stirrups.
Well, you know what? It's time to get back underway with this one. Hey, boys, giddy up!
I'm getting up, but I'm not getting up to get in on the pylon on Nicholas.
Yeah, honestly, guys.
Honestly, guys,
Unprofessional.
come on. This is not fair. It's 2-on-1 there on the couch, and he's in a screen. He can't do anything.
He can't even fight back. Not that he would be able to
Well,
fight back.
I mean, I don't
but
think he would be able to fight back, but he, you know, would be...
give him a chance.
I don't know. What would he do differently if he were in person? Nothing, really.
Well, considering he's half the size of both Rob and James.
I think he's actually bigger in the screen.
Maybe.
Wait, hang on. Hang on. Whoa, this is getting... I'm sorry, Nick. This is getting a little out
Now
of
we're
hand.
piling on.
Now we're piling on it. That was unintended. What is intended, though, was bank, always. It was
We said it from the
foreseen.
start.
It was in the prophecy. The prophecy was foretold. Bank is required. But what we don't know is the ending, and that leaves us in the mist.
And who will be the chosen one? Could
Is
it be Crit
Crit
J
J?
for the kill record?
I9?
I9's been, I want to say, a little bit quiet. I don't know if the numbers are going to reflect that. Double check. Yeah, 14, 18. And it's not been I9's night.
But
and we
it
know
could
that
be his map.
It could be his map. You only need to be good now on the last map, as it is a
Exactly.
1-1 in the series. And it's so influential. When he shows up, he has massive influence inside of the server. A 91% win rate when he gets 2+ kills. 20% when he gets 0, which I think is probably the more critical of those two.
How much would he get 1?
I couldn't tell you.
Somewhere in the middle.
But his cost has only been 54%. So in almost half of these rounds, he has put them in that 20% kind of window where he's not having impact, right?
Well, and the beauty of this as well is, again, as almost somewhat similar to Clubhouse, as we go to Bank, this is a map that neither of the two teams are largely, you know, going to look at and say, well, this is our map. We're so good at Bank. There's a big discrepancy when it comes to the records. It's nothing like that. Neither team really plays it much. I think this is just going to come down to each round being meaningful and impactful. I don't think the sides will matter too much. I'd keep it pretty 50-50, which Bank can tend to be, outside of maybe Locker CCTV, which is where we do begin for the opening round. So maybe emphasis on Soul's Heart to begin well. Fun statistic for you guys, it doesn't mean anything as Lycolis gets the opening kill, but whoever wins the opening round in this series has gone on to win the map. Make it that what you will and put any stock into it how you want. Nitrocell thrown up is not going to hit even remotely close to anything. Lycolis was still basically beepers when it got exploded. But a good start for Orchid on the attack to deal with the smoke early.
Yeah, so DZH, top blue, shotgun, so that will aid him in close range and has the Yokai from Scatman to assist. On the flip side, Orchid do have shield though to play front facing and quite a bit of util from the Zofia and Grim to stun out and pressure that particular position. So it's probably a net win still for Orchid. DZH is going to be under the pump to perform here.
I mean, it does have a little bit of help with the Yokai buzzing around.
I don't know if he's going to commit. I think he's thinking about maybe holding server instead. Might not be the worst call. Shotgun will still be effective at that range. As his final Razor Bloom is deployed under pressure.
Oh my god. Lycolis is just completely looking the wrong way. And then still gets the headshot kill anyway.
Okay.
There was a chance missed for DCH. He honestly could have got that kill. They do lose peeps though to mark.
Oh, Yokai's still above.
Hasn't been spotted either. This is Crit J on cam. Know that is open area. But this also means Scatman just sits watching this and leaves I9 and Mark, the only ones that can maybe stop like Hollis. Okay, Cam makes its way down. The Yokai's on the move. That's a long-range burst, but it connects from downtown for Scatman. We'll try again, and it will connect again. He's playing this really well. The camera has finally been shot out. As you said, no nitrocell. And so all he did was really delay the inevitable. Never mind! I9 gets 2, but the plant just goes down.
Big play from I9. Advantage Soul's Heart now playing for the retake.
I9 is locked in, knows that Crit J is open area. As BG Man shuts down the Echo, I9 wondering where he is, finally finds him. Crit J came crawling out. And they get the kill, both of them at the same time. Mark gets rid of BG Man and onto the kit. Soul's Heart will take the opening round. I9 is built for these kind of moments.
Yeah.
How close was that, though, to even stopping the plan? In the end, it didn't matter. They went and won the round. But that was close.
It was. I9 going for a huge flank square side, able to make it connect. Then opening up the potential for the retake. He denied that plant with about 0.2 on the clock. I don't know if we'll see it in the replay package, but I've had a look
Well, he didn't deny it, but he almost denied it.
Oh, sorry, 0.2 away from almost denying it. But over the course of that period, he still netted 2 kills, right? So whilst maybe just being short in terms of denying the plant,
how did he go? How did he get there again? Did he go main stairs?
Went all the way up to the top.
Interesting.
He was actually having a bit of a duel with open, and then thought, screw it, I'm just going to run up top and then flank square, and made it work. It's pretty rare you'll actually see that work. So it was a good play.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb. 10 seconds.
It worked out well because it wasn't looking really good for them to begin with. Didn't quite get the bingo though. No bingo.
How many bingos have we had today? Has it just been the one?
Well, I mean, it had. Okay, so we had actually 2 back on Chalet. I didn't realize that. The reason why I didn't realize it is the second one was the very last round. So wasn't really paying attention to that. Yeah, so we've only had the 2 today.
So above we go then for the follow-up.
I'm expecting a lot of rounds like that, though, here on Bank.
That was a really good free cam, by the way. Not sure who's responsible, but that was smooth. Showing some of that
Didn't
YouTube
Alex say
clearance
that he's
banana.
on free cam?
I think they may be rotating, I'm not sure.
Maybe. The double A's? The double A's? Isn't it Alex and Andrew?
Okay, sure.
The double A's.
The dynamic duo.
He looked at me as if I was having a stroke.
I honestly didn't know what you were saying. I was like, what? Yeah, it's nearly 1 AM. Time is moving fast. Well, as the free cam did display, util clearance for Banana.
Okay.
And we're seeing the pressure from Lycolis on the Monty in that position now as Peeps does net first kill from the rappel.
They did net first kill in the last round either. That didn't make a difference. It's all about what you do to convert with it. As the follow-up, nicely done from Solotic. Pistol is on point from Lycolis. Usually pretty good when it comes to the pistol play on the shield. Well, it's these 2 again. Mark and I9.
If I9 activates on this map and carries them across, wouldn't it be
that's what I said before.
A moment? Wouldn't it be?
Well, I9, I think, has a pretty good idea that Crit J is still pushing up Spiral.
Comes down to the timing.
If he gets this, there will be no trade potential, so it'd be just a straight isolated fight. Yeah, he just completely didn't realize he'd be holding at the pillar. Top of the Spiral stairs, that kind of, I think, threw I9 out of position. Which is a shame because Mark then gets the kill onto Peeps. This would have been a genuine 2v2. It would have been very winnable. Now it's impossible. Plant successful. The Colas will put the shield up of the Montang. And Orchid will get the second round. Largely just through some sheer gunplay to start this round, courtesy of Peeps.
Poor. That was sharp.
It was sharp from Mark. He's been sharp to begin with here on Bank, but sharp shooting isn't going to get you past the Montang. Not a chance.
And Crit J has also
Ace up the
transition to
sleeve.
the repel.
Yeah, he's playing the trump card. He's basically saying, well, if you do manage to deal with Lycolas somehow in time, I've got you covered.
Round over. It's another pistol kill for Lycolas in the round. Good shield play on the Monty, facilitating that lobby side hit.
It's interesting. I mean, we played Clubhouse and not a single round saw a plant. We go straight over to Bank, back to back from Lycolas. He's been able to get plant down. We go back to Chalet and we saw we saw 5 plants overall, but 2 of those were actually the last 2 rounds in overtime. So it took a long time before that became, a bit of a win condition. And in terms of the plants on, that particular map, DCH Scatman for Soul's Heart. So they only got 2 plants. So right now for the entire series across 3 maps, 5 plants for Orchid, 2 for Soul's Heart. It's pretty low volume from both teams, but certainly from the side of Soul's Heart. Of course, they'll get their chance to attack in the second half on Bank.
Open area for the third. And a couple of repicks here. Orchid transitioning Lycolas off the Blackbeard onto the Dockerby, and so shield role has been given across to Crit J in the round. Interesting decision, given I think Lycolas actually over the course of this map and the series as a whole actually been pretty proficient on the shield, so maybe just in response to the site selection or some kind of specific play that they want to try and execute with that blitz. No dedicated vert operator for them on this occasion, no ram, no buck, no sledge. Typically teams on the attack will bring one if they go for the CEO across hit to flush out archives, but slightly different approach this time around, as Zofia will see playtime. Second time in the half, an operator that has already immediately seen a bump in play rate with now the buff post-patch. 3 impacts, 3 concussions. Very versatile operator at the moment. Lycolas with an interesting lurk basement. Looking up towards Mr. Punch in Janitor. Maybe waiting for somebody to walk across his crosshair. Valkyrie in play for Soul's Heart on the side of the defense. We can see actively the defense flicking across a whole wealth of information. Crit J to make first move here for Orchid top square, but immediately stalled out.
I mean, talk about different operator selection for Crit J in the opening 3 rounds. First, a solid snake. You play that sort of like entry ult, and
well, that was comedic.
I don't think Mark was expecting to see Mr. Punch fall down in front of him dead, and DCH to follow. Yeah, Orchid have been really timing their aggressive advances nicely here on Bank. I was also about to bring up the fact that on Bank, what we should probably expect in this match, Locker CCTV should go defense. But Top Floor and Staff Open should actually go attack. It's attacker-sided in this region for both of those 2 sites.
Final gas babe from I9 main could elect to try and play proactively, aggressively through that and catch a timing. I don't hate this play, as they are a player down. There's one.
Quick headshot. No longer a player down. I9 starting well here on Bank. And these are the kind of matches when I9 plays at his best. He loves these elimination games, do or die. Tension building inside of the server. I9 rises to the occasion. Well, they're going to need him now. He will stay on that top floor. Scatman's by himself over towards open area. Has a nitro cell. They deal with I9 as he went to push out. Scatman a little bit too late and completely whiffed the nitro cell. That would have got the kill. The question would have been more so before or after the plan. But the kill itself, he absolutely would have got him.
It would have been really close.
It would have been close.
I
would hedge to say
think
after.
it would have been late. Yeah.
I think it would have been after he would have got the kill.
And there was still 20 seconds on the clock. So to think that he would have then withstood the 2v1 trade late is pretty ambitious. So look, I don't think it really had too much of an influence on the round.
Well, we get to the 2-1 scoreline into the bands, and this is the expected scoreline. Orchid win the 2 rounds they probably should be winning on the attack, and Souls Heart win the one round that they should be winning on the defense. Monty and Echo ban. Monty, of course, played in the second round. Blitz, though, in the first and the third. So the Blitz has seen more play, but yet they go with the Monty. What do you make of that?
Perhaps just feeling more comfortable in dealing with the Blitz. Arguably a little less challenging to play against in some instances if you do have the Warden up, if you want to play trap heavy. Interesting though. We'll see what kind of influence it does have going forward in this first half. And we actually see the response immediately from Orchid as they jump onto the Blackbeard. Anyway. As for the defensive lineup, double Nitro this time around. Razor Blooms potentially for denial and the smokes to flush out that default position as well. And the two Baral Kaid combination in play for hard breach denial. Have you ever ridden a horse like Pengu?
I have not ridden a horse.
Neither have I.
Also, I don't even know if that was a horse, by the way.
It looked
thought
more
it
like
was
a pony. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was just a really big pony, which at that point you can't really say you've ridden a horse.
And it's also Nick, which makes it look like a horse because he's small and the pony's big.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say he's small. I'd say he's average size. He's a little bit... He's, I think about 2 centimeters smaller than me.
Oh, you're both a little bit smaller in stature.
Are you implying that 6 feet people
Crit J
are
gets
the
the open
average?
kill onto Mr.
Yeah,
Punch.
that's what I thought.
0-4 start for a player who's had pretty big influence over the course of this series.
4 straight opening kills for Orchid, so that's the concern right now for your Soul's Heart. You're losing the early battle. Mr. Punch has died 3 of those 4. Like, there's a big reason why you're here as well. Oh my god, Mark he just stopped shooting. He didn't know.
Yeah.
He's just like, I'm dying.
He just gave up.
I'm giving up. I'm getting shot from too many angles. And this is really damaging now for Soul's Heart. That Lockers and CCTV looks as if it could go the way of Team Orchid on the attack. It took I9 to salvage it last time. They might need him again. In fact, I'll say they need him to do it again.
90 seconds to go in round number 4. It's a good position for Orchid.
But it means that DCH now has to play this like awkward. Do I go blue stairs? Do I fight the hatch? Like, we've lost too many bodies.
All of them are just trying to get proactive and find a freebie. The Blitz actually was selected late as opposed to the Blackbeard. We'll see if Lyclaws can hit the flash. First misses onto DCH.
I think they should have got rid of the Blitz instead of the Monty. I think it's going to end up looking a little foolish.
Oh, good smoke from Scatman. Can DCH play off it? Not really.
Well, he can because he's retaken a little bit of space at the doorway, but he doesn't do much with the shot.
Does he find the 3K?
No.
I think he finds 2.
No.
Oh, the dirt wrap though. Peeps from behind.
Yeah, I mean, he's got no read on this. I mean, how would you? He's just dead.
And the nade might have given it away.
Oh my god.
Peeps.
Peeps.
Stop baiting. Peeps.
Peeps, get in the building, Peeps!
There we go. Goodness.
He got in the building.
I think he heard you all the way from Australia and Thailand. So
Literally,
loud.
the round was just over based on the dirt positioning of Peeps, and he just needed to come out of dirt.
Yeah, he's laughing. He knows. Sorry, guys. I baited you.
He's like, oh, I didn't know. I thought he was watching. Oh, sorry. All right, tactical timeout. 3-1 lead for Team Orchid. 4 straight opening kills. They've converted on the last 3. It's 3 straight. There's been many roller coasters in this series. Soul's Heart need one more turn to go their way, or they're looking at getting eliminated.
Could you imagine Peeps actually didn't find that delayed trade and then the second? If DCH won that fight, genuinely that round was on for the defense. Because Scatman would have survived as well.
Well, that is... No, I was going to say, stop talking. And cut. Oh, jeez, he's not messing around. I said cut. He put the mic away. Yeah, I mean, these are always the well, like as someone, so I used to coach a team a long time ago, very, very long time ago in a very different game. And my methodology was, in this situation, it's not about strategy. It's about just trying to get them to understand, to follow. I'm so tired. I've lost.
I have no idea what you're saying, but I'm sure it was really informative.
I don't know what I'm saying. But the point is, just G them up. Just G them up.
G them up?
G them up.
Maybe you need a G up right now.
I need coach.
Get on your feet.
I need coach. Yeah, I'll
get on
my
your feet.
Yeah,
You're slumping over.
You know, could you imagine I stand up and Soul's Heart bring it back? I may as well have just been part of the win. Look, what I was trying to get with before I basically just passed out mid-air is G them up. Don't worry about the strategy. 2 rounds to go in this half. You get to talk to them again at the halftime roll swap anyway. So you're going to be able to talk strategy, talk shop later on. This is just about trying to fire a rocket up their bum, get them back into the server, and make it 3-3. This is about getting the boys fired up.
You're G'ing me up.
Yeah. That's what
this
it's about.
This is good, Jake.
Let's see if Soul's Heart can fire up. They go top floor. You're facing elimination. You want to go to the Esports World Cup? Starts here, right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Watch them lose this round.
No, have some faith, have some faith. And it's the early round that's proving most costly for Soul's Heart. That's where they really have to tidy things up. It's 4 straight for Orchid. It hasn't even just been the opening engagement. It's kind of been the first minute 30 of every round where they're just getting boxed in awkward positions, poor positioning.
Giving up space. They've allowed plant as well, so even in the late game.
Yeah.
But that's also off the back of the early game. So it's that snowball effect. Because of the way the round is starting, it's then putting themselves in a really poor position by the end of the round too.
Cannot disagree with that.
The messaging would have also been, miss the punch, play a position where you're not first contact. You're playing smoke. So if you look at these operators, smoke, smoke, smoke. Stop dying first. You got gas babes. You're incredibly crucial for the late game. Plant denial. Positional denial. 90 seconds gone. This is the slowest round that we've had so far. So, I mean, that's a win if you're Soul's Heart, considering you're 1-3 down. We can start to get Mr. Punch active in the server, throwing out those gas babes. Top square opened up.
Yeah, that could be a plant avenue potentially, and Soul's Heart will finally find an opening kill.
That's it. That's what
they're
you've got to do.
revved up.
They're revved up. They're revved up. But revved up doesn't guarantee round win, as Lycolis is stuck into the site. He does go down. They are switched on. Well, whatever Nato said to the boys has clearly worked. It seems as if that roller coaster still got a few more loops to go. And it may just end up going the way of Soul's Heart when it's all said and done. BG Man and Sirlotic are not bringing this round back. We're heading into round 6 at 3-2 scoreline. Soul's Heart will have the opportunity to tie it up at the half. And on a map like Bank, that's pretty good.
Yeah, really good performance in this round for Soul's Heart. The round will be theirs, and the only question that now remains is, will it be flawless?
Does it count as flawless if the time expires and no one died?
Oh.
Oh. Oh.
I don't know how I9 is alive.
Nah, he's dead now.
Ah, that was the flawless.
Oh.
Either
Flawless
way,
means nothing. We don't care about these little details. When you've got bigger fish to fry, you're not worried about the tiny, tiny little goldfish. We don't care. We want that tuna. That tuna metaphor is for EWC. The goldfish is flawless.
Is Weibo the tuna?
I'd say Weibo is more like the hammerhead shark that's on their way to just eat you.
Okay.
Daystar's probably
Daystar's
the tuna. Yeah,
okay.
I'd say Daystar's more the tuna.
At least we stopped talking about horses.
It wasn't a horse. It was a pony, 100%. It's just a big pony. There's no way that was a horse. Don't forget, by the way, Nick, we can see you this whole time.
I think he missed the whole pony thing earlier.
You just went red. All right, final round. Time for them to stay locked in. It seems as if Nano's speech actually did work some wonders, because I tell you what, like we've seen a couple of times in this series, guys, one of these two, it doesn't matter which one, but one of them goes on a bit of a run. The other one looks a little bit down and out. They take a tactical timeout and they respond. It's happened again, but can they make it 2 rounds? One's not going to be enough. Back to basement to see what they've learned in their lessons. Last time Locker CCTV in the 4th round was not good enough. Honestly, Soul's Heart just need to play 5-stack basement, force Orchid to just clear sight.
Well, they're not going to do that.
No.
They'll play a bit of contact open. I presume they'll fall.
But this is close enough.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to be playing into the smoke, and the chain could win con here. Flush out default. You can play Razor Blooms dynamically if you so wish. I'm getting nervous for Mark, though. I know. He's died early multiple times on the smoke, and he's got a critical role here to waste a bit of time and get some drones from open. It's important that he doesn't throw away his life, though. Good players in this position know when to peel and know when they can stay to fight.
He knows when to peel.
I mean, better safe than sorry on this side.
Yeah.
Like 100%.
And in a match like this, I think that's okay. Thatcher employed, you would imagine, also for
the
Nitrocell, but there is only
They haven't been
one,
C4 maxing on this side. It's been just 1 or 2. Leaning heavily into the Chanker and the smoke.
This whole position now is different for the first time on this site. DCH actually gets to play blue stairs when it's not a 3v5 or a 2v5.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Well, we'll see how the round develops, if it will be a fair 5v5 fight for him.
Naturally, of course.
I'm getting a bit nervous as well about this courage, though, from BG, man. He's been very patient.
There is also, though, no reason for Mr. Punch to go further than this, but as the round develops...
The more nervous you get.
Well, but also then maybe Mr. Punch turns his attention elsewhere and allows the creep up for BG, man.
Well, if and when Mr. Punch turns for default denial, that's when the window of opportunity opens. So I think BG will be waiting for that.
Here we go. Bottom of blue stairs to push DCH out into server. Peeps following in behind. Trying to keep an eye on BG Man as far back as possible in terms of that outline as well, considering they've started to take server control.
Oh, he's pushed forward. BG Man's pushed forward.
BG Man has indeed pushed forward. They're expecting probably the gas babes to start going out, and they have. 40 seconds on the clock. Radar used as well from Peeps. Still 3 Candelas from Crit J. Could use 1 or 2 to clear out this server position, but he's elevators, so they can't actually use him to clear this. In fact, it's a double drop over to Elevator. I9 is down. Mr. Punch got the kill onto BG Man. That creep up did not work. Mark gets rid of Solotic, and they know that it's a double stack. Nitrocell thrown in, pushed straight up. This is wonderful from Soul's Heart. The bunker down defense has been sublime. Lovely swing from Peeps, but needs 5 in 10 seconds. That's not humanly possible. 2 straight from Soul's Heart, and we've got ourselves, what is it, Rob? A game on our...
I think hands right. I think that's right. I think it is. Here comes the spoonful of food. Nom nom.
You missed my mouth. Oh my god. You got
mate.
practice that accuracy, James.
See, just
if
when
you're gonna feed me every play day.
Just when you think you're 3-1 up, somebody comes in, swipes the muffin out from under your nose.
Wow.
3-3 at the end of the half.
Wow. You've never seen anything that quickly moves like this show, have you, James?
No.
Is it good?
No.
It's delicious. It's
Bruce
delicious.
the chef has done well?
Bruce has killed it again. I'm actually double dipped today. I wasn't sure if this was allowed. I didn't ask the catering staff, but I went for both the brownie and the muffin.
Wow. You're going big.
Are they all homemade?
Everything is homemade, man.
Yep. All the meals here.
Wow.
Yeah, we need to get you in.
That's where the budget went. That's
why we're not flying to Australia. Is because
Don't
of the
tell them about the
W weather.
caviar that we've got on Sunday.
It's because of these muffins. That's why you are not getting flown in.
What are you
because of
pointing
these
at?
muffins?
Okay.
The muffin. The muffin.
Just making sure.
The muffin. Look, obviously, this is the kind of half that we would have wanted because now we get to see a full extent of this game. I think most likely what's going to end up happening is is overtime at this rate, unless we see something crazy. But the individual performances from Soul's Heart have just been hit and miss, Nick. It's really been up and down.
It has been a consistency problem, and it's been like that all stage long. When they're at 100%, they are incredible. When they're not, they get moments like this where, oh, they might win if they do really well, but if they don't, they're gonna fall apart again. And that is the problem. Consistency is one of the most valuable traits of any team can have in any region, and Soul's Heart, they don't have it.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see in this next half on the attacking side, are we going to see plan become a focus and objective, like looking for a win condition that involves executing and getting a plant down for Soul's Heart? Because typically they tend to be a little bit more focused on trying to enable playmaking, right? Whereas you look at Orchid, that half, there was 3 plants in the first 3 rounds in a row, and I think that the fact that that was kind of their focus, their win condition, tended to be more of an advantage to them. Now, as we get into the operator bans, I'm curious whether we'll see things like the Wamai, whether we're going to go for double hard breach like we saw from Soul's Hearts. It's Capit's out. The Wamai, man, I cannot believe it.
Good
the
call.
Wamai bans are the real deal.
Yeah, they're really digging their heels in for this ban, aren't they, Nick? It feels as though this has really shifted the last 2 days.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned up the plant focus attacks with Soul's Heart, James, because when they have played this map in the past, they've been good at kind of trying to plant on the basement bomb site, for example. But then I9 is like attacking the main staircase or working a hatch somewhere, going for a backstab pressure point. I think Soul's Heart gotta do both things, right? Yes, plant-oriented, go for execute, but you gotta have that backstabber, that kind of flair, that spice, because I don't think they're strong enough in just brute force executing to beat Orchid at their own game. So we gotta see Soulside work both angles for this half.
Well, 3-3, it doesn't get much closer than this at the half. And that's it for us on the desk. Jake, it's time for you to take the reins.
Thank you, boys. Well, the next time that we'll hear from you 3 is when we're done with this and have a winner. Who that will be, I don't know right now. Gus, did you want to hazard a guess? Because it feels like you could flip a coin.
Flip a coin, you took the words out of my mouth. Either way, the winners are all of us.
Yes.
Because we're going to see a great game of Siege conclude.
4 matches that have started this week off perfectly in terms of getting all 3 maps, good high competition. The APAC region continues to go from strength to strength. 3-3, split at the half with Orchid going on to defense, but Soul's Heart have got the momentum. 2 rounds to close out. Now onto their attack. Straight away, we go lockers and CCTV for the 3rd time in 4 rounds.
Getting a bit sick of this side.
The good news about this site, though, is it can play out. I know it largely plays out the same, but it can play out
we're already
differently.
seeing it here from Orchid, right? A little bit more aggro, open area, not necessarily playing for just the direct peel down hatch. Even like Colas is going big and quad. Like, this is pretty aggro compared to what you would typically expect as the benchmark for this top floor roam.
I know it doesn't really mean much, but I've also noticed actually quite both Scatman and Mr. Punch had drones involved.
DCH needs to be careful here. I don't think he knows. But he'll drone it, so should see that line of sight from like Colas and could actually look to pre-fire this. This will be interesting if he goes for it. Bit of a risk to take when you do have the Candelas, like Colas dislodged regardless.
Gets enough information from that to know that it's square itself is going to be quite dangerous, and maybe they can send Mr. Punch in through electrical to clear out the close position, follow him from behind him. We have seen teams started to actually almost like execute in Starford open area on the locker CCTV site.
Keep it deployed.
There is a Candela being used, so that they're expending utility to clear out this position. And it's not warding off like Colas and Peeps. They hold their spot and they get the first kill of the round onto DCH. The Ying is no more. That's a long, I don't think that flash is connecting, but the pistol certainly will. Like Colas to swing back out, hits the headshot, gets traded either way. It's still the advantage for Soul's Heart on the attack. Courtesy of Orchid wanting to stick around and take the fight in Starford open area, they now find themselves down to Solotic and Crit J.
Like Colas has fought so hard in this round and will no doubt be disappointed that despite finding 2 kills, Orchid are still at a player disadvantage for the final push.
40 seconds. Not exactly an abundant amount of time to drone out, get information as to the whereabouts of Solotic and Crit J. And Solotic still has the Nitrocell as well. 30 seconds is not a lot of time. 3v2 as well. Not exactly a huge number advantage. And there's still Vulcan canisters that are up.
Nitro for Solotic needs to land. Can Soul's Heart shoot it out? And can the pinch pressure work from elsewhere? I9 open area.
Flash dump, Nitrocell, Solotic will get good reach. This is connecting. This is going to hurt. Oh no, got shot out. But so did Scatman and I9. It's only Mark left and no time. Well, it was a big advantage at one point for Soul's Heart, but Orchid fight back. The two on site do the job. 4-3.
Well, that was a big round. And ultimately, good fight shown. Basement once again going the way of defense, which has been the prevailing side, 3-1 over the course of this map.
I thought Soul's Heart were in a pretty good position after the start of an open area battle.
I thought so
the old
too.
adage, they won the battle, but they didn't win the war.
Oh, I think the war still has a little bit of, a couple more years / rounds to go.
They won the battle within the battle.
So top floor then for the 8th. And with the Capitao banned out, the Jan Clear will be a little bit more challenging. We might also taken out, so the util dump could be effective, but Warden up. So in a convoluted way, I'd say that Orchid probably still a little bit ahead.
Yeah, but you can play the Habana here if you're Soul's Heart. You can open up Kanto, so you can actually weaken that hallway position due to the fact that they did ban out the Capitao and well, they did ban the Ace. The Habana stays up, so it does give them that room to maneuver that potential idea. Again, options here for Soul's Heart really as well. The Rayora itself can change up around in how you want to use the gates. Monty can push up Spiral. You got different attack options, that's for sure. Good drone over towards front desk. How long does Scatman want to hold an angle such as this, though?
Probably not forever, but he does
Hold it long
eventually
enough.
net the kill onto Lycolis, and that smoke would have been a good tool against the Monty.
Opening up Kanto as well right now, too. So you consider Zolotic inside Elevator. They lose Lycolis, so they lose a bit of that Spiral front desk pressure. He's isolated. I mean, really, Crit J is the main help here from long desk, and now blocked off. He can't even help. They can very much just completely destroy Zolotic here if they're quick enough. That's even forcing Crit J to maybe have to swing out.
They don't have the explosives to dislodge him, though. No frag grenades.
No, they do have the Monty.
I actually don't think his position's that weak with frag grenades not in play. That could be a big oversight here from Soul's Heart.
Yeah, certainly could be, but even this hold from Crit J with Kanto opened up, it's not an angle that you're going to...
You can clear it
feel safe on.
Below, courtesy of the Zofia.
And the Warden, though, can play the smoke here, so they've got to be careful. Clearly, Soul's Heart are aware of this. They seem pretty clued on.
They've been stalled out.
Oh, but one does get across, and then that allows the push up. No, what are you doing, DCH? Did they not know?
They cooked it. Probably expected him to have peaked maybe a little earlier, and he just didn't, so they didn't have the read.
But this has allowed Mr. Punch to push into front desk, but he's by himself. Scatman to send out the Jugger payload onto Solotic, playing still towards Elevator. I think you're right. I think they've completely cooked this. They even had the Rayora gate active too. Oh, Mark. Well, Scatman started off with the first kill. He'll find the second kill. He might need to find a few more. Never mind. Mark then got one from Airlock. Quick trade by Peeps. Scatman a third. Down to just Peeps. Soul's Heart may have cooked it before. They might still salvage it. 18 seconds, not a lot of time. Peeps just needs to play for said time, but that then allows the space for Mr. Punch to go for the plant.
Yeah, got to force the plant and then kill Scatman on the coverage.
Peeps to come back, but he'll be coming back in a post-plant. Scatman hits the headshot. He started the round the way he finished it. That's a solid round for Soul's Heart to keep us tied at 4-4. This one's going the distance.
They completely cooked Plan A on that attack.
But Plan B, they executed perfectly.
They sprung into action, found good space on the Monty side. Fair play. They didn't have the tools to really deal with Elevator. I guess I didn't quite see if the hatch itself was reinforced. They could have impacted below, but that was clearly not the plan A. It was to cut off front desk, Rayora, then flush him out. But they didn't really have the tools to do it. And then it got to the point in the round where they wrongly assumed it was clear because he just simply didn't peek. And then they were a little bit fortunate in the follow-up that eventually they did win that straight one. And with the Monty again layering pressure sight, they were able to make it work. So credit to Soul's Heart, good resilience in the round. Not the prettiest of rounds, but we've seen so many of those over the course of the series. And as you have so wisely said, it doesn't matter how you get your wins.
It doesn't matter.
I
think that's probably the hallmark of this series. It doesn't matter how you've gotten to the lower final. It's just all about getting there, and then you can shore up over the next few days about fixing your gameplay and map pool and all of those things. The strategy behind it all will be sorted, I imagine, behind the scenes for the winner.
5 seconds to insertion.
Up against Daystar for one of these two on Saturday.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
It's still so close to call. It's as tense as it possibly could be. For a rivalry such as this between these two teams, it is at least a treat to watch. After all these years, they still have the ability to just go back and forth. Better or worse.
Ram and Buck in play, so it will be top floor CEO across for the clear here from Soul's Heart. And it means that Archives will be pressured immediately. BG Man is currently playing that down below, and he'll just need to be a little bit cautious of that. Quad barbed wire here for the defense. Not a single nitro. Potentially in participation. Anticipation. Why do I keep saying participation? Anticipation for this clear above.
I mean, they are participating in the round.
They are. And decent impacts there onto the Boogie Auto breaches of the ramp.
Time to ring some ears.
And with the range hard breach here from Mark, he can work quad here, make a play square side, pressure out staff room. Yeah, I like the setup from Soul's Heart. They're keeping it pretty standard.
Soul's Heart have shown they've got the ability, to generate a couple of kills in quick succession too. So, I mean, I don't really worry too much when the time starts to get low. They've clearly got that ability. BG Man just gets tanked up a little bit towards open area. Very well spread of kills, by the way, for Team Orchid here on Bank. Beeps goes down. That's the Azami. Huge kill for TCH, and it's been a large conversion rate on the opening kills here on Bank. Of the 9 rounds played, well, I guess the 8 rounds prior to this, only 1 was not converted. Soul's Heart will hope that that rate will continue into the 9th round.
Good info gathered there from Mark. Can they now formulate a plan to actually play off and convert that into a round win?
Salati playing bottom of main stairs. Is that something that Soul's Heart will be ready for?
Yeah, it's cut off. Or it was.
I mean, again, Scatman may be in this position now and may be playing this now, but based on timing, he eventually may give up on the idea of it. Razor Bloom from Salati gets the kill on the DCH. He'll start to make his way up main stairs at some point as well. I9 can't force his way in. The barbed wire.
There's so much utility.
There's so much barbed wire on the ground, they just can't push in. Salodic does get that win against Scatman as well, and the defense will hold on. Stuff an open area just became full of barbed wire. There was nowhere to run around.
I mentioned it before, the quad barb, and it actually won them the round. That plus the Banshees, plus the Thorn Razor Blooms. None of it was dealt with at all by Soul's Heart.
They just littered the floor like it was a garbage site and just dumped all of their utility. 5-4 lead for Team Orchid.
And not a single frag grenade was available in that round for the attack. Not a single Flores wasn't selected.
And largely left it late before they made the push in. Azami, Monty will be the bands.
I think they could have had 3 minutes left and it would have made a difference. So you're running into that utility, you're cooked.
Yeah.
Like, simple as that. You haven't brought anything to clear it.
They just got outstratted.
Yep.
This has been a series where both teams go on, 3-round win streaks at a time, or 3 out of 4 rounds. Well, since round 6, a little bit back and forth for the first time in this series, blow for blow. 5-4, back down to basement. That's a good sign if you're Orchid, but not a good sign if you're Soul's Heart. No Monty this time around, but didn't play Monty on this site. It was only for the top floor, which they won. They will go the blitz. And again, no Azami.
We've seen a lot of base fight this one. It feels like this is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th appearance. Can't escape it. And it's an open hold here from Orchid, so pressure above. Questions then to be answered as to how aggressively they want to play it. Last time we saw the beautiful play from like Colas. Staff got a double, didn't really matter, the team had disadvantage, but then they clutched up late. Yeah. It was a weird up and down round. And we could see something similar again here. They've double Rio quad. Like Colas may be eager to stick around.
Not a single multi-kill round from anyone on Team Orchid on this map of Bank.
What about the other maps?
Well, the other maps would feature, I think, yeah.
We had 3 from Soul's Heart on this map, just to...
Yeah, 3 on this map for Soul's Heart, but on Clubhouse, yeah, it was all Team Orchid in terms of the multi-kills. And then they only have 1 on Chalet. So it's, yeah, it's been very map-dependent. Also, just again highlighting just how even really the numbers are across the board for Orchid's players. Not relying on just one individual or even 2. Everyone can pull their weight pretty evenly. 10 and 5 for Mark, though. He's the, well, the main man for Soul's Heart at the moment. And Scatman. Another European kill. I mean, this is one area that Soul's Heart have been really, really good in now, guys. They've got 5 of the last 6 rounds, the first pick.
Yeah, Scatman's just literally walked through the front door and netted that kill, so fair play. Good solo individual heads-up moment from Scatman gives Soul's Heart a critical advantage. But we've seen them in advantageous positions for this basement attack previously, and then a failure to convert. We'll see if they tidy it up this time around. Still a blue stairs threat, and still a threat open area. A 2-pronged threat. But they get rid of Peeps.
Dealt with.
Like, pull us up though.
No,
like,
it's a 4v2. They should be able to close on from here. We could go 5-5 again. Another break point. Call answered by Lycolas at the bomb chassis inside of lockers. Soul's Heart have a minute to not fumble the bag.
I thought for a moment Crit J might go for the hero play blue flank. Elects not to. He'll tuck in anticipation for the drop and hope that he catches the timing. Lycolas to commit to red. So much time here for Soul's Heart to calculate this final push. Get that round, and as a result, a 5-5 scoreline. Candelas to be laid, still 2 remain.
Well, drop down is successful. Oh, the lurk, Crit J, trigger discipline, Sublime, got the double kill. Round is now suddenly alive. But there is still time for Soul's Heart to find the reprieve because they went in at 30 seconds rather than 10. Scatman finds the pick. Crit J in a 1 versus 2, opens up the wall. Scatman hits the shot. We are tied at 5 apiece. All the way we go on map 3 once again. Here at the APL finals, we got the best of the best when it comes to these matches. Don't go too far. We are having another banger finish. Rev up.
Yeah, good work there from Scatman. Solid work on the opener to afford his team a much needed advantage, and Crit J tried his best to fight his way back into a winnable position, but then denied as Scatman covers the plant.
I feel like Lunchbox at the moment, just every round up and down, up and down. We'll giddy up here for round 11, all tied 5 apiece. But it has been back and forth. So back from round 6, it was Soul's Heart, then Orchid, then Soul's Heart, then Orchid, then Soul's Heart, then
Orchid.
Oh, will it be?
Ah, I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
Look at what it means to them to stay alive here for the APL finals. A chance to play Daystar in the lower final.
5 seconds left before insertion.
And as has been the case probably since the very first round on this series, or in this series, it's impossible to predict from here. There's just not... You can have all the data in the world, and I don't think you would back it in with these 2 teams in the server. There's going to be heartbreak, there's going to be elation.
Yeah, Yeah, big rivalry between these two, but I'm sure alongside that a strong mutual respect for what many of the players on these two teams have been able to achieve over such a prolonged period of time. That was a moment for Peeps. That was an opportunity to find that opening kill against the lobby Repel, but it just misses the mark.
Critchay on 39 kills in terms of watching him. 33 kills though as well for Mark. He's crept up.
Interesting position here from Critchay. So deployable backwards in Jan. He can look to leverage that against any console side play, whether it be top square or Repel. Of course, no Capitao available for Orchid. Equally though, no catch for the defense.
Yeah, I mean, at least no catch brought. Well, halfway through this 11th round. Soul's Heart trying to see if Scatman can find something front desk here on this Repel. Open up long desk as well from a distance. Orchid, to their credit though, are just playing this really safe. Not giving up any angles until they lose Crit J. Just then, traded though, they lose the blitz. Solodic actually finds two over towards long desk. He holds down his position perfectly. Mark's got to be careful towards top square.
Legion flank.
The Legion flank now in effect as well from BG Man pushing out of blue stairs. If anyone wants to recontest towards square, he'll be ready for them. They lose Solodic, so long desk is now opened up and suddenly Peeps over towards Janitor is by himself isolated, but fortunately still has this deployable shield. There is still 50 seconds, so Soul's Heart, if they want, can just slow the pace temporarily, but not for too long. A rotate from Scatman, he goes on the Repel. Mark will push in square. BG Man could have the swing of his life. He's got the yellow ping as well.
Yeah, like Collis is feeding info. Could be targeted though by that payload.
Goes for the swing and the timing is perfect from BG Man, and suddenly now Soul's Heart are aware there is a thorn in their side towards blue stairs and only 20 seconds to rectify. It forces Scatman to repel into airlock. Choked out by the F not mine as he vaults in with no vision, no care, no worries. Towards front desk though, it's the wrong angle of attack. Now into red time. Mr. Punch deals with Peeps. They know there's still that flanking Legion and he's the last one to deal with, but no time remains. With 1 second, time will expire. We get to match and series point from one cheeky little Legion.
What a play. I will say, he scared me a bit at the end there, running back up square. I thought, geez, that would be one way to throw them around after such a heroic play earlier, but...
Oh my goodness.
Not to be. 6-5, and it's series point for Team Orchid.
And that was the back and forth that ended with Orchid. Well, what's after Orchid? It's Soul's Heart. Lockers, CCTV. I hope you're not sick of it, Gus, because we're getting it at least one more time. At least, and maybe more still to come.
I absolutely am, but it's been a good match, so I'm not complaining. It's been a pretty dynamic site as well. It's been really unpredictable. So
6 of the last 7 rounds played. So since the 5th round, it has been all Soul's Heart in terms of first picks. But failing to convert has left them in this position where they now face elimination.
As a wise man once said, Jakey, giddy up.
Let's get into it. It's now round 12. Final round of regulation. This will be our last round of regulation for tonight.
5 seconds left.
Is there email on tonight? Is there something after this? No? No? Okay. We got all night.
I hope it doesn't take all night. Should be another 15 minutes or so max.
Max OT, baby, or infinite OT. Let's go the distance. Why not?
Could you imagine? I think if we actually had infinite OT in these matches, some of them just would never end. So basement in play. First floor, somewhat contested, but an early slip in from I9.
Yeah, this is quick only on the basis that typically we see, and certainly last time Orchid liked to play that sort of stuff, open defense, but they've completely forfeited that first floor. They're saying it's match point 6-5. We're going to play 5-stack down below.
Make them work for it. Make them work for it.
Make them work for it. Yep, that's right. Get on their horse and get to basement.
Yeah, but will it be a horse or a pony for Soul's Heart?
Yeah. Still a Vulcan canister. Late delay plant from Peeps. He'll put that into CCTV. Apparently Scatman is still switching up. Love that that bug's still there.
I haven't seen that one for a while. Just to confirm, is he actually playing the IQ? I imagine he is, given the icon. So that's to counter the echo.
Yep.
They've been using the Dockerby a little bit, but a switch
Bulletproof
up
cameras
here.
as well, but yeah, mainly really going to be for these Yokais. Crit J sitting at the back of server.
Oh, this is aggro.
This is indeed aggro. Oh, is he going to get timed? Guard break onto the Blackbeard. Lovely headshot onto Mr. Punch. Crit J shows his mettle. Yokai goes up onto the roof as well. He wants to bait them in, but honestly, he may not even need that gadgetry. He's full white though. Just sprays and prays, but the prayers will not be answered as DCH, his Candelas are effective in dealing with that nuisance. The Fenrir has been eliminated, and into the final minute, it's even again at 4 versus 4. Scatman into server. Soul's Heart have gained ground.
So 1 Nitro for Orchid. Yokai's available. Are there potentially Goyo canisters as well that could disrupt this default plant attempt? I9 with that diffuser. Soul's Heart with 45 seconds to stay alive.
Still 2 Yokais available, one inside of Vault for Lycola, so they do have watch on the back push. Scatman falls to Peef, now the advantage with the defense. Orchid, 30 seconds away from knocking Soul's Heart out of the APL finals. 3 Candelas available for DCH. Smoke goes out as well. It's all on him, all on the Ying, and all on the remaining 3, and maybe all on I9. He goes for the back push through Vault by himself. It's a split-looking attack right now from Soul's Heart. Peeps with the pistol, hits the headshot. Mark's got the kit. As we head into red time, it's all down to BG Man, or we go OT. He will go for the plant. Mark's being the MVP. Long angle down the hallway. BG Man opts to not take the fight. Instead will go to deny, and deny he will. It's an absolute heartbreaking moment for Soul's Heart to be eliminated in that fashion. But what a play! He is the man, and Orchid will progress to the lower final.
Yeah, what a moment. I mean, what a back and forth between these two. Add it to the catalog. So many great head-to-heads. Ultimately, though, only one team can prevail. Team Orchid with a great victory.
An amazing victory, as you said, and so fittingly add it to the catalog. Another one for the rivalry between these two teams. It's Orchid that will get the chocolates today. They got on that high horse, Rob.
Oh, that's it? They're on that high horse, and we're going to finish on a high, I guess. But unfortunately, like, I really thought that we were going the distance there. But Nick, you were saying it so perfectly. What a final round that was. We couldn't have asked for much better to close out this series.
It was ridiculous. I mean, I was sitting there thinking that, you know, we're talking kind of between ourselves, like, oh, now the round is favoring this team or that team. Crit J is the playmaker, he takes down the Blackbeard, big win for them, gets traded back immediately. Okay, now switch back to team, the other team, right, of Soul's Heart. And then we just see these very small moments, not covering the cross exactly, not hitting their headshots. I9 gets the backstab. We're thinking, oh my god, they're gonna do it, take it to overtime. No. It's a clutch again for Team Orchid.
Back-to-back clutches for BG Man as well. You count the 1v1 from the round prior where he was the Legion running away undetected.
Yep.
And then a 1v2 as well. You said it. Like, that was such a back and forth round. I really did favor Soul's Heart earlier in that. It was a little bit dicey with I9 being in Vault. I think that I9 had to have a big impact. He did in the end, but the IQ going down, the Echo not being able to be countered by the IQ meant they had to go deep, and yet they did. Like, I9 found 2 picks. It's a 2v1. The only thing I9 had to do was cover that cross from Red Hallway, but BG Man sneaks through, denies the plant on 0-0. Another installment in what continues to be such just an iconic matchup between these two teams that continue meeting in the server. Sadly, though, despite all of the crazy and incredible moments that we've seen from them, Soul's Heart have been eliminated from the stage finals already for Asia.
They have been, but the one that prevails is the one that's been here the longest. It's Lycolis. Let's welcome him in. My good friend, it has been a long time since I last spoke to you. How are you feeling after that last map? That was very close.
Yeah, that was really close. Feeling amazing to manage to win today. I would say that we throw a lot of rounds in Chalet, but shout out for I believe it was Mr. Punch, a lot of crush from it. Yeah.
Yeah. Like we talked so much about, between the three of us, we talked so much about how many times you've played against Scatman and I9 and the matchup between you guys and Soul's Heart through all the different organizations from Fury and Xavier and all the different iterations, Q Confirm, and of course when they was your leader and No Cap and Elevate. What does it feel like when you get back in the server and you see your old friends on the other side?
I never thought much about it, to be precise. We just I would say we believe it's always going to be a good match. It's going to be a hard game. I would say our priority is versus against them. We have been rival a lot of years, so we kind of know what we should focusing on. And I believe that the one thing we should focus on is watch out for I9 for the early game. That was our prep for the most part. And for the end game, it's just okay, careful for Scatman for the late game clash. I think that's pretty much it from my point of view outside of the prep plan. Yeah.
Nick.
So, like Hollis, we spoke earlier in this stage. I think it was your final play of groups. You're playing on Chalet, and you were victorious. And you said in the interview that you had felt a bit, doubtful in the server, performance, didn't feel the freedom to make plays and have as much fun, perhaps, as you thought was necessary. What was the mentality in today's best of three? It's a very serious matchup. You have to win it, so to speak, to stay in the tournament. And you guys were making plays. You say you're throwing a couple of rounds, but there are also really a lot of good moments. Did you guys have that fun, creative time today, or did you feel that pressure that you spoke about?
I think I would say we actually feel more pressure, but it didn't go that deep that we really scared of what we're gonna do. It's just it's more of pressure that we have to how do you say it? Move forward, because we know what they're gonna do, and they also know what are we gonna do. So we take some time. Of course, most of the round we play is kind of default, but there's something that we think that there's a gap here. We could try that. We do that. I think in 2 rounds in Bang. That was our idea to because I would say in open area we always stuck with there's gonna be a guy in open, going to get a guy in elevator. If we play slow, we're gonna pause out the round. So we kind of add to the more more rushing into that. And other than that, we just play default after they stop playing aggressive or whatever. Yeah, I would say that a lot of pressure, but we have to just take it and move forward. Yeah.
Obviously, moving forward is the name of the game at the moment. Like Hollis, you have Daystar up next, my friend. How do you feel about that one?
I would say we win Daystar. We probably could take on Weibo. I would say. I hope so. Because I would say that other than Daystar and Weibo, the other team Rebel are kind of similar. I would say these two teams are our gatekeeper right now. So I would say that still a lot more pressure than so hard for sure.
Yeah. Look, I mean, you've got your toughest challenge left ahead, like Hollis, but as per usual, mate, we'll give you the floor. Is there anything you'd like to say before we let you go and prepare for Daystar?
No, I guess just thank you guys for interviewing me and the rest of the viewers to be here. I'm glad to be the one to stand here next week. This Saturday.
Yep.
Okay, I hope to be here. That's all.
Like Hollis, I hope we get to interview you again, mate. I love speaking to you. We'll speak to you soon.
See you, like Hollis.
See you.
True gentleman. Love him. I've been interviewing him for a longer. I think he might be one of the longest standing members that I've been interviewing. Actually, no. I think he is potentially the longest standing member. Alongside maybe Speakeasy?
Yeah, perhaps. And funny because Speakeasy's been through so many different rosters in that time. But, like Hollis, he's always been with that same team. A few org changes. Yeah. Not very many, though. I think it's only been 3 orgs or 4 orgs in the entire time I've casted him ever since he debuted. You know,
Yep.
from Xavier, Q Confirm, Fury, and now on Team Orchid.
Yep.
Yeah, and he's come out of his shell so much.
He has.
Utter professional these days. It's really lovely to see, and congrats to him and the team. It's always a question of which of these two Thai teams are going to get the leg up over each other.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think for Orchid, you know, recently it was just a BO1 that they beat Soulsheart in. And I think it was Soulsheart won the last 6 matchups in a row before then. So
Yep.
it was pretty notable that Team Orchid got the win in a BO3.
Yep.
And as like Cola said, it only gets harder from here against
does.
Daystar and eventually maybe Weibo.
But when you've got a player like Crit J on your team, is it harder or does it just get easier from here? He had an incredible series across this best of 3. Again, like you said, yeah, we've seen these teams go at it time and time again, but one element of this is nearly an almost tried and true, Nick, and that is an individual like Crit J that just continues to perform at this level in these games.
Yeah, I think when you have a clutch player like this, and you know, like Collis mentioned, they threw a couple of rounds here and there. This kind of performance, what gets you back in the momentum, back with the mentality, and guys, anything is possible. If I can 1v5 Ace in Library, no support from my teammates, we can win together as a team as well. And it wasn't just on 1 map or 2 maps, he was doing it time and time again. Even that very final round that they won, right? He takes down the Blackbeard right before the bombs that execute. That's gonna be the plant operator. That's gonna be the win condition. And Crit J making that solo play once again, it changes the landscape of the entire round, and his team is playing off it beautifully. It felt like a 4+1 strat, 4 people playing together, and then Crit J doing his thing.
I know that Jake and Guz were having a conversation during one of the casts where they'd say, like, who's the greatest Thai player in Siege of all time? And I think it is hard to have that conversation without including Crit J, even though he comes from an unfortunate position where he's a bit of a younger Thai player compared to your like Colas, your Scatman, your I9, your Onigiri. So he wasn't there when the Thai teams were at their peak in 2022, 2023, when they started to go overseas and have a lot of success. But I think, you know, if he could get his team back onto the international stage, he really could make a name for himself, especially as all these years on, he's still performing like this.
He certainly is, and I mean, it's put them into a good position now as we look at the bracket to try to unfold, I guess, what we've seen over the last 2 days of action in Asia. And ultimately, I think that we're probably, I mean, like, it's like we say, it's a coin flip for Soul's Heart and Team Orchid. It's always so close, so you never know who's actually going to win it out on any given day. But I think if you looked at the rest of the bracket, this is how we would have expected it to unfold, James. I think Weibo just continue to show dominance. They continue to show class. You disagree with that?
Yeah, I mean, to some degree, I wouldn't say I disagree. Firstly, I think it was always impossible to predict between Soul's Heart and Orchid who was going to come out on top. I think that's just the nature of that matchup. You never can guess it. I will say, you know, Daystar got a map off of Weibo. Yeah, Weibo went through that upper bracket, but they were tested. They were tried. They came out on top, but I think it's actually better. If I was Weibo, I would rather be tried and tested here in the playoffs and go into EWC should they qualify with some experience recently of being pushed, because remember what happened in Salt Lake City? Weibo were full confident and they got eliminated 2-0 by EP. Even they're surprised that happened. I think everyone was a little bit surprised, maybe except for Enterprise. And so I think for Weibo, they need to make sure that they continually have new experiences of maybe dropping a map here, or they're getting humbled because it gives them more to work on.
It does. It truly does. But now we are ultimately at the close of the show. Curtains wrapping. Nick, any final thoughts before we let everyone go?
I mean, James, I just want to say thank you. You've been a bit sick, right? And you're staying with us. You didn't stay home in bed, tied up with some coffee, some tea. So just want to say good shit, James. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And on that note, thank you very much for joining us here for the APL for Asia, of course. So much action unfolds on all of these given nights. It's beautiful, it's lovely, it's deep. But APAC North is up next, and if you thought tonight was close, you're going to wait until what we have to deliver tomorrow night. As per usual, we'd like to thank you for joining us. Please take care, stay safe, and Nick,
have a great night.
Ciao.
just shits all over them. They have gas base too. They can fall back. Oh my god, they can fall back. Oh my god. Gotti, you're going to have to make a move, son. You can't stand here forever. And as oh my, what?
That was enough to win the round. And you can
Rumba
see.
can't believe what he's watching. There's one, expecting the second. Can he somehow get all three? Indeed, he can. That is a mega blow from Mr. Punch. An all-time play. It just makes you want to play Siege. Versus Brune. Shotgun up close. He very much went to the school of Shaffy Jeffy. Mr. Punch does it again. Has one chance with the impact. He doesn't go. Oh my god, he does. Quick J doesn't stop shooting. He finds the headshot.
Close up the half. What is this?
I don't know.
No, you did not know. Oh my god.
Peeps, get in the building, Peeps.
There we go.